You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, guys? Hey, it's Friday, 7 o'clock Pacific time. Hopefully you don't got some crazy drones flying over your house. Man, is that just all over the place? If I start scrolling through some TikToks or even on Twitter, man, all this drone stuff, man, it's very weird. And something very weird also came about today too when it came to all that stuff. Not sure if it's true. It could just be some weird shit, but it's definitely weird. But hey, we're good. There's even drones over there. People are reporting, my neck of the woods. So anyways, cheers, guys. Welcome to the Vodka stream. We got plenty to talk about when it comes to the Vodka stream that we'll be going over. I mean, Jesus Christ, this whole Clayface thing and everything. But, I'll say hi to you guys. But I'm going to give my review of Creature Commandos episode 3. And then, and I'm also going to give my full review of Kraven the Hunter, which, of course, when the guys come on, we're going to do like a spoiler full. We're not holding back. I mean, do you guys even care about spoilers? Does anybody care about spoilers when it comes to Kraven? There's not much to spoil. There really isn't. Maybe just the characters that show up in the movie. That's about it. But cheers, guys. Poured some vodka. Got into my awesome The Batman Gotham City glass that I got at the Warner Brothers tour. And Jesus Christ, Matt Reeves finished that Batman script. What are we doing here? Anyways, what's happening, guys? Go ahead. Let's talk. Let's chat a little bit. What's going on, Braden? Good to see you. We got Ryan right here. What's happening? We got Mr. Droga right here. What is going on, my friend? And we got Taladia Plays. What is happening? Cheers to the Tin Man, right? Right? Cheers to the Tin Man. Cheers to the Tin Man. Spoiler alert. He's a robot. Doesn't mean he's always, he can always come back, right? Geki TV, hi. What's going on, man? Good to see you. Hola, Mr. Carlos. What is happening, sir? Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. We got Kenneth. What's happening? Super excited for Superman 2025 trailer next week if it drops between the Superman and Lois series finale and the new film coming. Great time to be a fan of Superman and DC. Yeah, I mean, some people don't think that, but it is a pretty interesting time. And there's some things I'll talk about in the opening here too. Cheers, Brennan. Cheers. Good to see you. Cheers. I did another one for my good friend right here and supporter of the channel, helping up that pirate ship, Mr. Jason McKenzie. Ahoy, hoy. Looks like we could get a Superman trailer on Tuesday, according to a lot of things. I don't know. It seems like next week's the thing. I've heard as soon as Sunday, but who knows? I don't think Sunday doesn't seem like a time to release it. You got football. You got to, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like that's the case, but it's just because of the significant date of that. So, but anyways, cheers, man. Thank you for the super chat. And as always, guys, if you guys have a super chat, I will always bring it up. And of course, appreciate the support. Even when it comes to the panel, if the panel's on, you guys want to ask a question, the super chat's there. Like usually it's just, we're talking. But if you're generous enough to donate to the channel to ask a question, then I will definitely bring it up and the panel and I will answer that question for you. So what's going on? We got Mama Film Junkie here. Hi, Mom. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Love you. See you on Sunday, of course. Have dinner with Mama Film Junkie. Dave, the Batman Part 2 is getting delayed. Matt Reeves. Well, I don't think it's getting delayed. I don't know. There's just I don't know. There's some interesting things when it comes to that. I don't know. There's a lot of, let's not jump to conclusions. I know it's a little worrisome. I'm not going to say that I'm not worried a little bit for all that, but I'm just saying, I don't think we have to jump. It needs to, jump to conclusions, stuff like that. So, yeah. Yeah, I think let's not jump to that. Let's just see what they're brewing up. But Matt Reeves is 100% definitely going to be a part of DC for the foreseeable future, for sure. So Superman needs the same marketing as Transformers 1. That's because you want it to fail, right, Axel? Is that why you said that? I see what you did there. Even though I like Transformers 1, I thought it was a really good Transformers movie. Better than fucking Bumblebee, that's for damn sure. Hey, yeah, no. Somebody got me this. I don't know. A certain mama film junkie got me this. Figured it'd be fitting. But she also got me something else that I'm going to wear next week. Since next week will technically be the Christmas, prior to Christmas vodka stream. So I'll wear that next week, but I figured I'd wear this. It's kind of funny because with work today, we always do this once a month. We always do this little game thing. We all get together for an hour and we play like a trivia game. It's really fun. It's kind of cool because when you work remote, it's nice. That's what I like about this job. It's like we do this whole thing. And there was like an active debate on whether Die Hard, is it a Christmas movie or is it not? And that's always going to be a debate. I think it's a Christmas movie and I watch it. I like to watch Die Hard on Christmas Eve. Die Hard and Christmas Vacation are really my go-tos on Christmas Eve. So, I always save those for Christmas Eve. I haven't really started watching Christmas movies quite yet. I think I'm going to start doing that this weekend for sure and do my Christmas watches. But, there's always that debate. And we all know that Bruce Willis a while back did say it wasn't a Christmas movie, but I don't care. It's always an active debate. But there's, in my eyes, the whole story wouldn't have happened if there wasn't a Christmas party. There are probably about 4 or 5 Christmas songs that are played through the whole thing. And yeah, there's just a lot of Christmas, but so I 100% think it's a Christmas movie. But, I remember when Zach was on last year, I asked him, and you can actually pull up the clip. I clipped it out. I asked Zack Snyder last year, like, does he think it's a Christmas movie? And he just kind of, he broke it down in a very good way, to be honest, because a civilized way, I guess you could say. He said, well, if it's one of those movies that you go to every Christmas, then it is a Christmas movie. It's really in the eye of the beholder, I guess you could say. That's what he was trying to get at. It's like, I guess one of the movies that he really goes to every year, he brought up Love Actually, which is interesting. I've seen the movie, but it was never in my Christmas rotation. But so he brought up that good point. And that's because, Zach being the artiste that he is, that's a very like a neutral way to like put it. Like, hey, if it's one of those that it's a tradition, then guess what? It's a Christmas movie, So, yeah, I can go back and forth. What's going on? The Black Red. Good to see you. We got Parag right here. Hey, I think Princess and Creature Commandos is the main villain. I think we're, yeah, there could be something going on there, especially the way that this episode ended. So, the question is, who is directing Clayface? I know. Mike Flanagan needs to direct it, man. I really hope that he would, but, what could he do? Cortez, good evening, Dave. I just finished my fall semester of college, and now I got a month off, so I can finally catch up. There you go. You got a month off. Enjoy your month off, man. That would be pretty sweet. Justice League Dark, he was going to do it at one point, right? So, all right, guys, go ahead and ask some more questions. I'm going to go ahead and dive into my reviews on my full review of Kraven, and then, of course, my review of episode 3 of Creature Commandos. So, let's get Kraven out of the way. My God. Yeah, you definitely need some vodka with this one because, well, Russell Crowe in that Russian accent. Yes, you are my boy. You are my sons. I will say Russell Crowe was actually a shining light. When it comes to supporting characters, he was actually pretty good. Not like great. I would say the Dimitri, the actor who's also in Gladiator 2, who plays Dimitri. I would say that he had a very good performance, And of course, when we get to spoiler territory, of course, if you're familiar with the Marvel characters, you know exactly who he is. And of course, it's very much revealed who he is. And it was kind of funny too, because when I was watching, and the first time I got a hint of, I was like, oh yeah, that's gonna be what's his name, huh? And sure enough, and it's just, but at the same time, you go, yeah, you're gonna show up in this movie, all right. Let's hope he shows up in another movie. But anyways, Russell Crowe just collecting those Marvel checks. Russell Crowe has now been in 3 comic book movies. Three of them. 2 of them, he just did not give a fuck. Basically, kind of almost phoned it in. I would say Thor: Love and Thunder, he phoned that one in, and it was just like, I'm just gonna be like, whatever, collect the check. I'm gonna wear like a little skirt thing. I'm just gonna play the character and whatever. I'm Zeus. That's just me. I'm gonna do what they want me to do. And this one, maybe he took it a little bit more seriously because he's in the movie much more than he was in Thor: Love and Thunder. But of course, when it comes to his Jor-El, I mean, that's just awesome stuff. And I remember asking Zach that too, working with him, and how awesome that was to work with him in Man of Steel. But yeah, when it comes to Kraven, I mean, I wasn't going in thinking it was gonna. I just was hoping it was gonna be better than the other Sony movies, and it definitely, for me, better than Madam Web. I would even say it's better than. I think I enjoyed it more than I enjoyed Morbius as well too. The Venom movies, maybe not so much. I think I enjoyed the Venom movies a little bit more. Maybe I enjoyed this one more than Venom. I don't know. I'd have to rewatch all the Venom movies again. Definitely not better than the first Venom movie. I don't know. But when it comes to Kraven, and again, it's just like I feel for Aaron Taylor Johnson. Aaron Taylor Johnson, just like how Chris Evans is not leading man material, Aaron Taylor Johnson isn't either. And before anybody goes like, yeah, but he was a leading dude in Kick-Ass. No, he wasn't. That was Chloe Moretz, the hit girl. She was the one that fucking led those movies. I don't care what anybody says. Anytime she was on screen, she fucking commanded it. So on both Kick-Ass movies. Aaron Taylor Johnson just doesn't have that. He doesn't have that leading man quality. And when it comes to like a character like Kraven, like I said, there was just some scenes where I'm going, what the fuck? I mean, I'm not like totally well versed in the Kraven character, but I'm just going, yeah, this ain't it. Maybe he has the look a little bit. I mean, let's face it, Aaron Taylor Johnson, he's pretty damn ripped. He apparently gained about 25 to 30 pounds of muscle. I'm sure it was all natural. Right, Dwayne Johnson? All right. But and he does his level of like, that dude likes to flex his back. I will say that. The stances that he takes, he's always like flexing his back. That's for damn sure. But it's just, he doesn't have the voice. Voice is key when it comes to these types of characters. And he just doesn't really, sometimes it feels like he has the voice. He brings it down. He tries to bring it down, but sometimes it's laughable. It just doesn't really work. And then even supporting characters, Ariana DeBose, what's her name? Who's the girl in the movie, and didn't she win like awards for something? She's horrible. Her acting performance is terrible. It's absolutely terrible in here. It is kind of funny when you see some of these award-winning actors and actresses that show up in these movies, and they're just terrible. And you're like going, all right, what is happening behind the scenes? Because even the director is not a bad director. I mean, nobody's like terrible in other things, but you get into the Sonyverse and it's almost like they sign a contract to be like, you're going to be reciting really terrible dialogue. Just do it however best way you think. Oh yeah, director, cinematographer, don't worry about the shots or anything. We're all going to make the shots look like the other movies because we don't want anybody to distinguish any Sony Spider-Man villain movie. We don't want them we're not going to have them distinguish between either one of them. Okay. We want just to have one look, because Marvel Studios kind of does that in a way, but there are directors that stand out. There are the directors that do stand out, but we don't want to do that here. Even if you have a certain style, we want you to forget that style. We want you to do a certain type of movie. It's just that's what it feels like. Like Sony just somehow pulled that off, where it's like, yeah, every one of these look the same. But it's kind of funny because sometimes where I go, hey, some of these shots look pretty cool, but the VFX, of course, they suffer a little bit. And even though action sequences can work in Kraven, which I thought, yeah, some of it really worked, but there's some sloppy editing, of course, that happens. And then there's some scenes in the movie where I go, why was this even in here? This does like, what did they cut out for this scene to be in here? I don't know. But yeah, some choices were made. I would say it's definitely better than Madam Web. I think it's actually better than Morbius, to be honest. But yeah, because they really, when they lean into the rated R, but they didn't. I guess when it comes to the action sequences and how some of the characters get killed, I don't know. They definitely do go for the gore factors, so that definitely helps. When it comes to the villain, the Rhino, who's the Rhino, the way he looks absolutely ridiculous. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good, and even like he's trying his best to. That actor, I can't remember his name. I just remember. I remember he played Pollux Troy in Face Off, which is Nicolas Cage's character's brother. And he's been in other things too. He showed up in other things, but that's what I remember him mainly as Pollux Troy in Face Off. He's very over the top. So yeah, that's so Kraven right there. It's something, and I would say just watch it. Just have a little fun with it. That's all you can really do. My dad thought, yeah, it wasn't bad. We had fun with it, and we were the only ones in the movie theater. It was kind of cool because me and my dad were the only ones in the movie theater, so we were able to just talk to each other during it. We didn't have to be like, we can actually just talk to each other because there was nobody else in the theater. So it was like we were just chilling at home watching the movie, and we were just kind of just talking during the middle of it. So that was kind of nice. That was a plus. So cheers. Now we got Creature Commandos episode 3. Creature Commandos episode 3, which I watched today. Didn't have time to watch it yesterday, but I watched it today. And I will say this about episode 3. So far, the best episode. 100% so far, the best episode. Really, really like this episode. Obviously, it's a GI robot focused episode, and it did not disappoint. I will tell you, I was wondering about the animation at first, but I really like the animation for Creature Commandos. I'm not going to lie. I like the animation style and some of these shots and some of the action, especially when it comes to action. The action shots look really good. But yeah, this is very focused on GI Robot. And it's kind of cool how they do it because obviously it's present day and then we flash back and we get a little backstory. And man, something really bad happens with GI Robot. Because obviously he's been around for decades and decades. He was created, and of course, we meet a character that is very familiar with wanting to bring artificial intelligence and, dare I say, metal men to life. So we meet some of that. We get some of that expansion. We get some more Cersei, and yeah, I don't know. I just really, really enjoyed this episode. I really did. And then, of course, seeing the trailer and everything. I don't know if you guys saw when it comes to the future stuff, they emphasize more about, oh, wow, there's something that is going on, which, yes, I'm willing to believe that, Alana is probably, and it's kind of cliche because you've seen that before where, oh yeah, they're sent to protect this person. And then it turns out that person is actually the evil person. It's a cliche. And yeah, sure. And I'm willing to bet that, yeah, that's probably not, there's something that's going on with her and then it's going to be like, okay, what is actually happening with her and why exactly are we doing this? And then, when it comes to the trailer, in seeing future stuff, there was actually like an image. There's more images of that apocalyptic future. I don't know if you guys saw that, but you full on see Wonder Woman, impaled, just like you saw some of the other characters impaled. And I think you even see Robin, you see Damian Robin, and there's some other people that are impaled when it comes to all that. And it's just kind of going I'm just going, all right, I think in the next episode, I think we're going to finally see some of that realized. But I'm just kind of going like, okay, well, did we just get a glimpse of Wonder Woman's costume? Because she is wearing like that kind of traditional Wonder Woman costume that kind of has the star undies. I don't know. Who knows if that's what the actual costume will end up looking like live action DCU? I don't know. Like I said, it's animation. They put her there, and there she was. You see her crown too. And it's just kind of interesting what's going to happen when it comes to that in Cersei. And Weasel even had a good one-on-one when it came to Cersei. So yeah, this episode was definitely awesome. So cheers to that. Cheers to Creature Commandos. All right. So one thing before get back to you guys, and like I said, go ahead and ask some questions, and I'll get to some questions. And like I said, if you're generous enough to donate to the channel, those would be the first ones I ask, of course. But one of the things I wanted to really talk about too, of course, is this Clayface movie. The Clayface movie. What's happening with the Clayface movie? Why is there a Clayface movie? What is going on? There's so many questions, so many things, and I will say right off the bat, I think this is great. Okay? Now, and I'm going to explain why. Because we were kind of wondering, we heard last year that Mike Flanagan, almost said Matt Flanagan, I don't know why, but Mike Flanagan, we heard that he was pitching a Clayface movie. And who better to do that than Mike Flanagan? Because if you've watched anything that he's done, his shows, the Midnight Mass, he did Dr. Sleep. He's just, the guy knows how to do horror. And it's not so much that it's like monster horror, but it's just horror. He knows how to do horror. I forgot what the other Netflix series, couple of series that he's done, but he's anything that I've watched from him is just freaking awesome. So to get Flanagan to do a Clayface movie, it's interesting because then everybody's like, well, does this take place in Matt Reeves' universe or is it a DCU? Well, finally, it got confirmed by James Gunn that it is in fact going to be in the DCU. And I was like, all right, that makes so much more sense, because it just didn't make sense to me that much that it would fit in Matt Reeves' universe, because if they're going to do the modern version of Clayface, it just doesn't really fit in Matt Reeves' universe. Now, the Silver Age Clayface, that could work. And we've talked about that many times. It could work because it just fits in that world. It's more grounded. It's not the big, huge shape-shifting monster. So it finally got confirmed by James Gunn, and then it's supposed to be coming out in 2026. So when it comes to both of those, so basically it was reported that Clayface is actually going to be showing up September 11th of 2026. So a little less than 2 years from now. And apparently it's obviously going to be starting to shoot next year. And then, of course, we have the dynamic duo, the Robin animation, the animated series is going to be showing up. It's going to be showing up on June 30th, 2028. So it's going to be a little bit wild. So we already got all that established. Now, when it comes to Clayface and getting a movie, and we don't even have an official date for Batman Brave and the Bold. And some people are wondering, like, wait a minute. So we're just going to have a Clayface movie, a Batman villain, and we don't even have like a date or anything for a true introduction to the DCU Batman? And I'm going like, yes, we do not. And I think that is the way to go. That is the way to go. Okay? Again, guys, and again, to all the James Gunn detractors out there, so many of the people that when James Gunn got hired on and was going to do this and going to do that, and then when things were starting to build up and everything like that, they kept on saying, everybody that were like going and not believing, like, the fact that what James Gunn was going to end up doing, there was like, oh, he's just going to bring the Marvel formula to DC. It's going to be Marvel. It's going to be Marvel. It's going to be Marvel. Well, I hate to break it to you. This is nothing like Marvel. I mean, we're technically starting off the DCU with a fucking hard R-rated animated series, which, yes, it's weird. I totally get that. It is a weird thing. It definitely is a weird way to start off the universe. But at the same time, it's like, okay, yeah, you're not going to find that over at Marvel Studios for sure. And the fact that Creature Commandos is actually going, well, shit, Cersei, maybe she shows up in Superman. Clayface is going to show up. We saw it in the trailer, and now he's going to get his own movie. And then it's like, okay, but they haven't introduced Batman yet. Yeah, okay, perfectly fine. You're talking about, okay, so when you have Batman, which is like arguably one of the most popular superhero out there. Okay. I think it goes Batman and Spider-Man, and sometimes it switches. I don't know, but I would say like Batman. So when DC has Batman as their most popular character, how do you reintroduce him into yet again? Because you already have a current Batman in the Reeves verse. And again, I do not think that there's going to be a combination or a merging. I know some people are talking about that right now. I don't think that's actually going to happen. I know there's some people who are worried, and I will say, I do get a little worried, but at the same time, I still think it's very much Matt Reeves is going to have his Elseworlds stories. But I think having a Clayface movie that's horror centric, and the fact that Mike Flanagan, I don't know why I keep on wanting to call him Matt. Mike Flanagan wants to, that really loves the Batman the Animated Series episodes of Clayface, and he's going to do like a horror style and a tragic story when it comes to that character. You better believe that there's going to be a Batman kind of presence in it. And what better way to just like, okay, so if we're not going to just introduce Batman in his own movie, fine. Introduce Batman in other ways. There's nothing wrong with that. And there's really, and I've been thinking that ever since 2016? I don't know if you remember a little movie called Batman vs. Superman, where, yeah, when it came to the DCEU, guess what? Zack Snyder was like, no, let's not, we don't have to do a solo Batman yet. What if Batman is the villain of Man of Steel 2? He has been on record on saying that. He's been quoted on saying that. That's what the pitch was. Because he wanted to do something different. Let's just not have a Batman movie where it's like, okay, here's Batman. We know, maybe we'll show show the parents dying again and blah, blah, blah. No, Zach wanted to be like, well, we could expand the universe by, instead of just like, okay, instead of doing like, oh yeah, Man of Steel 2, we could do like something where it's a solo Superman again and have Brainiac or whatever the fuck and Lex Luthor and everything show up. No, well, what if we expand the universe and have Batman as the villain? And essentially Batman was the villain for, well, at least for most of the movie until eventually the end. But that's what I loved about Batman versus Superman, is essentially it's like, okay, you're introducing Batman who's already been around, and you don't need like his own movie. Eventually he was supposed to get his own movie, of course, but at the same time it's like, oh yeah. But when it came to Batman versus Superman, it was like, okay, yeah, we bring Batman in. Essentially, he's the villain to Superman. A different way to introduce Batman into this world. So then when I'm kind of going like, oh, so if we have like a Batman villain that has never been on the big screen, we're gonna have a story based on him. You better believe that there's probably gonna be some kind of Batman presence in there. And by the time that movie comes out, we're already going to have the Batman cast, and probably Brave and the Bold's already going to be in production by the time it comes out. So there's already going to be a Batman in there, and they can have him in there. But Dave, why would you want to have a movie that's centralized on a villain as opposed to Batman? Have you seen any of the Tim Burton movies? Have you seen them? Can we agree that the Tim Burton movies are not Batman-centered? They are villain-centered, to the point where you can actually find an interview with Tim Burton who goes, yeah, I'm more fascinated by the villains than I am Batman. He has said that. He was more focused on the villains. That's why he, when you watch the first Batman movie, yeah, you get the backstory, but it's a Joker. It's more of a Joker movie, to be honest, with Batman in it. Same thing with Penguin and Catwoman. Same thing. And he changed their backstories to make them, very Tim Burton-like. So I think like just kind of like doing something different like that, to me, I'm going, all right, here we go. This is something different. I like it. And I'm just kind of going, and not to mention what's mentioned in that, in the article that was posted. apparently the reported budget in there, and who knows if it's true, but I'm just saying, if the reported budget is any kind of indication of like, okay, doing things right, then 100%, this is totally right. Apparently it's supposed to be $40 million budget for the Clayface movie. That is awesome. That is amazing right there because, well, how much does it need to actually start making a profit? 120 million. You know, because there's some people like, why would they do these off the cuff characters? They could do them for cheap. And if the script's really good and if things are really good, hey, we have a horror boom that's happening right now. When it comes to the horror genre, it is booming right now. So why not inject that into the DC universe? And you're going to have something like Clayface, which is a horror and, drama kind of thing that's going to be happening. You have a good story, which I'm sure it's going to be because it's Mike fucking Flanagan. People are going to go out to see that, and it could make its entire money back in one weekend. And hopefully it does, because obviously they're going to market it with a little bit of Batman, especially if he ends up showing up in it. They're going to market it with a little bit of Batman. And I'm like going, all right, this is where it's different. This is where it's different. And this is where it's like, okay, this actually kind of makes sense to me. So that was just my thoughts when it came to all that. That's just my thoughts when it came to all that. Yeah. If you're going to introduce Batman yet again, don't just have it like his own movie. Maybe he could just show up in other things first. And I think showing up in a villain movie, especially this type of villain, oh, that could be something pretty awesome. Right there. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah. And then we have this fantastical Batman because he's definitely going to be fantastical. So cheers. So yeah, that was just the thoughts I was having right there. I think it's absolutely smart, when people kept on saying that, oh yeah, Gunn's just going to do the Marvel thing. He's not doing the Marvel thing. He's definitely not doing the Marvel thing. He's definitely, because you got Creature Commandos, which is very mature, R-rated, animated, and it's set in some building blocks. Superman is going to be for the entire family, but it's not going to be super family friendly. And then you got Lanterns, which is going to be a more adult kind of show with Green Lanterns. It's going to be like True Detective, apparently. Who knows? But I'm sure kids will be okay to watch it, but it's not going to be like, it's not going to be that. It's not going to be fully kid friendly. Then you got Supergirl, which is probably going to be a very hard PG-13 if it's based on, if they're going to be really going on Woman of Tomorrow. And then when you have something like Clayface, I don't know if it's it doesn't have to be an R-rated horror movie. You could do really good horror type of stuff, PG-13. So yeah, there's just, again, and if they're going to be doing Sergeant Rock or whatever, that could be an R-rated, low budget war flick. Like I said, you just make good movies where the general audience doesn't even know it's a comic book movie until they see the DC logo at the beginning. And I think that's what it's like. All right, yeah, part of it should be like that. And I think that's what hopefully Gunn is going to be going for. Anyways, all right, let's see. What are you guys asking here? If you guys have any questions, go over them before we bring on the panel here. Should have been Swamp Thing movie instead. Well, D-Man, I have something to break to you. There's already a Swamp Thing movie that's really already doing that. It's already happening, so I'm not surprised it's in the DCU. Alan Tudyk and him being friends with Gunn, and plus he's voicing multiple characters. Yeah, which I think is also smart. That's happened too in the animated series in the 90s. That's another thing too. It's like I don't know how many times Scott and I have talked about episodes where there's other characters that show up and they are already existing voice actors within the universe. That's how you save money. That's why, like, when I kept hearing that Sean Gunn and Alan Tudyk, when they are multiple voices, I'm like, yeah, smart. instead of paying like a whole other person, which you'd probably have to pay more, you just add a little bit on to what you're already paying these guys. Smart, business savvy. So, yeah, Doctor Sleep is great. DCU is unpredictable. I'm cool with that because, yeah, it's the How is it like the MCU? Please explain that to me. How is it like the MCU? MCU was, you start off with origin, team up, sequel, team up, and everything was leading to that. How is it even really like, how is the Creature Commandos anything? I mean, yeah, come on, man, you got to do better than that. You got to do better than that, Axel. I know you hate James Gunn, you hate what's going on, but fuck, you got to do better than that, man. What's going on, Jose? Good to see you. Your Dodgers taking all my fucking players. Happy Friday. Oh, yeah, I forgot it's Friday the 13th. Forgot that. Clayface and Detective Chimp getting movies. Meanwhile, well, Wonder Woman's not getting nothing. She's showing up dead in Creature Commandos. No, but, we got Paradise Lost, which I think that has potential to be like a pretty damn awesome series, to be awesome to be, so. The green light news of Clayface came out on Friday the 13th. I see what you did. Could be that. Why is Clayface movie coming out on that date specifically? Because that's what they decided. Are you saying that because it's 9/11? Are you trying to do another thing like how dare you, James Gunn? Axel, again, what are you doing here, man? I get it. You hate the man and all this stuff, but what are you doing? Okay. It's a Friday in 2026. I don't think they were like going, oh yeah, we're going to put it on that specific day. Come on, man. Did someone say 40? Oh, cheers to the 40 club. Cheers to the 40 club, right? I don't know. When did I say 40? I don't even remember. I will never understand people who think a movie based on DCU villain can't work. It's frankly kind of, dude, you got to shake up this space. And I think obviously when it came to the first Joker movie, that shook up the space because it was like, oh, there's a different take on Joker and look what happened. And then of course the sequel, I won't say the sequel shook up the space again because of the bad reception, even though I enjoyed it. It is, I don't know. It's interesting. It's all very interesting, but you got to shake up the space. And the fact that if you're going to, and for some reason, just the thought of introducing a Batman in a villain story, a new Batman in a villain story, to me, I was like, well, that's different. That's not the same. What's going on, Eleanor? Thank you. Had to wear it today, but I have a special sweater I'm going to be wearing for next week, since technically that'll be the Christmas episode. But I figured I'd wear this today. I wanted Reacher to be Batman. Oh, you're talking about what's his name? Yeah. Jay, what's happening? What are your thoughts on Superman trailer coming out next week? How much is weighing on this one movie? Oh, there's a lot. There's a lot weighing on this movie. Don't get me wrong. Like, the odds are big time against all this stuff. And I've said that from day one, no matter what. I'm not sitting here like on my knees licking fucking James Gunn's beanbag that some people do. And I see that. Trust me. Don't think I don't. But of course, it's, in this day and age, you have to be like on one side or the other. You have to be like the extreme on one side or the other when it comes to all this stuff. It's like, yeah, when you fit like right in the middle, no matter what, each side is going to cast you on the other side. I get shit from Gunn fans. I get shit from Snyder fans all the time, and it's just like, Jesus Christ, guys, I just want to enjoy some content. Is that okay? But then I start seeing some stuff. Yeah. But there is a lot riding on this trailer, and a lot riding on the trailer, a lot riding on the movie for sure. And I know there was that whole Fandango thing where they surveyed 9,000 people to do a survey on the most hyped movies, and Superman was number 9, which of course the people who hate what's happening and hate James Gunn are using that against it. I saw that too. I just didn't really comment on it because I thought it was stupid. I'm like, well, it's still in the top 10. I'm like, it's still considered a hyped up movie, but yeah, it's not as hyped up as maybe some people would want it, but that's just the case, and I totally understand that. I just found it fucking weird that Captain America Brave New World was #1 on that survey. That's why I was like, Jesus Christ. I was like, really? But then I get it because it's Marvel Studios. It's Captain America. Fine. It's got Red Hulk in it. Sure. But I was like, in that same survey, I'm like, really? Captain America Brave New World is the most hyped movie? You know? And that was overlooked because, you know, people were just too busy like using that to shit on Superman. And I'm like, oh, come on, guys. What are we doing here? The real question is that, hey, Mr. Balga, hey, can we say it's just like the MCU, just based on one? Exactly. There you go. I'm just saying, you know. No, I'm not saying that. I just think it's weird time. Ain't it cute? Yeah. There's nothing weird about it. It's a date, dude. But I think in the back of your head, you're like, you know, you're adding to. Don't do that, man. Don't do that. Come on. I've seen some of your tweets. I know. I know you're. You know, you hate what's going on with all this stuff. You know, don't be one of those that wants to use everything against James Gunn and the DCU. Allah, you stepped out of your. Oh, Jose. I love oh yeah, that's what it was. The 40 million, yeah. Yeah. That's what I was talking about. If Superman isn't huge, it's over for Gunn. I don't know if it's gonna be. I think it's gonna make money. It's definitely not gonna make $1 billion, but you know, we'll see. It could be, but I think they would still move forward with the other projects. They're still going to move forward with other projects to see, but yeah, I mean, it could. I don't think it's going to be a huge. It's not going to definitely be huge. The Black Red. Do you think Superman will make as much or more as Man of Steel? I think it could. Because Man of Steel made over 600 million, 612, 620, something like that. I think it has potential to do that, but it might not. It might not. You know, that was a different time. You know, it's crazy that was that long ago, man. By the time this comes out, yeah, Man of Steel would have come out 12 years prior. It has potential. It definitely has potential. It has potential to do it. We'll see. You know, like I said, it's just going to be interesting. I think after the trailer is going to be a very just a reaction to the trailer. Like obviously there's already people that already have their numerous probably drafted tweets that they're just going to be shitting on it like crazy. Just like there's already going to be people that already have their drafted tweets that are saying it's going to be the best trailer ever. There's going to be the extremes no matter what. But I'm just curious about, I'm serious, like just to gauge the full on reaction. Dave, you have no right to enjoy. I know. I don't have a right to enjoy things. I know. I get that. I get it. Yeah, the Penguin show that. Yeah, well, and then so did Joker, the first Joker, at least. You know, the villain stuff can work. People are excited for the. You're looking at one of them. I'm excited for it. There are people that are excited for it. Wasn't Man of Steel kind of disappointing at the box office? I don't think it was. I think it made money. It made a profit. So I think people were just, they thought it was, it wasn't the Superman that they were expecting. That's all. I think that was the main thing. That was the 9th most anticipated movie of the year of next year for people. That's no bueno. Yeah, 9,000 people in a survey. Yeah. You know, we'll see after the trailer, but I mean, I don't know. To me, I'm just like, all right, so that's fine, but it's still in the top 10, and I'm like, all right, yeah, I can understand. I totally understand that. Why? But at the same time, Captain America: Brave and the Bold is #1. #1. And again, that's probably just because it's got the Marvel Studios logo behind it. But I'm just surprised that Captain America: Brave and Bold. Did I say that? Brave New World. That I kept seeing so many Braves. But I'm just saying, like, that's over Fantastic Four. Like, if I had to choose, like, which Marvel movie I'm excited for next year, it's fucking Fantastic Four. I'm looking forward to Fantastic Four. over most of them. But man, that's the thing. It's like, wow, pretty crazy. Barbie was number 7 at the. See, I mean, that's the thing. And if that is true, I mean, that's the thing. It's like you just never know. That's why I'm like, surveys, 9,000 people. All right, cool. And I'm looking at the movies. I'm like, yeah, that seems. I was actually more surprised that Mission Impossible Final Reckoning was like top 3. I think it was number 3 or something like that. Or it might have been number 2. I don't remember. I should look it up. But Final Reckoning, Mission Impossible, when I kept getting, I was being told in my mentions, nobody's looking forward to this. The last movie didn't do well, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yet in that same survey, Mission Impossible Final Reckoning was like in the top 3. You know? So, like I said, it's just like one of those things where it's like, oh, again, people just want to put the doom and gloom on everything like right away. And I'm just like, can we let's just see the trailer. Let's see the reactions to the trailer, like the overall. You know, let's not look at the, because it's like an Oreo cookie. Let's not look at the 2 cookies. Let's look at the cream in the middle. Let's see what those people are saying, because there's going to be the extremes on both sides. Like I said, there are already people that are just waiting to shit on the trailer. They cannot wait. They are licking their chops to shit on the trailer. And then there's people that are licking their chops to just lift up the trailer and say it's the best thing they ever fucking seen. Let's look at that creamy center and see where people are at when it comes to that. And let's see that. That's what I'm curious about. Jay, which story of Superman will they go with it not being an origin story? And I don't know how they're going to fit in so many members of Jay. Well, it's going to be kind of like Kingdom Come, like a Kingdom Come type of story. That's what it's mainly going to be. Just think how like what Zach did when it came to Death of Superman and Dark Knight Returns, and maybe a little bit of Birthright. Just it's all taking inspiration from different stories and putting them in there. It's not taking one particular story and making a live action version of that. It's taking inspiration from numerous different stories. And I think there's going to obviously using the Kingdom Come type of logo. I think that's what's going to that was kind of an indication that it was going to be taking elements from Kingdom Come. So sorry, I had my phone on the charger and I freaking bumped it off my desk right here. So, anyways, I'll go ahead and take the shades off. I think that's about it. When it comes to all that, comes to the. All right, so I'm just going to start sending invites to whomever wants to show up. Get some beeps in here. All right. Did I get everybody? Make sure I get everybody. Sometimes I miss. Yes, I did. Sure, I have everybody. There we go. All right. So get some people in here. But yeah, so it's that's what's going to be interesting about this kind of stuff too. But I mean, I'm not going to lie that I'm very excited. I'm very excited for the Clayface movie. When I heard that Mike Flanagan, I was propping that up when the rumor was out there, like end of like a year ago. I was like, oh shit, him doing a freaking Clayface movie? Hell yeah. I'm all about that. Because you guys know I'm a huge Batman the Animated Series fan, which I think a lot of people are. And if you're gonna bring that character that was reinvented for reimagined for that particular series, I mean, come on. I mean, you can't. How do you go wrong with that? And I'm just kind of, and then I started thinking, oh wow, what if that's where? I mean, Batman might show up somewhere else. Who knows? Fuck, he could show up in Superman for all we know. But I'm just going like, yeah, introduce Batman in another way, because we don't need to introduce him in his own movie. Zach didn't do that, because again, I don't know, and I don't care what anybody says. Batman vs Superman is essentially Man of Steel 2. I mean, that's the thing. It was like Zack was telling a Superman story. That's what was supposed to be his entire run, was to tell a Superman story throughout from start to finish. It was a Superman story. He wasn't, well, but then he just had the idea because he loves Dark Knight Returns so much. Well, what if Batman is the villain in the second one, as opposed to just doing the obvious choice of Brainiac and Lex Luthor and stuff like that? What if we have Batman? And then, of course, they were like, well, can we expand on that? And of course, Zack did. Because at first, from from my information very early on, was Zack was not planning on doing the whole Justice League thing so quickly, but the studio pressed him to be like, hey, we got to catch up to those guys over there. But Zack, of course, didn't want to do the same thing those guys. So he was like, all right, well, if Batman's going to definitely be like the villain in the next one, I guess that's an opportunity to open up the doors of, there's other heroes in this world, I mean, he already had those doors open up when you had the Wayne satellite, and so it's just like it was already out there. So that's what's great. But it's like, man, Clayface movie. I'm on board, man, because he's like Batman the Animated Series just reimagined that character and really made that character what he is now in the books, in the video games. Oh my God. I still remember trying to fucking fight him in the Arkham games. Holy shit. That was not easy. And just such a cool, interesting character, So anyways, all right, let's start bringing some of the peeps in here. Hey, Chris.
How you doing, sweetheart?
How you doing, sweetheart?
Because that's basically how I've been talking most of the week. Is this
Yeah, dude. Dude, I mean, you probably got what I got, man. I tell you what.
I'm glad, to understand that. I guess talking over the stream, we exchange germs.
That's what happened. See what's going on in the world now? It's like now we're getting each other sick through streams. I mean, you're on the other side of the freaking country.
I see Phil apparently is blaming us as well. So you're welcome.
You're welcome. Yeah.
It's the fruit of the month club instead of the sick of the week club. It's the gift that keeps on giving, Clark.
There it is.
You know what? I just got out of a shower.
Yeah.
My nostril is like just.
Oh yeah.
And you know what? It's your guys' fault. I blame
it.
You.
It is. No, you can. It's perfectly fine.
I accept full responsibility. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what I bet it was? You know what I bet it was
what?
Kraven. It was Kraven.
Oh man, we're gonna have
apparently no, it's not Kraven's fault. Apparently, it's James Gunn's fault. When it all comes down to it, it's James Gunn's fault.
Oh man.
No, yeah, we're gonna dive into some Kraven talk because holy shit.
Sounds good to me.
Oh man, it'll be fun. It'll definitely be fun. We're not holding back either. We're talking spoilers because who the fuck cares about spoilers when it comes to that?
Talk to people out there. Say, what is a Kraven movie?
Yeah, exactly.
Kraven who?
Kraven?
They're Kraven me. No.
Is that a Batman villain?
Yeah.
No, it's Animal Man actually, but we'll talk about that.
And we got William showing up also. What's going on,
William? What's up? Let me know if this internet is messed up because
you're a little choppy. You're a little choppy. I will say that.
Okay. Yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna come back.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, we have Paul.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Yeah, you're rocking that Superman curl, Paul. Look at you.
It's just my hair. Sorry.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh yeah.
There it goes.
Sorry,
you should have kept it. You should have kept it going, Paul.
Yeah, I didn't mean to, have a cool little Superman.
He did not want to look like David Cornsweat.
No, I mean, I wouldn't mind that, but I think the last thing I want to put out there is like I'm Superman. At best, I may be a Jimmy Olsen. If we're being honest. No,
I think all of us would be a Jimmy Olsen, to be honest.
Yeah,
yeah.
We all are fanboys.
We're all fan. Okay, maybe not Phil. What would you be? Lex?
No.
Metallo.
Jesus,
I'm not that
Dave.
smart. I wish I was that smart, but no, I am not that smart. I don't hate Superman that much, so I definitely can't be that.
So you're not Parasite, so we know that.
There you go. I would probably, you know what? I'd be Jason
Lobo.
Todd.
Jason Todd.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
Jason Todd. Be good.
Yeah.
You'd be a Jason Todd. Okay.
If you guys know me, you know Jason Todd and I have a lot in common. So
All right, you're better, William. You're better.
Outside of the
with
killing
Much
people, you know.
And,
you don't know that.
Internet that actually
Not wrong.
that. Yeah. Thank you guys for joining. Yeah, I mean, we got plenty to talk about. I think one of the first things, everybody here see Kraven?
I have not
No.
seen it. I'm going to see it on Sunday night because my schedule
Okay.
hasn't been consistent
okay.
with that. But I've sent some people to see it, so I've heard mixed, and mostly just the movie doesn't make any sense. It's disjointed, bad ADR, just the same.
Yeah,
that's what I've heard.
Are you okay with spoilers? Because I was like,
I'm okay with spoilers.
Okay.
I don't mind.
Paul.
But I will say, however, though, before you even get started,
Yeah.
anybody who thinks that Sony is wrapping up their universe, I have some beachfront property right under me in this fucking parking lot for you.
And I'm with you, William. They're wrapping up this part. It's not
Yeah.
over.
And tomorrow night, I'll pimp myself for the first time for our show. Like I said, in Campia, went into something I've been saying for like 7 months now about the profitability of their movies, the 7 movies that they've done.
Yeah, you've been talking about that
And-
for a long time.
Yeah, and math is undefeated.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they're not
You're
stopping. They're
Yeah.
not stopping. They need to get better. That is inarguable. They need to get better, but they are not stopping, and they have definitely made a profit with these movies.
Oh yeah, I don't doubt
It
that.
is what it
Let
is.
him say
Especially how
so.
you've explained it, and
Yeah.
Paul, did you see it?
No,
Okay.
I
But
saw
do you
that. I
plan
saw
on
those
it?
trailers. I mean, the trailers were getting a little bit better, but not enough for me to be like, yeah, I want to just give Sony a chance again, or whatever the case is.
Okay, I mean, we're not gonna
No.
like spend a lot of time talking about it, but are you okay
No.
with like?
Oh, I don't
Wow.
give two shits.
Yeah,
like,
I figured-
I
It's
saw
crazy.
your review, Dave.
Yeah.
That's all I.
Yeah, I figured like when it came to anybody who's joining, I'm like, all right, I don't think anybody's gonna like. Everybody's going to see it because, they're not rushing out to see it. But I figured nobody gave a shit. And really, there's the only thing that's spoilery is like there's characters in the
Yeah.
Spider-Man universe that are there and that show up. And it's just like, okay, but it's not really, and it's not anything. But at the same time, it's like, going to your point, William, it's just one of the things that Sony really just knows how to do is like, hey, I don't care who's directing this. I don't care who's writing this or who's starring in it. It is going to feel the exact same as all the other ones that we did because it's just there's no distinction. There's nothing that stands out with any of these movies. They all feel like it's all just this, like it's just another episode from Amy Pascal and Avi Adad. It's like it's just another episode from them and their universe. There's no distinction here because I mean, who directed this? JC something.
Are you sure he directed it? Are you sure?
I don't think he
directed
did.
it?
That's the thing. I think they just hire some people. They direct the movie, and then Sony comes in and goes, "Nope. All right, we'll take it from here."
And I'm
That's
not
what
saying,
I think happens.
And I'm not saying he's the best director of all time, but when you do movies like Margin Call and things that he has done, he's not a bad director.
Yeah, right.
He's really
what
You're
not.
as good as what you have to work with sometimes. So
Yeah, or the people who has written it, or the executives who think they know what the audience wants.
William, check your
one
mic.
of them
make
needs to
sure it's
go
on.
away.
William,
forever.
check your mic. Make sure it's on. You might be using a different mic. Just double check. Is it because I know with all your stuff that now check. Good.
No.
Test. 1, 2, 3. I know StreamYard could be a little wonky like that. It sounds like you might be using like a. Oh, is it not plugged in?
Default one.
Nah, it's all good.
Let's see.
Yeah. Picture. Yeah.
How about that?
There you go. You're much
Better.
better. There it is. You're back.
Defaulted back
You're
to
back.
that old caveman shit that came with the computer. I don't know why.
Yeah. No, I was like at first I was like, I think you might be on some your computer's mic.
No, but
So
yeah,
he's done. Yeah, okay. So he also did Triple Frontier, which is a good movie too.
Yeah.
Margin Call, never saw it, but you vouch for that one, Chris.
It's another one of the 2008 Crisis stuff, but it had I mean, the cast is stacked in that.
Yeah, looks
so.
like it. Yeah, so I mean, like the previous movie he did was Triple Frontier, which I thought was really good. I actually really enjoyed that. He did also Most Violent Year, which I think that got a little praise too.
Yeah.
That was also an Oscar Isaac, Jessica Chastain. I don't think I saw it, but I remember it getting praise. But yeah, but I mean, it's just Sony has a knack for just being like, hey, we're keeping, they're consistent at least, because every one of these movies feels the exact same. It just feels the same. It just feels the same, and it's chock full of good talent, bad dialogue, bad performances. I mean, it's crazy how you can get these performances from people. I mean, and can we all agree that Aaron Taylor Johnson is just not a leading man?
Once again, you're as good as what you
well-
have to work with sometimes too. I mean,
True.
I mean,
Yeah,
he was in a-
Kick-Ass, he's fine. Even though
Yeah, but he
not,
wasn't
like-
really the lead. To me, he wasn't the lead in that. I think fucking Chloe Moretz, like Hit Girl, she fucking anytime she was on screen, she was
There's a biopic that he's in called Nowhere Boy. He plays John Lennon. He's actually really solid in that, and he's the lead.
Okay, so biopic.
The director on that is his wife.
His wife,
right?
correct?
Yeah,
Yes.
interesting.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh man, if you go down that Twitter hole, like man, people there are like if you go down on Twitter, like there are women on Twitter that hate that he is with this older woman that he's been with forever.
she's like what, 56 or something like that.
Oh yeah, she's up there. She's like twice his age. And it is pretty interesting, because obviously he's a good looking dude, he's like, and yeah, I've seen some of the most horrible tweets where they're like, yeah, he's with some grandma. It's like they hate that because they think he's so hot and he's with and I'm like, isn't that a good thing? I thought that was good. That was supposed to be a good
love, right?
Yeah,
exactly. Like, is he happy? Is she happy? Great, leave him alone.
Yeah, I thought that was the way it was supposed to be, but
mind your business.
Mind your business.
I'm not here to make any judgment calls or anything like that. I did think the age gap when I looked it up was a little bit weird, and I guess I don't know if this is true or not, but I think she's known him since he was like a kid. Like I think she even used to babysit him. So I think yeah, so I can see where some people are kind of like, but honestly, like they've been together for like a very long time. They've had kids together at this point. Like, like it's none of my fucking business.
Who didn't have a hot babysitter? Come on, man.
Dude, he's just living out. He's living out the fantasy. He's living out the fantasy with like when you had the hot babysitter or the hot teacher.
That's like an industry right now. There you go.
Yeah.
But no, I mean he's got kids and like seems he seems happy. So
if he's happy, he's happy. I mean, they maybe behind the scenes they do some freaky weird shit. Who knows? I don't care. But at the same time, Aaron Taylor Johnson, I don't know. I just don't think like when it comes to a character like this, like Kraven, I don't know. It's just like he could have the look, and he certainly could pull off. He was pulling off a lot of the action sequences and stuff like that. But man, he just has that voice where you kind of go, you don't have the voice. You would think like somebody like Kraven would need like that. He doesn't.
European.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, even from the first trailer,
you didn't see that coming.
Yeah, you didn't see that coming. Yeah,
everyone from the first trailer basically even said, even being somewhat out of shape, that were like Russell Crowe seems like a more accurate Kraven from the books than Aaron Taylor Johnson does. Like in terms
having
of
a
like
great time in this movie.
Yeah, I've heard he chews the scenery and just has fun with it. Basically,
he does.
Yeah,
he's probably the best thing in it.
He probably is. And I mean, I made a mention like when I was at the opening when I was like, man, Russell Crowe's been now in 3 comic book movies, 3 superhero movies, and obviously Thor: Love and Thunder was just ridiculous. And it was a small role, it was whatever, and it was very nauseating, and I it was ridiculous and stupid. But that the whole movie, that's what it was supposed to be. In this one, he's just having fun. And then of course, you know, when it came Man of Steel and playing Jarrell, I mean, that was just, he just knocked it out of the park. I mean, he, you know, but that was like, you know, of course, you're talking about 12 years ago, you know. So but you know, when it came to this, I was like, yeah, he's having fun, you know, he's got the accent down, and yeah, he probably was the best character out of the whole movie, because then you had, what's her name, Ariana DeBose. Is that what her name? DeBose.
She Academy Award winner.
Yep,
Two
Academy
Yeah.
Award winner.
Oh, she did not
Academy
give that
Award
kind of
winner in this
performance
movie.
in this.
Two
See, that's
Academy
the
Award
thing.
winners.
Wasn't bad. It wasn't
Wasn't
great,
like
but it
terrible,
wasn't
but at the
bad,
same
no.
time, it was like one of those, like, it's just kind of it amazes me how, when it comes to like a Sony movie like this, that they could take somebody who won awards and they could put them in something like this and just give them the worst kind of fucking dialogue to work with.
I don't even know, outside of being the MacGuffin that gives him the whatever formula we never figure out, and then having basically glorified sidekick, you could have changed that whole part and give it to Dimitri. Like, it is a disservice to her and her acting ability.
Yeah,
she's going to be fine, because this is not her first time. Like, as we said, Academy Award winning, outstanding actress. Completely unnecessary in this movie.
Nobody's gonna get hurt.
Hey, can we also, like, how many times can we say Calypso in that to make sure that we understand who she is?
Jesus Christ, they said her name so many times.
She looks like she's going to have a much better time in Love Hurts than this.
Absolutely.
For sure.
God, I can't tell you how many times I've seen the trailer for Love Hurts.
So have I.
Last month I've gone to the movie.
Yeah,
oh my God.
It's always playing. It's always playing.
I got it last weekend in front of both Y2K and Gladiator 2.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was just like, fuck yeah, this looks like fun. I mean,
It does.
Why not?
It does.
Good.
No, but I mean, like, yeah, but I mean, they were trying to, you know, be like, hey, this is somebody from this universe. Look at her. She's got she grabs one of his bow and arrows and she knows how to shoot it. Oh, you know, it's like, okay, so you're doing all, but it just, it led to like her eventually killing the foreigner dude, who I thought he was a kind of a cool character, interesting character, you know, and of course he's part of, you know,
Home Depot Scarecrow.
Pretty much
Home Depot Scarecrow. That's
great. That's great. Home Depot Scarecrow. I like it. You know, but at the same time, I'm like, I fucking hate this guy. I don't know. I just like, every time I saw when he was on screen, I'm like, you're gonna die, and I'm gonna like it when you do. But then when he did, I was like, oh, he just got an arrow to his eyeball.
Okay. So I'm glad you brought that up, because this he straight up tells the fucking idiot goons that, oh yeah, don't worry, I'm gonna kill Kraven, and then the goons walk the fuck away like it's nothing, and they're like, oh, okay, he's got it, and it's just like, you're not gonna stay to make sure he actually kills him? I mean, I know henchmen are stupid, but fuck, holy shit.
Maybe the henchmen in Batman 66 had more sense.
They did.
Probably.
They did.
Probably.
So
They definitely did.
I gotta ask, because he's such a B villain, but what did you guys feel or think about Rhino in the movie?
Oh, it was bad. It was bad. Okay, so we got his name is Alessandro Nivola, who's the actor. And
Troy.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I know him as Pollux Troy in Face Off,
Mhm.
which is Castor Troy, Nicolas Cage's brother. You know, I've seen him in other things. I've seen him, you know, he's been consistently working, but then it was just like, I remember I even recognized that when I saw the trailer, I was like, oh yeah, it's like that. And then I forgot. And then when I was watching the movie, I was like, oh shit, that's right. Pollux Troy's in this. He's the bad guy. He's the Rhino.
Where have he been?
Do you guys remember that awful wig that Kate Mara wore in Fan 4 Stick?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, it's officially been one up by the shitty wig he wore in the beginning of this movie.
Oh yeah, when they do the, okay, so the way that Kraven,
it's his Elvis stage, you know.
The way that Kraven starts off is like it's actually not I actually like the opening of it, because it's like, okay, he's going to this prison, he's being somebody else to try to figure out some information and kill some people. So he goes to this prison and he does exactly that. And then, like, that's the opening. That's how they lure you. I'm like, all right, cool. You know, some of the stuff, you know, the action, you know, fine.
As it was opening, I was having a better time reminiscing about Red October, because as soon as I hear that song come on, I always think it's Red October, and I'm like, did I wander into the right movie? Because I'm getting better feelings. Oh no, I'm in Kraven.
Chris, the first thing my dad, because like I said at the beginning, we had the theater to ourselves. So we just basically were talking to each other like we were just at home. My dad goes, is this the Hunt for Red October?
It's
he
like,
literally said that. Yeah, he was like, "Is this the Hunt for Red October?" And I was like, "Holy shit, I forgot that." I was like, I was like, dude, I haven't seen that movie in forever. And like, you're right. This is how this song, like the way that it starts. Yeah, he totally freaking brought that up, my dad. And I was like, because he loved that movie. And I was the only time I watched it was with him a long time ago. Oh, that's so funny that you said that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it does start off with that song, you know. But but it's a cool little opening. It's like, okay, he does that, breaks out, and then of course they do the whole 16 years earlier, and they show like the
drug
origin
on way
story.
Too long after that.
Dude. It goes on for a while.
People like to complain about the Krypton sequence in Man of Steel. I was like, ain't no fucking way. This is by a country mile, leagues and bounds, 10 times worse, and it's somehow it feels longer than it actually is, which is fucking shocking.
It's so long.
Can
It's
we
like, dude, when are we gonna get back to present day already? It's like, oh man, just they like build up so much, and then it was kind of funny too because when it comes to Dimitri, did not even think about it until he mimicked their dad's voice. I was like, okay, duh, that's gonna be Chameleon.
Yeah,
of course.
Bad ADR example number 1.
Yeah, it was very bad because I was like,
now at the end of the movie when we get that glimpse of him, that wasn't bad. That actually was pretty cool.
You and I feel very differently about that.
No, but when I say cool, again, look at the entire movie. That's what it's like. Okay, that wasn't bad. You know,
but the way that when you actually see his actual face, it's pretty cool. Come on, Phil.
I hated that.
That's okay.
They look pretty legit.
I was not a fan of it. Oh man.
Okay. Well, if anybody, you know, like again, we're talking spoilers when it comes to Kraven, but yes, Paul and William, you do get a glimpse of the actual Chameleon face towards the end.
Oh, okay.
I mean, yeah. I mean, he does. I mean, because he reveals. I mean, obviously, you know that he's gonna be that, and then of course he talks. They always talk about this doctor in New York,
the Jackal,
Miles Warren.
Yeah, of course, Miles Warren.
They lay the groundwork for things that are never. This is a problem. Is you guys what you if you have a movie and you could have all the talent in the world and all the coolest characters in the world. If you have a production staff, an executive production staff that is not, their goal is not to draw the best out of everybody involved in the movie, you're going to get, just hearing the Chameleon is in this movie, that's going to hurt watching that because that's a waste of that character.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
You're not wrong. Not wrong at all. You know, I mean,
honestly, he was also kind of miscast too. He was also kind of miscast too. Like Fred Hettinger probably wasn't the best choice to play this character.
And it was kind of funny because he's like one of the Caesar guys. He's
Carcotta in Gladiator 2.
I know. At first, I was like, "Why do I recognize this dude?" And then I was like, "Oh shit!" I was like, "Hey," I was like, "Dad," I was like, "He's one of the fucking dudes in Gladiators." Oh yeah. I was like, "Shit, man!"
Yeah,
guys, you know,
it would have worked better for me had it just been like when he turned around and faced Sergey, and it was just Aaron Taylor Johnson's face, and then he just walks the fuck away. I did not need to see like the Chameleon with the
they had to show the way they had to do that.
I get
it. I get it though. I get what you're saying. It's like you didn't need more of that, but they had to. They were like, we got to show is like the Chameleon.
Like I get it. It's
who appeared way before Kraven, or about a year before Kraven did. By the way,
yeah.
They don't even really. You don't really reveal that they're brothers until later. That's fine.
Yeah.
But the executives listen. There's no consequences to this. No matter how bad this movie is, even if they lose a couple bucks on this movie, the fact that, you know, with everything said and done, studio cut, everything else, they're $1 billion of profit with these 7 movies.
Yeah,
so
but it's riding the coattails of Venom.
Yeah, it's all Venom.
Yeah, but
the difference is with Venom that Venom knew what it was. And this continued double down on it because it was a formula that people responded to. They didn't respond to the other ones and gave it that chance at that point. Venom they did, and that's why they stuck to their guns on it. Whether we liked it or not didn't matter. The audience responded.
I agree with all that, but here's the thing: the people who matter, as far as like that goes, they're looking at a bottom line, and that's the problem. There's not going to be any shakeup when the
Correct.
math works that way, and there needs to be a shakeup at the Arad and that level is where your problem is. Because if you look at the common denominator, because there's different groups and different directors, different talent in most of these movies, except for the Venom movies, right? There's one common denominator, and that's the part that really needs to be thought.
It falls on the shoulder. Like every movie that William is talking about, every one of them are produced by Avi Arad and Matt Tolmach, and they are IMO the reasons why these movies continue to fucking falter, because they look at what Venom did and they go, oh, okay, we can just do whatever the fuck we want, no holds barred, do these characters whatever way. Fuck the source material, we don't really care. We'll just, do what we've been doing for like the last 20 years and it'll be fine. And it's not fine.
See, and the problem is us, we see it for what it is. The hedge fund guys and the golf cart guys and the yacht guys who can continue to perpetuate this, they're gonna, like I said, all they're looking at $1 billion in profit, 7 movies, $1 billion, and they're looking at Warner Brothers and they're looking at Paramount and they're seeing those guys lose their underwear and debt, and they're like, okay, well we're okay with this, but on a content and quality, there's not going to be any. You know what I mean? You don't have shakeups until you start losing money and having penalties.
Check this out. This is literally 10 minutes ago that this got posted by Variety. Even after Kraven the Hunter and Madam Web, Sony's Marvel movies aren't dead. Exclusive.
Who thought that was true? Exactly. Who thought that was ever going to be happening?
Yeah.
This iteration is over. This iteration is over.
Yeah, I didn't think it. I prayed. I mean, is that the same thing?
And it's not even an iteration. It's a bunch.
It was an educated wish, Paul. An educated wish.
Dude,
thank you.
There's nothing to even reboot. There's nothing. There's no. It's not like this is a cohesive something that was working like some machine. You got to start. Rebooting's your next movie because the other ones.
Fucked up part is. But here's the fucked up part: is they could have easily woven these characters together, and they just didn't. Yes. They could have. They could have woven these characters.
Something interesting about that article, it does say like Sony and Disney deal never precluded Sony from using Spider-Man in its in those movies. When it came to him, the character could show up in those films. They just chose not to.
I knew it.
No, that's a whole lot of garbage. I'm sorry. I don't
think
believe
so?
that.
You think so?
Why would it be?
It says in that article. I don't know.
They own the IP. They own the IP. Nobody, listen, if I own something and I'm letting you use it, you think I'm going to be like, hey, I'm going to let you borrow this, but I'm never going to be able to use it again? Fuck that with a capital F. There's no,
but again, why haven't they used it? That doesn't make any sense. I
got a question to that. I'm like I said, pimping my show.
All right.
Watch tomorrow at 8 o'clock. They are enamored with the glow of the MCU. The Pascals and the Rods, they don't have the balls to do their own thing. I never thought there was anything legal. They look at the shiny car that's over at Marvel Studios and they're like, oh, wow. Instead of going out and getting their own, they own the IP. Look, No Way Home, we're going on 3 years. By the time we get another Tom Holland Spider-Man movie, it could be 5 years. So you have the demand, at least some demand for Andrew Garfield or Toby, something like that. And in that interim, you did nothing with it. Because you're leaning, and even in Madam Web was not the movie you were supposed to get. They were trying to lean into Tom Holland Spider-Man, and when they couldn't line up the timelines, they destroyed their movie. That's them. It's never been anything. There's no way anybody who owns an IP like Spider-Man would ever limit themselves from using that IP.
Okay, I buy the whole idea that if you're going to have someone who's doing well with the product use it, why should you? I get that, and I understand that. I do agree with that.
I think Avi Arad is way too up his own ass to be like, I can do this without Spider-Man. I 100% believe Avi Arad.
I believe that too.
Yeah,
100%. I 100% believe that he probably mandated that Spider-Man not be in this movie
to achieve that. That's for damn sure.
But No Way Home sets you up to at least one more movie.
No, you know what it was? Fucking Beyond or Across the Spider-Verse gave them the out to do whatever the fuck they wanted, and still, be it Tom Rothman, be it Avi Arad, Matt Tolmach, who the fuck ever, still said, no, we're not using Spider-Man in any of these movies. Well, good job. You just shot yourself in the foot 10 times.
And
over.
it's sad too, because when we saw what was the recent one in Across the Spider-Verse, and when they actually showed Toby and Andrew Garfield, it was like, oh hey, we could do this, let's do this, guys, come on. And here we are.
No live action Spider-Man movie, whether it be Sony or Marvel Studios, has made less than $700 million, and that's not even in new dollars. I'm talking about not even adjusted dollars. So it's them. It's
the sad truth, because like even before they started working with Marvel Studios and Spider-Man movies, they made Spider-Man movies without Marvel Studios. So they've done this before
and successfully.
Yes, and it's just
MCU is going into this giant. And they're afraid that they can't put a movie out, which is stupid, because you got guys that just won an Oscar for a few years ago for Into the Spider-Verse. You have the talent there. They are working for you right now. They are literally on your payroll. They need to hand the reins over to Lord and Miller. They need to hand the reins over to them and make them the Spider-Man content people, because they are trusted. They have put something out there. They have the credibility, and that's what needs to happen. But yeah, I never understood why that crowd, when Andrew Garfield catches MJ, the crowd that was in jumped out of their damn seats.
Yeah.
You had them there. And Tobey Maguire could come in on a wheelchair and he would sell out. So
and if they wanted to, even if it's not to, you could pivot towards Miles.
Yeah.
You know, here's there.
The stupid thing about that.
Or
these dumbasses, and I've been saying this for 2 years. If you are Sony and you just hand over Miles Morales to MCU, you should be fired at that fucking
Agreed.
moment.
I fully agree with that.
Stock.
Yes.
If I own any of your stock and you make that decision, I'm gonna be looking for your ass.
You've given away the home game at that point.
You know, they could have saved themselves a whole lot of trouble if they would have maybe done something a little more off kilter like they're doing with Spider-Man Noir, and maybe do, I don't know, Spider-Man 2099.
Oh, you got Oscar Isaac right there.
Ben Reilly.
Ben Reilly too. That's another great choice. Look, there are options. There's a whole fucking web of Spider-Man shit you can do.
Pardon the pun.
How about I think you're trying to say a Spider-Verse, as you
They just have to have the balls to do it.
Yeah, but here's the problem. It's the same problem that it was with Spider-Man 3. It's the same problem with Amazing Spider-Man 2. Avi Arad. That's the fucking problem. It's him and Tom Rothman, dude. Like, those dudes do not fucking understand what they have in front of them, and they don't give a shit.
And they don't hire writers.
That too. They don't hire lore keepers. They don't hire people who give a fuck about Spider-Man, except for Lord and Miller, and even then, they have to fight to get what they want.
And that's wrong too. That's wrong. Somebody needs to say, "What, Lord Miller? Here's this briefcase. Here's their money. Here's your parameters, and it's everything. You've proven yourself that you can tell stories with Spider-Man." And like I said, everybody's like, "Well, I can't wait to see Miles in the MCU." No, because you know what? Who gets it? They get what, 15% of that? Disney gets a good chunk of that money when they produce the films, because Sony's a distributor. You do, okay, say it does 800 million. You take 15% off of 800 million. Why am I giving you 15% for something I've spent 10, 11, 12 years cultivating in that character?
Disney gets all the toy merch. Disney gets all the toy merch money.
And
that's fine. But then they don't need 15% of the box office. Oh, no. You get another street corner for that, man. So they need to be the ones that cultivate that when that goes live action. If they want to work with Disney, but the people who control that narrative should be Lord and Miller, because they've proven that they can handle that.
They have the best.
But the execs don't have the balls. They're like, "Oh, Marvel, we can't do anything that good. Why don't you fucking try?" I mean, the effort would be applauded at least.
They won an Academy Award for the first Spider-Verse. It's like fucking stupid. And then I'm worried about Beyond the Spider-Verse, because it was like, who knows when that's going to be coming out, because I mean, Across was great, and it was like they upped the fucking game, and it was so great, and then they left it off on a cliffhanger, and now all of a sudden it's like we're hearing stuff about delays and voice actors haven't recorded their lines, and it was supposed to come out not too long after, and it keeps getting delayed. I'm going, what the fuck is Sony doing right now? Are they shitting on the thing that is working so well for them? Meanwhile, they're like, hey, Kraven Kraven, hey, look at that. We got shots of the Daily Bugle on a fucking computer screen. You know the Daily Bugle, right?
That's beautiful. Put it in the movie.
Yes, look at the logo. It's a Daily Bugle, and I remember I saw that at first. I was like, oh, there it is. And I was like, oh, yeah.
They did the thing.
Bugle. They did that thing. Of course, it's going to be in there.
Right.
One of the first articles you see on a screen, it's from the Daily Bugle. It's like, all right, yeah, we knew that was happening.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, oh, that's cute.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought too. I smirked. I was like, there it is. I was like, yep.
I was like, oh, okay, that's about as much as we're gonna get in this movie.
Yep. That's
and then,
about as much connective tissue right there. Yeah.
Bringing it back to Paul's original question, though, I fucking despise this version of the Rhino.
Oh,
I thought it was so bad. Like, okay,
worse than the Paul Giamatti.
Yes.
Your bar is Paul Giamatti in a fucking robot suit. You didn't even reach that, bud. It's that bad. Okay,
Paul Giamatti. Wow. I would take him over this one.
Yeah, I can understand, Phil. I didn't see the movie, but I did see the stills that were leaked and everything or people just taking photographs in the theater. And I'm good with the mech suit after this. Like, I don't know what's going on, but like that looked rough.
There is a point in the movie where this version of Alexei Sitchevich, I don't even know if this is Alexei Sitchevich. As anyone who's read Spider-Man knows who Alexei Sitchevich is, knows this is a far cry from this kind of character. But there's a point in the movie where he's delivered some news about something. One of his goons dies, and I shit you not, he just stands there and like shakes his hands and makes this weird fucking noise where he goes, yeah, and I was like, what in the fuck?
Yeah.
Why is this in the movie? And it completely took me out of it. And then the whole bit of like he's got these dumbass little quirks. He's only like when he turns into the Rhino in the last 10 minutes of the movie, it's only from the waist up. I was like,
yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, he has an illness, and then he went to Dr. Wallace, right?
Miles Warren.
Well, Warren.
The Jackal.
Yeah, sorry. But the Jackal. Yeah, there you go. But so they mention him, and then of course he has like his little, pack that he wears that keeps the the whole thing for him from mutating and stuff like that. I mean, like I thought like it was a kind of a cool scene when he was like meeting up with like, people that were like, hey, who am I going to get you to, to get to hunt down Kraven and stuff like that. And then the guy was like, he unhooks like his little pack and then the guy shoots him. Of course, his Rhino skin protects him. I was like, all right, that's kind of cool. That's pretty villainy. But then, man, it just, like you said, Phil, and I remember we were actually messaging about that. I was like, when you mentioned about the sound, I was like, I don't know. He gets so over the top. Where I'm like, fuck, man. I mean, from the start, I was like, okay, you have something here, maybe. But then I think, like, again, Sony just comes in and goes, how about doing that, but, dial it up to 11.
Other than the producers and execs that really need to be sent on their way, like right here, if you're going to do Kraven, here's where you go. And here's the fundamental problem when it comes to any of these movies. Why do we even know or care about any what these characters are? Yeah, Spider-Man. So
they're supposed to be villains, and that's what it was kind of funny, like explaining that to my dad. Where he goes, "Wait, so he's supposed to be a villain?" And I'm like, "Yeah, but they're gonna make him like a hero in this, of course." And it's like
you have no villain. You have no
villain, so you have to create the villain from the villain, and it's like, and then of course they do a good job of being like, oh yeah, he's a fucking hero. Look at this, look at what he's doing. He's all about like taking on poachers and shit like that. Which I'm like, okay, fine.
This guy buried Spider-Man alive.
Yeah, but at the same time, if he's hunting humans, one of the trophies that he wants to fucking get is to hunt Spider-Man.
Right?
And that's the thing. Is like that's his ultimate like thing, and it's like, and it's kind of sad too because. I mean, you don't get there's a shot in the trailer that is not in the movie where he's like in his full, vest. Yeah.
That's not in the movie?
He's holding a torch. Not in the movie.
No,
not in the movie.
Not at
not
all.
Really? Wow. He gets it at the end.
I'm going to sue him. They lied to me.
No, I'm not gonna go that
Dude,
far.
the scene where he actually puts on, his fucking full-on Kraven like vest thing and sits down. Final shot of the movie.
Wear this vest in memory of me, Dad.
because things happen with his dad where he basically has some animals kill his dad.
Goes remnant on him.
Yeah, and it's not a bad scene, whatever, fuck, it's fine. But at the same time, it's like, and then all of a sudden he gets this letter from his dad, and then of course, he opens it up and finds that the Kraven like full on vest with the fur and everything, and then he just like puts it on as you have like Russell Crowe narration, and then he sits down in his little like throne thing, looking at himself in the mirror, and then that's it. I was like, oh god, that's how they ended it.
It's poetic.
That's
Believe
how
it or
they
not,
ended it.
You could if you fired everybody at the top, right? And I came in, I looked at all this, I looked at these movies, and I'm like, what can I do just for the shits and giggles to unite this and save it and make it make sense?
Make a jackpot movie.
No, I take Madam Web and actually fucking use Madam Web as I thought they were going to use her. And I put a Spider-Man in that universe. I put a Spider-Man in that universe from the beginning, and that changes the priorities of every character that we've seen. Especially
he doesn't have to be the main. He could just be, I don't know.
I would have done something different. Like if he were to co-mate all of this, I mean, I would utilize Madam Web in a way of like all the events of Venom and Morbius happened, and she sees them, but then at the end of it, she sees that Kraven is coming to hunt them, and on top of like the Spider Women, right? And the movie Kraven the Hunter is Kraven hunting Venom, Morbius, and the three Spider Women.
Turn Kraven into Moreland.
More or less.
Yeah, I would have done that before, before Kraven
he looked more like Ezekiel Sims.
No, I get what you're saying. I'm just saying you're combining a little bit of taking the motivation with Moreland in a way. Yeah.
But at the same time,
it's more
nothing wrong with
the
that.
idea of like
nothing wrong.
He's tired of hunting humans. Now he wants to hunt bigger game. And since
across the multiverse.
Maybe. Well, they're all allegedly in the same fucking universe, so
yeah.
Well, and Madam Web wasn't supposed to be that. Madam Web was supposed to be like a Terminator type situation.
Which I was really digging that idea.
Yeah, me too.
That sounded like such a good idea too.
And what I would do is I would say,
but then Sony, Amy Pascal, and fucking Avi were like, "Oh, that sounds like too good of an idea. Fuck it up."
Well, they were trying to line it up with some other studio's Spider-Man instead of thinking about their own. Because what that could have done is that could have tied into a whole bunch of things and made everything make sense. Because you have a universe that does, and what Madam Web was supposed to do is she was supposed to be able to see these other realities where there is a Spider-Man and realize, okay, where's mine? And that's what she was supposed to fix. And she would have had to go back in time or do something to fix that, which would have realigned everything that would happen. So even if you made these garbage movies that didn't make any sense, your very next movie, even after Kraven, would have something totally different because now you had a Spider-Man at the center of those universes. They could still do that if they wanted to, but like I said, they're so enamored with Marvel Studios, they don't realize they run their own studio. So
well, the next wave's they're gonna bring back, and we're gonna find out like on, I don't know, sometime in January that El Muerto is gonna be back on the fucking development. Oh man, remember when they were gonna do that? Yeah.
If the next movie's not a Spider-Man movie, then just wait till you get all the brain cells working together. Right.
Let's see. Okay, so this is actually a good segue to the whole fact of like villain movies, and we just it just was announced that Clayface is going to get his movie, and I at the beginning of this stream was just kind of going like, I am all for this, and
same here.
When it comes to, I mean, obviously Batman has the best rogues gallery. I don't care what anybody says, they do, and I think Spider-Man has a great rogues gallery too. And I think obviously Sony has not done a great job with it, but but at the same time, I'm just saying like Batman has a great rogues gallery. And if you're going to reintroduce him again, I don't mind that. Yeah, okay. If a movie about one of his villains, Clayface, who has never been seen on the big screen, if you're going to and there's so much there with the character that, and you've got somebody like Mike Flanagan who's going to be who's written it. He's got a script. I mean, it got Greenland. And what do we hear James Gunn always said? Like, it's all about the script. The script's good, then we're gonna fucking greenlight it. And then I'm just like, and then because I had people go like, what the fuck? They're gonna introduce a Batman character without Batman? I'm like, that's actually that's a good idea.
They already did. It's called Dr. Phosphorus.
Yeah,
Pretty
much.
Hilarious, by the way.
Yeah, I love him in Creature Commandos. We'll talk about
GI Robot. Oh my
god! But at the same time, yeah, GI Robot's the champ. But no, I'm just saying, like, just like how Zach introduced Batman into the DCEU world was like, I mean, the fact he literally said, like in an interview a while back, I don't remember where it's at. I wish I could find it, but he just goes like, because obviously the traditional thing is like, okay, Man of Steel, success. What's going to be the sequel? Well, you could do Brainiac. We've already set up some of that stuff right there. We could do, Lex Luthor. We've already set up those Easter eggs. They're in that world. But then he was just like, well, what about Batman being like the villain as opposed to, the super? And that was just like an interesting way to introduce Batman into this world who's already been established, who's already been around forever. And it worked. So I'm like, yeah, continue to introduce Batman in a different way, as opposed to just like, here's another movie of him fighting crime. It's like, okay, well, now we're going to have Clayface most likely coming out. It is definitely coming out before Batman Brave and the Bold. And I'm just kind of going like, cool, because there's no way that Batman's not going to end up showing up in that movie, even though if he's not going to be a centralized character. But at the same time, who knows how much Batman could be a part of that. And then when people go like, well, yeah, but that's like, wow, the villain, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, dude, Tim Burton based his two movies off of that. If you watch Batman and Batman Returns, do you think Batman is the central story in those?
No,
I don't think so.
Yes and no.
Yeah, but I mean, even Tim Burton said that he found the villains more fascinating than Batman.
It's true.
That's why they're so villain heavy. I mean, I would say that maybe Batman Returns is more Batman than Batman 89. To be honest, I think first Batman was like, yeah, you got a little sense of it, but then of course, with the whole Joker killing his parents in that version, it was just like a cool little, it was a good story of like tweaking things and everything like that. But let's face it, Jack Nicholson was the top billed star of that,
Yeah.
Well, my question is, are we going to make this Clayface full villain, or are we going to do, because again, Clayface has been a sympathetic villain in a sense, and sometimes
That
he's gone
version-
antagonist, and sometimes, but we've also seen Clayface versions go full villain. I want to see a full villain one. I don't want redeemable. I want to see full villain.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's going to be the T1000-ish one, which is the tragic.
Oh, of
figure.
course. There's no way.
Cool.
It's not.
Great.
He becomes a full villain, but not. I mean, it's complicated, but
Well, I mean,
Villains need to be. They don't always need to be mustache.
yeah. See, the best villains though, the best villains are ones that, even though they're doing some awful shit, I can relate.
it.
Like when Zod was a piece of shit and just didn't mind stamping off the human race. But at the end, that last scene where it said, everything I do, no matter how cool you think I am, everything I do is for my people. And now I have no people. So even though you still need to die, but I can understand your motivations and relate to your motivations. Same like with Black Panther. Killmonger was a piece of garbage who just killed innocent people, didn't care. But when he explains his motives, I can relate to his motives, but I cannot condone.
That's a key word there, William. You can understand. They're not necessarily redeemable.
No.
But you can understand there's a difference.
Yeah.
There's a very key difference. A lot villains you should be able to understand where they're coming from. Doesn't make them redeemable.
Nah, but that's what I think. I mean, I could see a Clayface. I could see pretty much any villain having their own motivations and be relatable, but still be evil people that are like, once you start killing innocent people and not caring indiscriminately, then you're a villain no matter what you are.
So who wants to take bets? Matt Hagen or Basil Carlo?
That's the thing, and that's what's so interesting about that whole thing, because like, didn't the animated series kind of combined them too, right?
A little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, in name it was Matt Hagen, but he had a little bit of
he had the name Matt Hagen, but they kind of did like a combination. So that's what's going to be interesting too.
Well, which one's in Creature Commandos?
We don't know yet.
They haven't. Okay, so it's voiced by Tudyk, but it's never clarified which one it actually is.
Mm.
I thought it was the shape-shifting one. The more the
It
Well,
is,
a
but it's
shape-shifting one.
they haven't said whether or not it's Basil Karlo or Matt Hagen.
okay.
That's the thing, like the identity of it doesn't. I mean, like no matter what, like when it came to the animated series, they reimagined the character, and then of course it's like, all right, well, here's the history. Let's kind of combine the two characters a little bit and stuff like that. So it's like, yeah, it's going to be interesting because it was reported that Flanagan loves Batman the animated series. Those episodes with Clayface, and especially like the introduction. God damn, I forgot what the title of those episodes were called.
Feet of Clay.
Feet of Clay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. Part 1 and part 2. Anytime there's a two-parter, I tell you what, those are the best villain stories for sure. But so I mean, they're gonna take heavily from that. I mean, especially that last scene when Batman traps him into all those screens and it shows like all his performances and he just starts like freaking out, man. You better believe that Flanagan has some kind of we got to do something like that in this movie.
Well, you've got a lot of different versions. You got Carlo, you got Hagen, you got Preston Payne, you've got Sandra Fuller, you've got Cassius Payne, you got Peter Malley, you got Todd Russell, and you got Johnny Williams. You've got a pick your one. Yes, Hagen, Carlo, even
probably gonna go with
Fuller.
Yeah.
Carlo was in Arkham City, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
And Asylum. And Asylum.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But-
yeah. So he's featured in I think in Asylum, but you never see his actual form. Like he changes and stuff.
No, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he's revealed in City. That's like the
Yes.
big thing. And then like that was a great boss fight that they did on that one.
Well, actually, it's funny because like during the fight with the Joker, prior to that, in Amusement Mile, if you actually use your detective vision while you're fighting the
you
Joker,
can see,
you can see that he doesn't have a bone structure and it gives away. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Pretty
good
funny.
detail. Very good stuff. Yeah, man. And it's the same with Asylum when you do the detective vision, same type of thing. That there's just it's just that. So yeah, so consistency and good attention to detail. Unfortunately, I mean the Arkham series is great. But when they did Arkham Knight, they did not have Paul Dini come back for writing the game story, and it shows. You can definitely tell.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think it was an issue dealing because they did like a DLC with City that Dini had not approved of, and that was sort of the beginning of the end, basically, with Rocksteady. Because after Arkham Knight, then now they've done like the Suicide Squad game, which is like basically Dead on Arrival, essentially. Yeah, it's not great. Anyway, but yeah, Arkham games, that and the current Spider-Man games are some of the best superhero games like ever made, not counting like the Injustice fighting games or whatever. So
For sure.
Yeah.
for sure.
But there's just so much universe in there, and they have to condense it down. But I mean, at the same time, like I said, I mean, like the whole thing it was up in the air, and then like Deadline was making it sound like it was part of Matt Reeves' universe.
Yep.
And I'm like, but then at the same time, I was like, is it if it's gonna be Matt Reeves, it should be more the Silver Age,
that's what I was thinking.
Killer.
Clayface.
Makeup artist of this Master of Disguise guy.
Yeah. So like, so then it was like, all right, James Gunn like finally confirmed, and it was like, okay, cool. And I'm going, why not? Because again, this is you're doing something different, showing the villain first. And yeah, I mean, there's just no way that there's not going to be some kind of Batman presence in that. And then just to have the shape-shifting monster type, I mean, you could do a lot of that. And the fact that, I mean, who knows how legit it was, but they said that like they're shooting for a $40 million budget. I mean, that's
Okay,
the way. That's the way that they should be doing for this kind of shit. Just like if the Sergeant Rock thing is happening, you better believe that's going to be around the same thing. And again, you think so? You think not?
Well, okay. So has everyone here seen the most recent episode of Creature Commandos?
Yes, I have.
Yes.
I haven't watched anything of the show. You can spoil
Right.
for me though.
Right. So the most recent episode is called Cheers to the Tin Man. It's predominantly about G.I. Robot.
And you see
Not a
Sergeant
good
Rock.
You see Sergeant Rock. You see
Yeah.
the Easy Company. You see World War II. I think you could do a Sergeant Rock movie for under $100 million. And Gunn has even mentioned, like, we have the technology available to adapt a character like G.I. Robot. We figured it out with Superman. And I'm like, are you saying G.I. Robots and Superman? Because your brother's in that fucking movie as Max Lord.
True.
So wouldn't shock me.
He probably is. Ooh,
He
didn't
might
think
be.
of that.
He
Yeah.
might be. But I think it's interesting that he announced that this is green lit and going forward, and has it, like, apparently according to Deadline, it has a date of September 11th, 2026. That's a month before Batman Part 2. So I think Batman Part 2 is going to get pushed again. Because James Gunn keeps talking. Yeah, James Gunn keeps saying Matt Reeves doesn't have a script, even though Matt Reeves said he has a script during the ending of all the Penguin promo. So,
well, maybe
I don't know.
What he means is like, I don't have a script that I've approved of.
Sure, there you go.
That's what's so interesting about that. It's like, because I reread that whole thing where it was like, okay, you don't hear an actual quote. It's not an actual quote from Matt Reeves. It's one of those like, he said that, and I always find that weird when I read articles when they have all these quotes from who they're interviewing, and then they'll just like, oh yeah, but he also mentioned this. I'm like, well, why don't you have the actual quote of him saying that? It's a very
weird thing.
Is
thing. Too, that's striking me a little weird too, and I haven't seen too many people call it out. Is just like the number of projects now in a year. I thought he was very specific on how many projects are coming out. Now we're flirting with changing that tune. I'm not saying you can't change, but that's very different from what he wanted.
Technically, that would be 2 movies, and as far as TV shows go, Lanterns is 1. That's 2 in 1. That's 3 projects in 1 year. Mm-hmm. You know, Supergirl in June, Clayface in September, and then Lanterns probably somewhere in between those 2 projects. That's 3 projects. That's nothing to sneeze at, but also it's nothing I would think to get worried about. But yeah. I kind of.
I don't count. I know the Batman is part of DC Studios, but I don't count that as amongst, because that has a pre-existing mandate. I don't. I wouldn't count that as far as like, because Matt Reeves is going to go where he's gone with this thing from the beginning. He has that kind of credibility. Mm-hmm. James Gunn is there, and I don't know how much James Gunn is there as far as structure goes. I think once you have a hit show and you had a hit movie, I think that's a gentlemanly type of thing as far as, this is part of DC Studios, but this is the nice shit that you inherited with the house, don't fuck it up type of thing. So I don't know how much. I think just Matt Reeves just takes forever. I think this is,
He does. I mean, there's that, and I've always hoped that the reason why he's taking forever is the fact that he's not just writing the Batman Part 2. He's also writing part 2 and Part 3.
He's creating a universe. He's creating a nice universe.
So I think that's my whole idea, is like the fact that it's not just a sequel. It's like it's 3, and then it's even like possible more spin-offs and shit like that.
I want a Catwoman spin-off then.
Well, he's also apparently just heavily involved with Batman stuff in the DCU. I mean, look at the dynamic duo film that's being produced by 6th and Idaho.
Producing the Clayface
movie, So he's probably just super fucking busy. I just don't think that. I mean, sure, they're both Batman IPs, right? You have a Clayface movie and then the Batman Part 2 releasing a month from each other. Like, you could, in theory, I suppose, do that. I just don't know that it's the best.
If they were 2 A-listers, I would agree with you. If they were 2 A-listers, Clayface is not even in the alphabet as far as like that kind of. So I think one could help the other. I think Batman's.
Maybe
Clayface could help Clayface. I don't think it could hurt the other way. That's just what I'm thinking. Like, now, if it were like a Batman and like a Superman, if it was one of the Varsity Squad getting released within that frame, then I could see that. But I think one could help the other.
Well, here's the other thing too. I'm looking at 2026 right now. We've got an untitled DC film in May 29th, 2026. We've got Supergirl in June 26th, and then we've got Clayface September 11th. That's 3 movies.
So that is 3 movies.
It is 3 movies.
When did that May movie get dated?
I'm just pulling up what Discussing Film has got the whole kind of slate from 2025.
Yeah, they did post that, right?
Well, the undisclosed movie can always be moved.
It can be moved. Yeah. It can be moved. They have the date right now. So.
It's the date right now. I don't know. It's like, again, when they start setting dates for these movies, I'm like.
But once again, none of those dates mean anything to me
until I know
that James Gunn is under contract for the duration of those movies being released. Otherwise, I'm like, okay, you can give me the date, exact date and time on your watch that it's going to hit the screen. If that could still not happen, it could still, it could get pushed back. So you have a lot of situations like that. I mean, who knows where the company's going to be by 2026? You know what I mean? So I would hold off. I can anticipate that kind of stuff, but I wouldn't bet any money on it right now.
And they could in a sense, depending on like a lot of studios do. They put that untitled project just to keep that date for them, and either relocate a project there, like say that Clayface may be ready more ahead of time. Hey, we can move that to the 29th date. And
or
then,
Supergirl.
Yeah. And then we got Rational Skeptic right here that Variety said that JJ's Superman is still in development. You remember that?
It's funny because I heard a rat said that movie got canceled.
I know you're talking about.
Yeah. That fucking fool tried to say Constantine and that got
okay. So it's very interesting because I remember seeing that too, where it's like, oh yeah, they're not saying that that's canceled. But at the same time, I'm like, well, I mean, again, they could, if they wanted to do a Val-Zod kind of Black Superman, fine. Don't do the whole thing. The idea of like just changing, make.
I don't need a black Clark Kent.
No. You have a couple of Black Supermen that you could do, and I think if anything, if that ends up being the case, and maybe they could do it for cheap too in an Elseworlds, by all means, have it done. There's
project I think would go, that and Constantine I think would go direct. I don't that's the kind of thing I think that would go to with Warner Brothers Pictures, because I don't think they're working with those two guys that are handling those. I don't think they're working within DC Studios, if I recall. So it's going to be weird to see how that goes, because Constantine is actually, you have him doing Swamp Thing and things like that, and Constantine is in that universe. So, and I remember when they were talking about the people who were doing the sequel to it, thinking that they had made arrangements to where they had control of the character. And generally, you don't have that kind of arrangement with a subsidiary. You would have that arrangement directly with the actual Warner Brothers Pictures. So I'm interested to see how that structure works and where it would fall. This is a question.
Can we just talk briefly about, like, do we know, like, all these projects and like which continuity is which, basically? I mean, now granted, you have Matt Reeves doing like Cape Crusader, producing that and stuff, which obviously it's its own thing. Matt Reeves is producing, I guess, the Clayface movie. Is the Clayface movie in the DCU?
Correct?
DCU.
Yeah, it is DCU.
Yeah, Clayface is DCU.
All right, Supergirl's DCU. Obviously, Superman's DCU. Swamp Thing DCU.
Swamp Thing's DCU, but their Constantine is not, though.
What about Dynamic Duo?
Dynamic Duo might not be.
That's Swaybox. So
all right,
it's animated and
it's probably going to be its own thing. Yeah,
okay.
Probably.
I assumed it was its own thing, but no one's even James Gunn hasn't officially said like in or out.
I would say that if James Gunn hasn't clarified whether or not it is in DCU at this point, it's Elseworlds until clarified otherwise.
Which is a beautiful word. We should say that again and again.
Yes, I love it.
We do need to say Elseworlds often. I also want to clarify too, because I think William will probably agree with me on this. With the exception of Supergirl, I honestly do believe it's on the table that if James Gunn's Superman movie underperforms or does not reach the level that they needed to reach, like, they could just end up making a lot of the projects end up being Elseworlds projects, basically. I mean, I could see that being a possibility.
I've heard this, and this is why contracts are important, because when you don't have a contract in place, you resort to the reaction and the reactionary thinking, and that could undermine everything he's got me excited about. Like, I'm looking forward to Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow, and how he announced it. That's what I'm looking for. But if the hedge fund guys say, well, 400 million, 500 million is not enough, then if there's no contracted things in place for what's going on, then they can start moving things around and start doing things. I don't think they would do that because he's a studio head and there are certain things in his contract as a studio head that that you can do. But once that contract is not there anymore, then yeah, that's very much a very possibility. I hope that's not the case. But once again, we're not talking about us on the screen and people who understand the flow and and the importance of these storylines and the structure. We're talking about people who look at numbers and dollars and leverage, and that's why until he's under some type of long-term contract, none of these projects, as far as I'm concerned, until I see something in front of a camera, and even still, none of these projects exist to me. And like I said, if I don't get Lanterns, fuck all of them, because
That's the
I got a
line.
problem with that. That's going to be that's the problem with all of this. That is a problem with all this. I don't know if James Gunn's going to be in his position in 3 years. So I want to get excited about something based on a Tom King thing. I want to get excited about something that Lindelof's working on. But I've been to that pool before, and I ain't jumping in if I don't see no water. So
up to this point,
That's
he's
fair.
done everything he's contractually obligated to do. His contract is allegedly up in 26. So whatever happens with this Superman movie is going to happen.
I heard
We don't know.
25.
No,
I heard
26. He
Is
signed
it
a 4-year contract and he signed it in 2022. That would put it in 2026.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So his contract
When
would
he
be up.
signed that
Heat is
contract,
on.
hey, Phil, when he signed it, did he sign it when he first came to DC, or did he sign that after he was named?
Signed when he was named head of DC
Okay,
Studios.
so that would be.
Because, think about it.
Yeah.
Think about it. Because when he came over to DC, it was right after he got fired from Marvel because of all that bullshit that happened on Twitter. So it was a different time, different contract, different project, because he was being courted for Suicide Squad. So when time came and David Zaslav comes in, you know, he's still working on HBO's Peacemaker. He's still doing fucking Creature Commandos, and he was contracted by fucking Mike DeLuca to do another Superman script. All unbeknownst to Henry Cavill and everyone else also wanting to do another Superman movie with him. Like, they wanted options. So when time came for David Zaslav to come in and make a fucking decision of who's going to run DC, he offered it to James Gunn. James Gunn said no. He offered it to Peter Safran. Peter Safran said no. Then they both get the idea of like, wait, what if we do it together? Then I'm sure a conversation, whoever reached out to who happened, and they were like, we'll do it together. And that's, I'm sure, when the contract was signed, probably sometime in October, because that's when his announcement happened. If not, maybe sometime before. But
why not announce that outright, though? I mean, I understand what you're saying, but why not? If there's long-term security in place, one of the biggest problems that DC has had is instability. Wouldn't that be something you're laying out all these projects? Wouldn't you want people to know the foundation, the contractual foundation?
For the same reason why he doesn't announce projects until the ink is dry on the contracts, because probably wasn't dry.
But the contract, as far as like even like Zaslav could announce that. I mean, you're putting this guy in, and you're saying let's buy in all this cool stuff, given the history, and even if you can say it's completely different, the past is prologue unless you say otherwise. And that's my biggest deal. Somebody, like I said, I'm open to this stuff. I just don't trust it at this point. I don't trust that the reactionary.
It's hard to trust because we haven't seen like any kind of critical reception to a finished project. Creature Commandos is halfway through its run. Superman doesn't come out till July. We're not going to see any real hardcore data from any of this until that movie comes out.
But do I need data to have a commitment? If I'm committing to this universe, am I committing it long term? You know, it's like if I hire a coach, am I going to?
I guess commitment for you would probably be like, what are your parameters for commitment at that point? And everyone's different. I mean, I'm not trying to like put words in Paul's mouth or anything.
Put a ring on it. He needs to put a ring on it.
I'm just saying, like for exemplary purposes, Paul's not exactly excited for the DCU, nor does he have, the enthusiasm to do so, and he's well within his right to express as such.
100%.
He's one of the most well-endowed comic people I've ever met. But at the same time, it's like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, no, Paul, you have to watch Creature Commandos. No, Paul, you should give Superman a chance. That's a dickish kind of thing to do, and that's a thing a lot of other people try to do on the internet. Whereas Paul, as I understand it, is looking at it from like, well, I've been kind of scorned before. I'm just going to wait and see what fucking happens before I check into anything that even remotely intrigues me. Am I right or am I wrong?
No. I would say that's. I mean, look, I checked out Cape Crusader. I'm at some point when I have the time, I will sit down and finish Superman and Lois, because I have a buddy of mine that loves Superman, and he's a fan of Cavill. He's a fan of Chris Reeve, and he finished the show and he said it was one of the best Superman things he's seen. So I was like, all right, cool. So he gave it that endorsement. I'm like, I'll check it out. If he said something similar about Superman Legacy, maybe then I check it out and see like, okay, like let's see what my friend's talking about. But until that happens, like, yeah, I'm not running out to go and see it. And like, I have no interest.
And that's okay. Because
Yeah,
again,
totally.
you have, it's okay to have what you've based on what you've seen, what you like, what you don't like. You're not necessarily saying it's going to be the worst thing and blasting it because, like you said, you'll wait and see and press judgment then.
Yeah, exactly. And again, DCU aside, like one of my favorite things that I've seen this year was the Penguin, which was one of the best DC things I've seen in quite some time, probably since Zack Snyder's Justice League. Because like I liked the Batman. I loved the Penguin the way I wanted to love the Batman movie, if that makes any sense. But I'm glad that they are in the same universe.
Yeah.
So yeah. So yeah, and I'll endorse it if it's a good product, but I got to see what the product actually is before I even get excited anymore about DC in general. Marvel is more up in the air. Like I kind of knew even before I went to go see it that I was probably going to love Deadpool and Wolverine, and it turned out I did. Like, but I have more faith in Marvel because I've been scorned by Marvel for sure, but they've given me enough trust where I'll give them the benefit of a doubt. You know,
That's what I mean.
like yeah.
Yeah,
Like I don't know what the fuck they're doing with Chris Evans and Robert Downey Jr. right
we'll
now
talk
in this
about that in a
Doomsday.
bit.
Oh yeah, no. But I'm gonna give them the benefit of a doubt because I'm giving it like 50-50 that it's gonna come out and it's gonna be like something worthwhile, you know. But yeah,
From a base consumer, that I'm one of those. That would be fine. From a cohesive structure, to me, it's not good enough. For me, I need to know that what I'm buying into is going to be there. And if there's other reasons, obviously, but if okay, this movie comes out and it's good, it doesn't necessarily make what the hedge fund guys want, but we have something to build on. So I buy in. All right. Now, as a customer, the trust is the biggest thing you have. All right, in continuity. I need to know that there's continuity beyond a lame duck contract in order for me to say, okay, I'm in. And because every consumer wants more than what they pay for. When you sit down in front of a movie, you want to know that you're paying for more than just that movie. You're buying into a world. And if you're buying into a world and you're building a world, you need time to build that world. And options and stuff like that, fine. But I need to know at least a certain portion of this world, a good, healthy portion of it, is covered by the fact that it's actually going to happen. Because sadly to say, the one consistent thing about Warner Brothers from one regime to another is investors are not fans like us. Hedge fund guys, financiers, they're not thinking benefit of the doubt. They're looking at that bottom line, and if that bottom line doesn't go their way, they are prone to make changes that would probably fuck things up for people who are looking forward to some of this stuff. Right. So, like I said, I would love to see him. They commit to him to the point where I need to know I'm getting. We're getting a certain one, and then I can jump in. Otherwise, it's like anybody who's even a tacit fan of DC, last time you got excited about this, I was talking to a guy today, and we were talking. Last time we got excited about certain things, we remembered how it ended and why we're here, and so some little guarantees every now and then would help.
Little guarantees help, and we're gonna get help from your co-host right here.
Fuck.
Yeah, co-sign that. Fuck.
Miss my adoring public, yes.
Yes, I thought you were just letting me on.
Okay, if you two were the emperors in fucking Gladiator 2, who's who?
I'm not the one who put the monkey in charge.
That's fair.
I'm Joseph Quinn's whatever his name was.
I'll just take Maximus. I'll just take Maximus.
You're dead?
You're dead?
Well, you notice how even in Gladiator 2, he's still kind of around, because he's so revered.
No, because he's dead.
Yeah, but technically we go with the whole Star Trek thing. He's not really dead as long as we remember him. So.
Stop it.
Well, also we could technically there is a script out there for Gladiator 2 that has him coming back.
Oh yeah, has him
you don't get to tell me what to do.
I just did.
Well, on that wonderful intro.
No, you know what? No, you know what? Never mind. I was gonna say something, but I'm not gonna say it.
I just noticed that Dave is gone, but I would have laughed a lot harder if I looked up there and the chair was just spinning in place, he just left the
really funny.
What, did I scare him off and let the chair spin?
I don't know. I've never seen him go like that. I don't know.
He doesn't have the scorcher.
He
He ran off pretty quick.
Yeah.
I
had a pee.
Oh, there he
Come
is.
Oh, sorry.
All right.
Oh, yeah, we're afraid I scared you off because apparently.
Yeah,
people-
so I was like, "Oh, Brad's here. I
yeah,
better
people-
take off."
Yeah, apparently
Yeah,
people,
that's the kind of effect he has on us.
people don't like me anymore. That's why we have hashtag blame Brad.
Yeah, exactly. Blame Brad. I had a pee right when he showed up.
Yeah,
No,
Yeah, I get it.
hey, what's up, Brad? How you doing?
yeah, it's good, man. And apparently there's some Clayface talk, or that's kind of where I'm coming in at.
A little bit. Yeah, we were
Yeah.
talking about Clayface. Yeah, we were
Yeah,
talking
and-
about like how it's interesting. Like
And just kind of the general tapestry of what's going on with DC Studios at the moment. And yeah, I mean, I guess just give my kind of like general 2 cents on it. I mean, yeah, I'm definitely with William in the sense that it's like I definitely want to see some, if you're plotting out, like if you're doing a 10-year plan, I definitely want to, having like gun locked into a contract, for that amount of time, I still want to see something that's going to give me some reassurance that this is going to, be a long-term thing. It's just not to get, the rug pulled out from under us again. And again, it's like I've kind of shared how my thoughts have sort of evolved on where James Gunn, what he might be doing and all that stuff. But Clayface, just kind of in isolation, and maybe it's the perfect time to kind of mention this, just come off of Kraven, but I don't know. I mean, it is a different studio, but I think I'm kind of at a point now where I'm just kind of like burned out on villain movies.
on what? You don't like what villain movies?
Yeah, because it's like
How many villain movies have been out there?
we've had Morbius. Well, Madam Web was the villain, but
Are you talking about the Sony ones?
yeah,
Because of
yeah.
No,
so-
the executives are the
because of
villains. Come on.
Sony.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fair.
Because of Sony, you're burned out on villains. So.
Yeah. Well, because Kraven was because William, you haven't seen it, have you?
Sunday
Oh,
night.
we already spoiled it for him.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
not worried about spoilers.
Yeah.
Don't worry about
Well, I
it.
mean,
It comes in.
I pulled up my phone. I mean, Phil, I'm definitely with you on like I prefer the mech suit for the Rhino. And I will say this is the best I think of the non-Venom ones, which that's not a high bar to clear, but it's just kind of emblematic of like just the whole approach that Sony has taken to the Spider-Man villain universe. Is they outside of Venom, they really never committed to a vision or like an overarching. Venom was the one where you could tell like they had confidence in what they were doing, and
Yeah.
Madam Web, Morbius, and Kraven, they second guessed everything they were doing. That's like there never really was any kind of connective tissue between all of them. And again, it's like you're taking these villains, or Madam Web's case, kind of more of a tangential supporting character, and you're just kind of putting them in isolation away from the character they're most closely connected to. Now, I am with you, Dave. It's like I would expect that Batman, if this is going to be DCU, I would expect Batman's going to make an appearance in the Clayface movie, because it's like if it's not, then if he's not, then what the hell are you doing? I mean,
And
but
they'll market it. They'll market it too. Like, hey, they have to.
yeah, but otherwise, it's like I as far as like projects centered on the villain, I mean, the Penguin series obviously is phenomenal, but otherwise, it's like I just kind of want to see if they're going to do stuff that's centered on the villain. I feel like they just in general is the kind of approach.
The Penguin doesn't count though,
changed up.
because not as far as comparing it to Sony, because there's a Batman in that universe. There's no
that's true.
Spider-Man.
Well, that's and
Probably.
that should tell you something about how the comparing them side by
Well,
side.
it's also
so.
really not fair to compare the two because one's a TV show, the other a bunch of movies.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. So, and now Clayface, that was announced today or yesterday. Like, how long has it been? I mean, it's
So-
already kind of.
Deadline announced that a movie was greenlit and happening yesterday. James Gunn came out and confirmed
Yeah.
Flanagan wrote the script and it is for sure greenlit and happening today.
Okay, yeah, because it's sort of been rumored for a while, but no, this is the first like hard
For like
copy.
a year. Like
Yeah.
he pitched it like a year ago.
Last year, yeah.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
but everybody was kind of wondering like, what universe is it
Yeah,
in?
well,
And
That was
then
a big question for me, because it tells you what kind of Clayface you're going to get. Because if it was
Yeah.
in Reeves, you're getting a Master of
Silver
Disguise
Age.
with practical
Yeah.
guy, and if
Yeah.
it was in the if it's in DCU, then it's going to be the T1000 or
Yeah.
How much would have bet all this villain talk of like what they're trying to do with certain villains is probably the reason why Matt Reeves keeps having to rewrite his fucking script for part 2. Oh damn, I was gonna use Clayface, now I can't. Oh darn, I can't use Hush now. Fuck. Maybe I can use the Court of Owls. James Gunn's like, nope, we're doing that in Batman Brave and the Bold. Damn you!
Well, that's like 5 years from now, dude.
Yeah.
Batman,
I'm
when is
just-
Batman Brave with the Bold get
I'm,
released?
I'm just talking shit, but
Yeah,
you know.
Court of Owls would be perfect for Matt Reeves, though.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
and I think he's already set the base.
See,
the
I
foundation for that.
really had kind of had my, I sort of had my sight, or I was thinking the guy I was centering, my mind was centering on by the end of the Batman was Mr. Freeze, because I just, with half the city,
mean,
It could still happen.
with the city flooded, I just feel like there's so much you can do with like an
not
ice
only
storm
is
Yeah,
the
on that.
city
winter.
flooded, yeah, exactly. The
It's
winter
not gonna be
setting
flooded
too.
by the time
Yeah.
you get to Batman too.
No, it's going to be iced over.
Yeah.
Everything's going to be
It'll be
iced over
cold.
because by the time Penguin ends, it's like middle of December, if not close to Christmas.
Yeah.
But
And
when does
apparently-
Batman 2 take place though? Is it right after that?
Allegedly, like right after.
Allegedly, it's supposed to be like a pretty tight timeline.
So
Yeah.
is that, and that's actually kind of interesting, because I mean the whole trilogy, or like the Batman epic crime saga, that the whole thing's, there's the whole collective name for it, because Penguin takes place right after the Batman, and then Batman 2 is apparently going to take place right after that. So is the whole thing going to take
Right.
place in the span of like a couple of months?
I'd
That's
imagine
probably
so.
what's what I mean, and like that's the thing. It's like, when you have something. I mean, if you go back to what Zach wanted to do, he was going to have a pretty tight timeline as well when it came to his. If you look at like what he wanted to do between Man of Steel and I guess you could say his like 5 movie story arc, it wasn't going to be. I mean, what BVS takes 18 months after
Man of
Man
Steel.
of Steel.
Yeah.
And then
And then Justice League takes
League is
place like
like
6 weeks after that.
Yeah,
you
and
know?
then
Right.
you have some time jumps in the sequels, and then like the epilogue of Justice
Well, not
League
even
3.
like that much time. I mean, if you're
Yeah.
talking about literal time jumps, like
Yeah.
because obviously we're going to be, going from the future timeline to this
Yeah.
timeline, sure. But if you're talking about the present day timeline, it was supposed to be a pretty tight timeline.
Yeah.
Well,
which is
Penguin
one of the
moves you
reasons
down the
why I'm
road,
like,
though,
hey
though.
guys, if we're going to wait till 2032, I don't know, we're going to get. Anyways, go ahead. I don't want to rile up feathers. ahead.
Well, and of course they had
Unintended.
like the epilogue.
Yeah.
And then they had the epilogue that's like 20 years later. But I mean, but
Yeah.
even like everything you just laid
The
out there,
time-
but it's like the Batman's like, it still seems like that's even more like compressed than that, because that it sounds like this might like takes place like within the span of 1 year, like the whole trilogy, all the spin-offs. It might be like really, really compartmentalized.
But when
That
you
would
look
be-
watch the Penguin though, they're not right up. I mean, it starts out that way, but as it goes, there's time that has passed.
Yeah, but not a lot.
But not enough for the city to be. I mean,
Well, you got to think
year.
like it's about Halloween time, the Batman.
Oh,
So and then you see the timeline that happens with the Penguin, like what Phil said, it goes right into basically December. And even Matt Reeves said it's not quite, doesn't make it quite the New Year, so it's not the New Year. So you're talking about between, when it comes to the Penguin and the Batman, you're talking about 2 months essentially.
Yeah.
It felt like longer, but yeah, I gotta
Of
be-
course, because of the time frame in between.
Well, I'm looking at the weather and how everything and the just using logic of how long it takes to do certain things that they did in that show that you just couldn't do in the amount of time, and where he's at when those mushrooms and all that stuff, he good. That takes time that's longer than that time period to get
All right.
those where you got it. I'm just
confirmed. Williams growing mushrooms in the Sci-Fi
there you
Center.
go, man. Now the DEA is going to raid me, but there's just certain things that
Wait a
happen.
minute, they said they're gonna raid you, William?
Oh, it's
You
can
set me up for that, man.
Can you push him off the screen? No, it's just when I watch the Penguin, I just don't see it. I just don't feel that it's that compressed because there's certain things that happen throughout, and then certain things that they reference to.
Yeah, it takes. I mean, it's. I mean,
I'm
but
thinking more like 4 months than 4 months heading on 5.
No, not 4 months. Nah.
No.
I mean, the way that it ends, and you could see like where Gotham is at. I mean, no, it's a pretty tight timeline story. I thought, so. Then it's just like the question is like, okay, so if the Batman Part 2 and if Mr. Freeze is going to be like that main villain, and I'm like, and now I'm going, all right, Clayface is out, because that was up there. Clayface is out. You have, Riddler and Joker in Arkham. You have Catwoman out there. It's just going to be interesting to see, like, if he does end up doing Mr. Freeze now, because I was thinking, I think he's going to do Silver Age Clayface, but now here we are. Not going to happen for sure. Now, but then of course, Court of Owls has already been, the foundation's already there, so
And you could put
But
them
it's
in
like-
with their pre-existing history.
they need to do like a full on like on that DC podcast thing. They need to have Matt Reeves show up and just finally announce, "Hey, script is done." Yeah, I'm trying to do a Matt Reeves because he's got a high voice. Script is done.
He does have a high voice.
I got, this is who's going to be involved. And, he just needs to show up and just like give the details because we've been waiting for so long.
Was
They
that
need
Matt
to, like,
Reeves? Was that Matt Reeves ran with a plan?
Yeah.
Because you could do Mr. You don't have to have a flooded city to do Mr. Freeze. That's really not a prerequisite.
No, they don't. They could still be clearing some of that stuff out. I mean, even the Penguin, they showed like part of like what do they call that? Something Heights, whatever, where they had the where they were hiding out, where he put his mom. What was that called? Something Heights. I don't know. But you see like the aftermath of all what happened.
Crown
So
Point.
it's gonna still be like an aftermath, but but yeah, there's not gonna be water. I mean, obviously the water, it's not gonna be like fucking icebergs like in Gotham City or something like that. I think that would be a little too on the nose. But there's still gonna be leftover, damage, I guess you could say. What the fuck? Iron Heights? No, it wasn't Iron Heights. What were they called?
Crown Point.
Crown Point. That's what it was. Why did I think Heights? I don't know. But yeah, Crown Point, you still see like cars and shit are all fucked up and the place is fucked up. So you're going to still see that, but you're not going to see like giant icebergs like, they're we can't clear it out. Not enough shovels, or something like that. It's like,
Yeah, it also depends on what level they want to go with, because I would say this is a heightened reality, like maybe just a little bit level above the Nolan films, but not necessarily like the Tim Burton movies. So I want to say that there's some level of realism. So whether if you have a Clayface or a Mr. Freeze or something like that, there's going to probably be some basis of groundedness, I feel, to a degree. So I mean, depending, I don't know, unless Reeves' intent is to get more and more fantastical as the series and the movies and things go on. Yeah, I mean, I
think
don't
it's more of like it, and again, it's just he's not trying to base it so much in reality. He's trying to create like a different kind of, hey, there's a reality here, but it's still very dark, gothic, gloomy, and it's like, and if he has a really cool idea of like, I mean, look what he did with the Planet of the Apes. I mean, that's just.
Oh, Dawn, Dawn. I think Dawn is the best of the whole franchise. To include the original.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, what he did with all that, and that's such a crazy idea, but he grounded that to be like, oh shit, you know what? This is, give
him a device.
Yeah.
You can.
So if he could take like the idea of Mr. Freeze and put it into like something where it's like pretty grounded, fucking hey, man, I'm all for it. I mean, I think that man can do anything he wants, and it's just, but it's like it's getting to the point where they have to like almost have to like do like an unveiling of the Batman 2 script. It's finally official, and here's who's going to be the villains. Here's who's going to be involved, and they could do a whole thing, live stream it, and it would get a shit ton of views. And I don't know.
I've seen some reactions from some of this talk about it when Gunn said that Reeves is still writing the script and he hasn't seen first draft yet. I've seen some reactions where people said, "Okay, just can this and like focus on Brave and the Bold," and it's like,
no,
or consolidate them. And I don't know if you saw this today, but I mean, John Keane,
the simple.
I'm not going down too much down the scooper rabbit hole, but just to kind of play devil's advocate. And again, I'm not saying I endorse this rumor or speculation or whatever, but Campio had a video talking about this today or yesterday where he said, yeah, just watch out for an announcement where Matt Reeves is going to be highly involved in the DC planning or however he phrased it. And
he is, but his universe is still going to be separate. He's still going to be doing. Yeah. He's going to be doing DCU projects, and those will get announced. But it doesn't have any.
Well, I know I get that, but he, again, I'm not saying that I'm not saying I'm taking like the side of it should be integrated.
Somebody's reading somebody's tweets named Grace Randolph. Anyway, listen. She's the queen now. Everybody's like, "Oh, Grace, you know all."
And I'm not.
That's right, James Gunn's little bitches.
Jesus Christ.
Well, again, I'm not saying I'm like behind doing that. I'm just saying it's like it but it seems to
I
be.
saw her tweet earlier. Where
it seems some people are getting on board with the idea. Just retcon it into Gunn's plans.
That's the difference between fanboys and people who get paid to tell stories.
But even some people in
that
entertainment
the
media
truth?
seem to be doing that now, though. Which
That's
is like,
those
I
are
can't get
fanboys.
But I can't get my head around that though. That you want this to be retconned into what Gunn is doing.
That's
Fanboy
the last
logic,
thing I
that's
would
all that
want.
is. Yeah.
I think a lot of
I
people-
have more investment in the Batman universe than I do anything that Gunn is producing right now, personally as a fan. But
And I
yeah,
actually have
keep separate.
success in data. I actually have, okay, I know based on the success of the two things I've seen with Reeves that I'm going to get, however long it takes, I'm going to get the continuation of that. Whereas, like I said, I got Creature Commandos and that's it right now. Well, I'm enjoying it, but I just don't, I'm not gonna hitch my train to a caboose that could not go anywhere. So, but it's that instant gratification. Everybody wants to consolidate things, but you got to realize though, the dipshit executives for the last 10 years with that one universe and one so-and-so at a time, they've pretty much trained people to think that way. And that's something that I'm glad that's being thrown away because it was a stupid mentality to ever have. So, and now we're in a different place now. So
I'm glad it's being thrown away too. I just hope that David Zaslav or somebody doesn't pull it out of the trash can.
The problem is two people will walk if that happens. Matt Reeves and James Gunn will probably both walk. And there's, like I said, when you're a studio head, until even though I'm worried about his contract, not being able to support some of the projects that have been announced, while he's under contract, there's different terminology in a studio head contract that is not in the director's contract and not in a producer's contract. There are certain things that purviews that he does hand over to him without that are exclusive, and that would be a violation of that agreement. That's before he signed on and said, I'm going to bring Saffron with me and we're going to take on this job. Trust me, there are certain things that were in there that would allow him to work with a certain amount of autonomy that he would not have to worry about certain things like that. So I'm pretty sure he had some level of veto power when it comes to Zaslav. And to be honest with you, Zaslav doesn't seem like a hands-on guy at this point. Not unless he's
not. He definitely is not.
No.
So, but for better or for worse,
probably a good thing.
So
I think that's what was smart about Gunn and maybe Saffron were like, hey, if we're gonna do our thing, you gotta fucking leave us alone.
That's gonna be contractually as a studio.
They have it contractually in their contracts to
more.
Like
I said.
They have it written into our executive overheads 2 words: "fuck off."
Yeah.
No, well, there's just certain things that whereas okay, and it's probably itemized in there, like okay, if there's conflicts with this, or if this, or you're giving me purview to do this, and this by signing this, you're saying that this is what I've done. Now, results matter. If Superman makes $12 or some shit, then that parts of that probably kick in. But right now, during the actual process of, I guarantee you, lawyers sat down, he sat down. Every person who's running a studio, even Feige, has certain things in there that are going to be protected. Otherwise, there's no point of them being there. You know what I mean?
There's always going to be that logistics and stuff.
There's actually
hey, we got Austin showing up right now.
Austin?
What's up, guys? How y'all doing? Sorry, I'm late.
That's all right. That happens. We're just talking logistics when it comes to DC Studios.
Nice. I pulled a Paul tonight and took a nap before the stream and just woke up.
Nothing wrong with that. But yeah, I mean, like that's the thing. There's when it comes to contracts. I mean, DCU is it's a weird, but it's just kind of funny, like seeing reactions and stuff. I mean, obviously, James Gunn posting that video of the behind the scenes, because they were talking about it during the junkets, and they're like, oh yeah, there's like a video that he had. It was like, oh yeah, they're doing like the sex scene and yeah. But it was just, I mean, to me, I was like, when I started going, oh my god, the reaction, what are we doing? What? Like, why are everybody freaking out?
The actual scene is much graphic than her moaning and groaning. I mean, they show ass. On
Dude,
that.
I thought Frank Grillo had more vocalness in that shit than she did.
They're definitely not discreet. Yeah,
it's like why
that
triggered you?
No, it triggered people. Like not me.
It definitely triggered Grace.
That triggered anybody.
It triggered Grace.
Oh, it triggered her.
I saw that
too. Yeah.
Grace posted that. Did you give her consent?
Grace getting triggered is there's so many different things that she has said, like that legit. I'm not saying that people don't have a right to be offended by certain things. I'm just saying that she's done more triggering than over the last number of years.
Just her
of
voice
career.
alone, it just triggers
Yeah,
me.
there's that too.
I mean, that recent
Things that she
thumbnail
has
was
said
pretty
are
triggering.
even more offensive, and
No,
I'm not
but I
even
mean-
talking about her takes.
Yeah, but I mean, like, the
I-
fact that she basically put it out there that it was like, did you give the consent? I was like, this is not a sex tape. This is
Yeah.
like a professional actress doing a job that
Right.
she knew that she was being recorded, and it was like,
paid
it was
for
like-
it, and paid for
and
it.
then I saw other people too, and I was like, guys, what are we doing here? I mean, you know, I'm very much a part of the Snyder fandom. When I see some people just like all of a sudden clutch their pearls because of this. Meanwhile, like about a month and a half ago, we had Zach tweeting out about, does Batman have sex? Well, mine did. And then he posted about a whole thing about sex and all this stuff. And I'm like, why all of a sudden are we becoming like church
I
ladies
think,
here?
I think maybe to kind of play devil's advocate on some
Oh,
of the
here we go.
reaction to it.
He's good friends with the devil, by the way.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah, yeah. I'm good friends with Ace Ventura too, and he's the Quincy Warcha, which is the White Devil.
The
So,
White Devil. yeah.
but yeah, okay. Going back to my point, you maybe lose my train of thought, William, with the whole devil thing.
So that wasn't hard.
It's because I think part of it may also be steeped in the fact that Creature Commandos is an animated series, and people do tend to associate animation with being kind of more child friendly. Which anyone who's watched the
Have
show,
you not watched Twilight of the Gods?
So I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm just saying it's like that
That had
perspective
a threesome with two dudes.
I think with the age that we're in, kind of with anime, with Invincible, Twilight, all these different kind of R-rated animated shows, I think it's gotten a little bit like easier to tell which is which and what is what, you know. So like, I think maybe in some cases there are still some assumptions there, but I think for the most part. And they try to make it very clear. It's not like when they release a trailer for these shows that it's like a G-rated trailer. They let you, Creature Commandos, Invincible, all these ones, they're all bloody and violent, and you've seen it right there in the trailer, so you know what you're getting.
I think there's always going to be the association, and I'm just going to call it the Disney effect, that animation is always going to be linked to kids first. I mean, that's just the unfortunate nature of it is.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Before we
Before
continue, I know Phil, you're just like you're gonna.
Dude, my nose is all fucked up.
I get it. You got that head cold that Chris and I got. So.
Yeah, I may not be too far behind you, buddy. So
yeah.
Well, thanks for having me, guys. It's been a lot of
All right.
fun. Take
Good to see you,
care.
Phil.
Much love.
later, Phil. Feel better,
All right,
buddy.
yeah.
better,
Take
man.
care, Phil.
Peace out,
Good
man.
night.
See ya.
Yeah, Creature Commandos. If you had an illusion that was anything less than gore, episode 3.
I'm really curious, like how many soccer moms have pulled up this show, like for their kids, and like been horrified.
There's a rating right on it though. It tells you.
Yeah,
Sex,
MA.
That's on them. That's on them. That's on them.
Yeah.
Again,
Yeah.
that's on them. Just the same thing. Like again, if you're gonna, hey, what's Twilight of the Gods? It's just like something. Oh yeah, that's also on you too. There's a TV MA.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's like
that is-
dongs and shit
I
on
mean,
that.
there's full on dangling dicks
I
that's
did.
going on there.
Not
That-
for your
that's
like,
pro- and that's probably
That's
the
thing,
least.
it's like that's
that-
why
like
I was
the-
so. That's why I got so like, what the fuck? Like, why are like I'm seeing Snyder fans
Get off
freak
this
out about this when I'm going. Twilight of the Gods was much more graphic. I mean, yeah, sure. Zach didn't post like the behind the scenes thing, sure, but at the same time, I'm like, when all of a sudden we like get
a
all
giant
like,
dick
touching-
at like the first 5 minutes.
yeah,
Well, and I
like,
think
really
also the fact
weird.
that I think also the fact that it's behind the scenes and it's an ADR thing. Again, it's like we're
yeah,
not.
but they
we're
joked about it during the junket, and he said he promised he would release the fucking video.
junket. Very poor choice of words with this.
Yeah,
topic,
true.
but-
Very true.
but
I think that James Gunn will listen, and whatever he does, he's not. There's certain people who are just never going to get a benefit of the doubt. And to be honest with you, at the core of it, I understand the anger, but like I've always said, what did he do? To where everything he tweets or shows you is going to be, like I said, where do you know what is David Zaslav is? Are you lighting his Twitter up? Not that he reads it or anything, but like I said,
have one.
He probably does. I probably have some secretary or something running it. But like I said, this is just it gets old when it's just the outright, the immediate reaction is to go to war with James Gunn and everything that there are other people that have posted.
And the people that were like really like pushing back against it, they thought like, at first, he's gonna Disneyfy it, he's gonna Marvelize it. I'm like, I'm not seeing that right now. I'm just saying. I mean, like with all the stuff that he's doing, it is not Marvel-like at all. So I'm like, so
But
which
again,
what are we doing here?
Off
GI
one
Robot kills
off
100 people in that
off
episode.
one
Oh, dude,
project.
That's like the
Fucking
church.
A, does he?
When we did the watch party, I liken that to the church scene in Kingsman. You know, the whole Nazi
A little bit, yeah,
Illinois massacre, yeah.
Oh yeah, GI Robot in this episode, fucking great. What were you saying, Chris? Sorry.
But I brought it up in the chat earlier tonight. It's like people are saying he's going to do it based on one official project that we're now 3 episodes in.
Yeah.
Set photos of Superman, casting, supposed spoiler, scooper madness rumors at that point. That's what we're basing it. That he's gonna MCU fight. Like that's very confusing to me at how we're jumping to that. Just, you're letting your James Gunn hate just show. If you don't like it, fine, great.
I think probably it's like I agree with what you're saying. It's all of that. It's steeped in all of that. Plus his MCU background is probably just what I would add to that. Is like
no, I get that, but at the same time,
I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm not saying I agree with that perspective. I'm just saying I think that's what it's the basis for.
No, I totally get that, but at the same time, I'm like, all right, we're into this thing, and now I'm not like exactly seeing that. And he's going, fuck it, I'm gonna post this behind the scenes awkward fucking weird thing that we talked about during the junket, and then all of a sudden, like you get people going, oh my god, the CEO is posting this. Oh my god, I'm like. What do we? This is like,
we had Zack Snyder post out Batman eating out Catwoman. Where is it?
Which was awesome. And I'm just like, hey, when it comes,
we had pro cultures on that too.
Yeah, exactly. There was chlorophyll. Yeah, exactly. So at the same time, I'm like, hey, what is wrong with sex and fucking CBMs, guys? Let's not, let's not pick and choose here. Like, that's where I was.
I could see I could see, at least executives, even though I'm not going to spin those guys too much, pearl clutching when it comes to Batman, because that's your brand and your interpretation. But when Creature Commandos, that is the brand. That is what is advertised. The GI Robot eyes were getting popped out of heads. And brains were getting, and it was a guy that got literally disemboweled by that kind of a machine gun. But it was cool anyway to see. I mean, when he sees that swastika in his eye, a robot smiles like that.
He lights up, man.
It was so fucking. And then they're playing coin-operated boy in the background. So I'm like, as these people are being absolutely slaughtered.
Oh yeah!
When we did,
boy, this was the best episode so far.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this got me. This got me into
asking, is he a Nazi?
When we did the watch party, Aaron, our friend Aaron for watching, she commented, I think there's a lesson in this episode, and it's like, don't be a Nazi. Basically,
yeah.
I love that when he sees that flag and the big thing, he says, "Oh boy!"
Yeah. Well, and you saw the tattoos. The guy with the tattoo on.
Yeah, he's like,
yeah.
And they finally whisper him. Nazis.
As soon as I saw the cross in the guy's back of the guy, I'm like, all these people are about to die.
Yeah,
you're about to die. And
sure enough,
damn one of them. Oh my God.
I bet if you asked James Gunn directly, like what was the inspiration for that scene, he would say Kingsman church scene.
Yeah, I'm sure there's there's some big time inspiration.
Man, that's G-rated comparatively.
Well, yeah, that was G-rated because that was more action. This one was just like you're seeing fucking. I mean, like you literally there's like
the eyeballs and
they're getting just blown away in like different ways where like the animation is just like showing them just. It was like Jesus Christ!
Literally,
he wasn't done there. He was killing
apart by bullets. It was great.
That's the great thing about animation, though, right?
Yeah, he killed those fools at the castle. So I'm counting. He got charged with 37 homicides at the church or at the meeting, and then he kills the rest of those fools at the castle.
Yeah,
and like I said, the look on his face, and he's like, the disappointment when there's no Nazis compared to the glee when there is hilarious. Man, it's great.
And but I don't know if anybody else is I don't know if I mentioned on here, but one thing I've kind of also pointed out on our show is that. With GI Robot, there's two with the animation design. There's two influences I'm kind of sensing with it. And one is B166ER from Animatrix, and the other one is does anybody when they were a kid play with the Crash dummies as much as I did? Because I think
I didn't have them, but I wanted them. I remember when I was in kindergarten, they were everywhere.
Those things are awesome. I played those because I was really into action figures as a little kid, and that was a big one for me. And so like every time I see GI Robot on the show, it's like my mind either goes to B166ER or Crash Dummies. So I don't know why that is, but it's just a me thing.
Hey,
I see
so
Iron Giant in the head. So,
can I
a little bit? Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead,
can I
Paul.
ask you guys something? Because I'm not into the show. But I loved Seven Soldiers of Victory by Grant Morrison. How does the adaptation compare with Frankenstein and The Bride of Frankenstein, or Frankenstein's monster, I guess I should say?
I think it's really close. But that's going to
No.
be subjective from who you ask. I think it's really close. I see a lot of Vertigo versions of certain things because these characters have had different. There's been 6 GI robots, but the one that he's going on, I see is the one that's in the latter part of the Suicide Squad that you see. When it comes to Creature Commandos, they have they've only been around since 1980, but they've been used in the late 80s, early 90s. So I feel that vibe and that atmosphere. I feel a lot of Doom Patrol in here too. I just feel like a lot of Doom Patrol and a little bit of Hellboy, the first 2 movies. Not the direct reboot, but the first 2 movies. I get that vibe there. And then Inglourious Basterds is all over this. I mean, maybe it's just because of the Nazi feel of it, because those 3 elements, and he's taking the best of those 3 elements. Like I said, going forward, there's no way this tone is set. There's just no way you ain't taking no kid to see Superman and GI robots in there, putting eyeballs out, and then
Can
Frank
you
Grillo's
imagine if Don
banging
actually
Princess.
put stuff like on Creature Commandos in his? That's like, I almost like that'd be almost like an Andy Kaufman like level prank if he put like the kind of blood and guts and sexual content and F-bombs.
That movie would tank. It
wouldn't just tank. He would get like pilloried and crucified.
They'll buy him out. They'd buy him out immediately. They'd be like, "You're gone." I think he knows that. I think he knows that.
I definitely think The Bride is spot on at that point. Frankenstein, I need to still a little bit more. I've seen.
Yeah, there hasn't been enough from him.
The Love Struck one. I get the Love Struck. I just need to see a little bit more to really kind of see if it's fully there.
And he becomes less obsessed with her and more of a mission focused type of being than he is in the comic books. And it looks like later on from the previews, it looks like he's learning from Flag how to be that type of thing. So
and that's what I'm waiting for.
The most interesting character is going to probably end up being Flag himself, because once the reality of how his son died, and Waller lied to him about all that, so where he's going to be at, and I guarantee you, I'm calling right now, they're going to destroy that device. They're going to, and it's good. By the time this is over with, their relationship is going to be on camaraderie and trust, and not being shocked the shit out of everybody. So,
that's usually how these things end. I mean, like, it's usually how like the stories, like, I mean, look at in the first Suicide Squad when Flag Jr., he just fucking smashed the device and it was like, fuck this, it's like it's just like a common trope of like, okay, I don't need to watch you guys. Fuck this. Fuck the Authority. We're a team. Let's do this whole thing.
Speaking of that, because that might be a good segue. And something I mentioned to William the other day, but David Ayer's going to town.
I love it.
He is. Now this is without like getting in any speculation on like what the behind the scenes situation is, but he is just. He's like, okay, I mean, just about every day now he's posting something or he's alluding to something. And
he's going rogue, and he's it's going to get to the point where he's going to have to leave it, a flash drive in a fucking bathroom. That's for damn.
Or he's going to have to wait until there's money being made with
well, that's what he was supposed to do. Yeah. That's the thing. It's like, it was supposed to be like that, but I think he's kind of going rogue right now, which I'm all for. Hey, go for it, whatever. But at the same time, I'm like, you're not going to get your fucking thing released if you're going to just like a rogue like this. If you're going to piss off the people who are holding the keys, it ain't going to freaking happen. So
not necessarily a good strategy. I mean, the fans like it, but you're not going to get your product made. That's not
totally dig it. But
what did he like? He's done a couple things where he's made. I don't know if it's like big reveals, but it's just the frequency of it has really been in the last 2 weeks.
He hasn't
really been the noticeable thing.
As far as I can tell, he hasn't released anything that he hasn't talked about in the past before, or that I don't think is going to get him in any real legal trouble. So I mean, I'm all for him.
It's the timing. It's the timing.
No, it's not going to get him in any legal trouble or anything like that. It's just like, really, now was the start of the DCU. You're going to start pushing things.
Fans created a campaign to start on the day of Creature Commandos releasing, and he gave into it. So that's where I go, that probably wasn't the smart thing to do if you're trying to get this thing released, when the people who have the keys to that are releasing something new. That was my only like going like, and I even talked to other people too who were like knew about things behind the scenes, and they're like, yep, I don't really like that he's doing it right now. And I was like, yep, okay, I'm glad we agree with that, because fans, of course, are going to eat it up and say like, because they're like, fuck James Gunn, fuck DC, fuck Warner Brothers. But hey, can you release and restore everything I want
from the safety of their computer, where they're not putting any millions or anything forth? So that's always a great part.
Well, that's been like really where kind of where I really been kind of like trying to decipher a lot of it, because it's the fact that he is, again, what does that say about his confidence in it, or his mindset, or his relationship with the studio? It's like, because I don't want to like commit either way to whether it's him just kind of throwing caution to the wind, or whether he's he's on good terms with James Gunn still, which, I mean, I've also spoken to people who are kind of in the know on some of that, and from what I've heard, and that I've heard they are on good terms. So, but I mean, and I think you can make an argument either way as far as like because I also heard like the timing. People did involved with that did want to bump that back a day or two from the premiere of Creature Commandos, and then some fans said we're doing it anyway, and it's kind of what I think I said last week, where it's he can't corral his fans any more than any other filmmaker can. So if people are going to just start talking about this movie he made that hasn't been released that they want to see, I mean,
here's the thing though, fan campaigns.
What can he do but just kind of just, okay, give my 2 cents on it?
When it comes to fan campaigns, the people who will turn the key on this, it's like a fart in the wind. They don't give a fuck. If there's no business reason to do something, especially in a company that is hemorrhaging money, I can't ask a company, even no matter who's running it, you're hemorrhaging money. Let's go on a whim and make this when there's no business reason to do so.
Yeah, and
I don't care how many hashtags you do. So what?
And to the point, it's just like, okay, yeah, not the best look, but it's not necessarily taking away from the overarching popularity that the show, regardless of what people think.
Yeah, it's not like nobody didn't watch Creature Commandos because of this.
Not the best look, but and that's probably why James Gunn may be like, all right, bud, not the best look, but you're not hurting me right now. I get it. It's what you want to do. You're not breaking any laws. You're not breaking NDAs. You do what you need to do.
Yeah, he's releasing stuff that it's not going to get him in trouble.
But I said to William on our show the other night, if I could say anything to David Ayer, I would say, listen, I'm in your corner on this, 100%. I support this. Release this. Put this out there. But I want to hear some Beekeeper 2 news too.
I want to the movies that are actually being made, and that will probably happen.
And whatever he's filming right now.
Well, his next one is a Jason Statham one too. It's called Eleven's. Let me look this up again. Yeah.
Something.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, because like David Ayer is a good filmmaker. I mean, Beekeeper came out January this year.
Yeah, January.
And the fact of the matter is, does it reinvent the wheel? This is what I said. It doesn't reinvent the wheel, but it shows you that the wheel works perfectly.
Shows you how fun the wheel is.
And there's nothing
wrong
with
a new John Wick
that.
Too.
There is nothing wrong with that, and that's the thing. And I've had discussions with people where it's just like, yeah, sometimes you just gotta and it's funny too, because I think I was in a group chat and somebody just in there was like, I just watched Beekeeper. I'm like, yeah, this is like this same old shit, but there's something just kind of brilliant about it. And I'm like, yeah, that's what I was trying to say. It's like, it doesn't reinvent the wheel. It just shows you the wheel is still spinning pretty good and it's not squeaking. Like David Ayer goes, I'm going to make this wheel it's pumped up, got perfect air pressure. It's not squeaking. It's not making any noise.
Still making money
because it's one of those it's a good it's a random. I mean, and he could turn this. I hope he turns.
It could be like a John Wick kind of thing.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be. I mean, I'm
too.
really hoping that it turns, because there is so much more than he's a beekeeper that was that's just gonna get revenge. There's a whole fucking backstory that they created, and I'm like, I like this a lot. This is like you said, John Wick.
I actually like it better than Wick, personally. I like John Wick, but I think where you're at with one Beekeeper, as opposed to 4 John Wick movies, I actually enjoyed the Beekeeper more.
Really?
Yeah, and I can say I like John Wick. It's fun. Gun Fu all the way. It's fun, but I just out of those two franchises where I'm at for a proportion of what I've been given, I wanted more, with the Beekeeper as soon as I finished watching it. Whereas I'm like, okay, next John Wick comes out when it comes out. Beekeeper, I'm like, why hasn't there been a sequel?
We actually had we were talking about this last night on our show. We kind of had a little bit of a rundown on Statham's filmography, and we were like listing off things like Crank is bullshit, fucking ridiculous.
I love it though. I love how much it's bullshit.
And like Transporter, I was
it's a video game. It's essentially a video game.
It is very much a video
Crank
game.
is just a video game. Yeah.
I'm surprised they never did a Crank 3.
Yeah,
transporter movies. Like to say, we were talking about the bomb on the bottom of the car. How complete utter bullshit that is, but it was fun. I want more of it.
Jason Statham was doing some. I mean, I always consider he's like the modern day like Stallone and Willis and all that because he was doing Death Race and I liked what was the one he did with Jet Li.
Oh, the one. Well, he did a couple of Jet. He did the one. And he did.
He did the one. The one.
He was in the Expendables with him.
No, he didn't. War. It was called War.
Yeah, War.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
He did War. He did a bunch of shit.
Yeah, when it came to the one, that was a young Jason Statham.
Yeah,
he still had hair, a little bit of hair.
And they took away his accent. They made it talk with an American
accent. That wasn't that great. You have to have that Jason Statham.
You got to have his Cockney accent. Come on.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. But the one had some good concepts. I think it was a little ahead of its time for sure.
Yeah, well, because now it's like everyone wants to do the multiverse now. It's like
I know everyone wants to do a multiverse, and that I mean, some of the visual effects in there are fucking pretty amazing at the time.
That also had kind of before his comeback in a multiverse movie, Ke Huy Quan. He was like one of the stunt coordinators on that. And then 20 years later, he comes back, in a multiverse movie and everything all at once. So I'm rooting for that guy because it's like I am loving Short Round's comeback so much. He's
gonna make a comeback. The Love Hurts fucking movie.
Yeah, look at that.
That looks fun.
It looks so good.
That looks like almost like a Jackie Chan movie.
It does.
Like Jackie Chan movie.
But Chris, I know you want to take off, so
gonna try to still beat this cold, but I'm glad I was able to stay a lot longer this time. So.
Yeah, you did. You're good.
All right, Al.
Take care, Chris.
Take care. Y'all have a good weekend.
You too, man. You too. Peace out, man.
But yeah, when I keep seeing the previous to Love Hurts, I'm like, yep, there you go.
Yeah, yes. Again, and that's that's probably like one of the best comeback stories, probably of just in Hollywood history of like he was a child star, and then he did some like behind the scenes stunt coordination.
That's all he was doing for
and then he stepped away for a while, and then he came back with everything everywhere.
Won an Academy Award,
swept the awards with that, and now he's in Loki's. Love Hurts. It's I'm so in his corner. I forget who it was that said this. That was on a stream with whether it's here or on our show, but somebody said like who had met Key had mentioned like he in person. I mean, he's just really just electrified. He's just really.
You could totally tell. Right? Anytime I've seen a video of him, he just looks like he's just so happy. I just like going Disney. What the fuck?
What the hell with that Short Round spinoff? Yeah.
Why did you not like capitalize on that? And why did you not like with all the reshooting that you did with fucking last Indiana Jones? Why didn't you have a scene where Indiana Jones and Short Round reunites? And then you could have passed the torch. What the fuck? I mean, like,
you could like the second one. It could have been like a kind of like a repeat of the at the end of Crystal Skull when the hat like flies over to Shia LaBeouf, but this time Short Round picks it up. It's like, okay, you can have it now.
Short Round's the only one.
Opportunity.
Short Round's the only one I think that's actually worn the hat in terms of like Mutt never got to wear it, and like Indy grabbed it before, but Short Round's wearing it in Temple of Doom all the time. But I met Key in 2019 before his resurgence and stuff.
Cool, man.
Well, yeah, because he was in Boston. He was with Sean Astin and Corey Feldman doing like a Goonies reunion type of deal because he's still close with all of them and stuff. And I met him to talk about Short Round, and he already could guess what I was going to say because he's heard it 1,000 times and stuff. But he's very much like the character in everything, everywhere. Like he's just a nice guy. He's just a super sweet dude and everything.
Loki.
And
I like him a lot in Loki.
Yeah. But no, when he got his Oscar and stuff, man, like there's no one that deserves it more because he's just a super nice guy in real life and everything. And I wish him nothing but success. Yeah, Love Hurts looks like it's going to be great, and I can't wait for that movie.
Once it's the 87 guys, the 87-11 guys too, they're doing that. So it's kind of like it's got like a blend of like everything they've done with John Wick and like, but it's also clearly got a very Jackie Chan kind of feel to it. So that's like yeah, sold. I'm there day one.
Yeah, same.
You know, speaking of something, Brad, I actually wanted to, because I read this, because I think, you know, Frank Grillo's made the rounds of, obviously, you know, with
Yep.
werewolves and Creature Commandos. He was asked about the Raid remake that they were going to do. And he basically said they couldn't figure out the perfect way to do the script. See, for me, I'm okay with it because
Yeah, I am too.
the raid movies are just like, you don't
Perfect
need
time for William to step out too.
Yeah, so of
Yeah, 'cause
course
we never cover the Raid on our show. I never even what is
that's
it?
the thing, William. You know, I love me some good action flicks, and let's face it, the Raid movies are just top fucking notch. And when I heard that they were going to do American, you know, versions, and Frank Grillo was attached, I was like, okay, I'll check it out. But I'm going, how do you even? How
do you hit that bar that the Raid movie said?
And the fact that Grillo was like, they couldn't figure. Yeah, you know, shit.
One also
like, it's not even the script; it's the fucking sequences, man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Emulate.
You can't copy those. You'd have to come up with new safety.
Well, and he knows firsthand because I mean the poster right behind me. You know, he was in a movie with Eco and Yaya and Beyond Skyline, so he's seen them. You know, he is in person, see what they can do. So yeah, I did see that comic because he was talking about Creature Commandos, the Superman and werewolves, and you mentioned and I did know he was attached to it. The Raid remake at one point, which to give a little bit of a clarity on like the reason that was greenlit, Gareth Evans had mentioned because this has been like in the works for like 10 years and they've gotten nowhere with it, but he was asked at one point about why is there a Hollywood remake of the Raid in place, and he told someone very matter-of-factly on social media because it helped us get the money for the Raid 2. So there you go for that. But again, it's like the fact they haven't. He says in the interview, something effective. It's like when you're trying this hard to replicate something that has had that kind of impact and you haven't achieved that, it's like the movie itself is telling you something. And I totally agree because again, the Raid is like, notwithstanding Williams' protests to the contrary, is an all-time action classic.
Never protested. You think it's like the Avatar, Way of the Water, the way as many people have seen it. I mean, it's not all that.
Everyone on this
to be
panel
fair, William, I mean, how can you not watch some of those fucking fight sequences and go?
We watched it. He's acting like I'm an enemy of the Raid. Once again, it's not the creation of the hydrogen bomb. I mean, it's a movie. We watched it. It was good. But I mean, every reference, every other sentence, syllable, the Raid.
And by the way, it's like all I did, and all I did was just mention a couple times on the show that I'm a fan of the Raid, and this got spun into this narrative that's like I can tie anything into the Raid. So I just bit that ball and ran with it. So
no. But I mean, what I've noticed, even following you on Brad, is like you appreciate good fucking fight choreography.
Oh yeah,
like,
definitely.
Stuff. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, and I do too, and that's why I was in love with all the Jackie Chan movies growing up and everything like that. So, and I've watched some of these Scott Adkins movies that.
Oh yeah, I love Scott.
Jesus Christ, that guy is just a fucking beast, when it comes to
and it's like if you're doing a remake of the Raid, why hasn't anybody called him for that?
I know, it's like, I'm like,
Frank Scott Adkins was great in John Wick 4.
Oh yeah,
especially wearing the fat suit and everything.
Yeah, and to be able to do that wearing the fat suit and just like, man.
It's funny you should mention that because when I was a Screen Rant, I interviewed him for a movie he had that was coming up at the time. I've interviewed Scott 9 times. I mean, we have a pretty good rapport. But it was back in 21. At the end of 21, he had a movie called One Shot coming out at the time. So I was mainly talking to him about that. But of course, you try to in interviews, like if they have any like big upcoming things you want to try to get anything relating to that you can in the interview. And so I asked about what can you tell us about John Wick 4, because it was known at that point he was going to be in it. And Scott kind of gave this look like, I've interviewed him 9 times. This is like the first time I'd ever seen him do that, where he's like, okay, what am I allowed to say? And of course, he certainly didn't tell me that he was going to be in a 400-pound fat suit with a German accent, and that's what his role was going to be. Which is, I mean, because when the trailers dropped, I was waiting. I was searching through where is he, and he wasn't in like I think he wasn't even shown until like the second or third trailer. And then you see what he looks like, and it's like, oh, well, this is why you kept him hidden. Okay. And yeah, it was definitely very much a highlight of John Wick 4.
The raid, that process where the movie was telling him something, you know, that maybe not to be. I wish the Expendables people would have had that same self conversation.
4, yeah.
Listen. Right. Hey now. I just wish because I disagree. I fucking love the Expendables movies. All right,
the first two.
The first
one sucked.
Where they went wrong with the third one was PG-13 to get it a bigger audience.
Why did they do that? Why did they do that?
Because it's not like kids were going to watch those movies.
No,
it was like so that was wrong. But other than that, you had a phenomenal cat, Mel Gibson, freaking Wesley Snipes, Harrison freaking Ford.
Wait, the third one was Jean-Claude Van Damme, is the name?
No, the second one.
He's the second one.
That was the second one. Okay, and Mel Gibson was the third one.
Midway through two, I'm like.
And by the way, Scott is in too.
Scott
is in too. Yeah.
2 is my favorite. I think.
Yeah, mine too.
Jean-Claude Van Damme, Chuck Norris.
He played a fucking awesome villain, man.
Oh hell yeah!
Oh, he starts off with killing a Hemsworth brother. You're like, fuck yeah!
He roundhouse kicks a Bowie knife into his chest. It's like, are you afraid of me? You should be.
Dude, yeah.
Movie franchise. That's
no 4. I was so crushed by
3.
I was
got the 4. You were disappointed.
And then I think if they would have done it right, done 3 right, I would have loved to see the kind of like Expendables thing where you had Sigourney and you had some of the women action heroes.
Sometimes you just run out of story to tell, and they ran out of
the whole thing was like, hey, it's like basically, hey, here's the story, but we're gonna bring in all these like veteran action. The concept was basically that, and it worked out. It worked out, but then it's like, how far can you actually take it? And I think, after 2, it started going, all right, what are we doing here? But at the same time, it was like, okay, when you literally have, Schwarzenegger and fucking Willis, showing up and doing their shit, and just everybody's doing their shtick, which was good. But then it's like, okay, after everybody does their shtick, it's like, okay, you get to 4, you go,
Well, 4 also has some of the worst green screen I've ever seen in my life.
Oh yeah, oh fuck, yes, yeah. When I watched that, I was like, "Yep, why did I even put this on? Jesus Christ, I didn't even drink." Yeah.
And it does like the whole bullshit with Stallone, where it's like,
right,
you think he's dead at first, and then like at the end it's revealed, oh, it's like, no, he planned to get killed so he could like draw out the bad guy or whatever the hell, and it's just not.
But hey, kudos on Stallone. That's the thing. That's what makes him great. Is like. That dude, and apparently there's going to be a movie based on him trying to get his Rocky movie, going.
Oh, really?
Right. Yeah, there's supposed to be a movie based upon that. But like you watch his doc, you watch, you learn about the dude. The guy fucking bet on himself so many goddamn times.
Yeah. And then mad at the Rocky people, but
that's the thing. It's like.
Negotiated a better contract.
He created Rocky, and he refused to sell the screenplay, and he was like, "This is me. This is what I want to do." And then it ended up working for him. And then of course Rambo came about, and the first Rambo is fantastic. Of course, the other 2 get to the point of like, "Oh, this is just action hero shit." But the first Rambo is a legitimate, like, it's a good fucking story.
It's a psychological thriller.
It's a crazy and he, that whole monologue at the end when he's crying to fucking what's his name, about everything, like it's Stallone doing it, so it's a little, yeah. But at the same time, it's like it's him, and he put his fucking heart and soul into that. So when I hear that, when I watch that, I go, you know what, fucking A, man, he went for it. He went for it in that movie. And then of course, Rambo took the that was just an action hero who's shirtless,
who can like hold the gun with one arm and blast the army away.
It turned into another thing, but at the same time, that was also smart because that turned into that was like I had a fucking Rambo action figure that was like this fucking big. You know, I was all into it. And he had his knives and his guns and shit like that. I was all about it. You know, but at the same time, it's like, you know, he bet on himself so many like different times. Did it all work? No, like you know, don't shoot my or what
Stop or my mom will shoot.
Stop or my mom will shoot. That was fucking horrible. You know, there's shit like that. That didn't work. But then all of a sudden he gets like Demolition Man comes out, and I fucking love that movie.
Oh God, Willie, we gotta do watch party for that soon.
Oh yeah, you guys gotta do that. Demolition Man.
Demolition Man.
So Stallone got tricked into
try to resurrect Wesley Snipes' blade for an hour and a half. Maybe I'll.
No, we're just gonna focus on how the seashells work.
No, you won't.
Yeah.
You're gonna tell me how Blade saved the comic book universe when nobody fucking knew that Blade was a comic book character, and now there's no hour and a half of that pass.
So Stallone got tricked into doing Mom Will Shoot because he thought Schwarzenegger
was going to do it.
Schwarzenegger was doing comedies at that time, and so he took the deal, and it was like I think it was considered like the worst movie of the year. Like it was
including by Stallone.
Yeah, and on top of that, did you guys notice that like around the mid 90s, I think Starship Troopers was like the last one to do it, where they would make kids action figures based around R-rated material.
Yeah. And
like,
I had
so
many of those growing up.
I had all the Terminator,
Predator, Alien.
Alien. Yeah. It was like a whole thing in the 90s where it's like they were capitalizing on action figures for R-rated graphic movies.
Actually, you know what? There was one that came after Starship Troopers that did that. Anybody here seen with Jamie Lee Curtis the movie Virus?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, that had a toy line. I had some of those too.
Jeez.
Virus.
And Virus is violent as hell.
Oh, yeah, it's a good movie. I love that movie.
It's underrated.
And First Blood Part 2 those are violent movies. What the marketing campaign was because the parents that went to go see those movies they were relating to them, and they would buy them for their kids, even though their kids were never going to see these movies for the most part. You know, certain households, you know, if it was violent, it didn't do it.
It didn't matter. I mean, that's the thing. Is like that's what happened when it came to, you know, the 80s and 90s. It's like, you know, we were just, I don't know. I remember like when my mom was gone, my dad was like, "What do you want to watch? Alien, Predator, whatever." And then he would just tell me like, "Hey, you might want to cover your eyes in this one. Maybe, I don't know." He would just be like, "It's up to you. It's graphic." I remember like there was like 3 scenes in Terminator 2. He would tell me, he's like, "This is going to get graphic." It was like, you know, when the foster parent and she like fucking, you know, stabs, you know, you see him like, you know, with the milk cart and everything like that. And then the other one was with the security guard, the security guard with the eye and the fucking, you know, and then of course the last one was when he cuts the skin off his arm.
Yeah.
And it was just kind of funny. It was like, you know, at first I was like, all right, I'll cover my eyes. But then eventually I was like, oh, it's not that bad. But then I collected the figurines and all that stuff. But it's kind of funny too, because, you know, when you watch that Stallone doc, I mean, there was an active competition between those two.
He said they were like Cain and Abel back there in their heyday.
Right.
But it was just kind of funny because I mean, I always thought like, because they always talked about like, you know, it was all about the action sequences. And then of course, how they looked being all fucking oiled up and how ripped they were. And I was like, I always thought that Stallone was more ripped, but Schwarzenegger was bigger, you know?
Yeah.
You know, it was like when it came to the muscular stuff, like Stallone was smaller, but he was more shredded. And Schwarzenegger was just bigger, you know, because he was a bodybuilder. He was a bodybuilder.
Yeah.
Schwarzenegger was the bodybuilder. So he had, you know, like he came from, you know, being big. And Stallone just, you know, came from whatever. And then he just got so fucking shredded, you know. And I thought he was like, and I remember just like looking at him like, how much did he weigh during this Rambo? Holy shit. He was like 160 something pounds. He looks like he's way bigger, but he was like, but it's because he got so fucking lean. He was like 5% body fat. I'm like, how do you even run around like that? Jesus Christ. I mean, but he would say like, yeah, he would eat like a strict diet during the week, but then in the weekends he'd be like, spaghetti and lasagna. Yeah, I'll treat that. Yeah.
There's also like running jokes too. Like if you watch Twins, there's a scene where like Schwarzenegger comes out of like a
He's
video
the
store
poster
and he
for
sees
Rambo, yeah.
Rambo, and he's
Yeah.
like, and he just makes a joke. He's like, haha, like he laughs, like looking at himself basically. And I
Well,
think in
Last
like,
Action Hero. Last
Yep,
Action
Last
Hero
Action
had
Hero.
the
Yeah,
poster
that's
for
yeah.
Terminator, and it was Stallone.
What do you buy?
Yeah.
Fantastic! It's his best performance ever.
Yeah.
yeah,
He's like, what is it? Yeah. You were in that movie. What are you talking about? You know, it's like,
When then it's like, oh,
Yeah.
he's like, oh, now I'm going to use this to get laid.
see that, and that's what was great about that. It was like they just, you know,
Last Action
it was
Hero,
that-
crazy
and then,
underrated.
and then all of a sudden, like, you know, Bruce Willis comes in the mix. Is like, hey guys, I'm just gonna be a normal dude that just says some quippy shit, and I don't have big muscles, but I'm in shape, and that's about it.
God,
Right.
yeah, okay,
Just kind of broke the mold a little bit, you know.
By the way, Die Hard is absolutely a Christmas movie, William.
Oh yeah, we're doing this. Look
Yeah,
at
it's not.
this. I'm just saying.
Listen, if Sonic did a bunch of Christmas movie posters and they chose Die Hard, I think
They
that'd be-
did.
I think
See, I
that'd
had
be-
They did,
so-
dude. Yeah, you're right.
What? Shit ain't too- doesn't
Dude,
mean-
I'm telling you, it's there's you cannot convince me that it's
you can't convince me that it is. So I guess we're at a stalemate.
yeah with
I'm-
all the Christmas music in it and
He's there because it's a holiday party for
Yeah.
work.
You interchange all that stuff, and the movie wouldn't be affected one way or another.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been a big hit either.
William needs a Santa
It was go-
Claus. In
It was
there.
going to be a big hit no matter what, because it was Bruce Willis
Of
at
course
that
it would have
time.
been.
Yeah, blowing up towers and all
Yeah,
kinds
but
of
I
stuff
mean,
that
You
he
know,
wanted in
the thing
80s.
is like Die Hard was
By
actually.
the way,
dead.
released in what, spring? I don't remember it being
July. It was
yeah,
in July.
Yeah, July.
Well, I mean,
Christmas in July. Christmas in July.
The
William.
Gremlins was released in the summer, so I mean, but like, but no, when Die Hard came out, actually, people were skeptical of Bruce Willis because he wasn't an action star yet. He was still
Yeah, he was
moonlighting
still
guy.
moonlighting.
He's
Yeah.
still
Yeah.
that guy.
So they weren't actually 100%. The audience wasn't sure yet. But then, of course, the movie's an action classic. So after that, that's like, you know, that was also the turning two of like the Bruce Willis being like the everyman action hero. And that was like the beginning of that. At
And
least,
every time I see it, like there'll be the part where he has to like run through the broken glass barefoot.
yeah,
And he pulls that shit. I just every
Yeah.
time that just gets me where he has to pull the shard of glass out of his foot.
yeah, that's
So
right.
yeah.
Man,
But it's good.
It's, I mean, yeah, I mean, if you go a deep dive into Die Hard and you see like what it was originally supposed to be
Mhm.
and where it ended up, I mean, and again, it was originally like Frank Sinatra was going to be in that fucking movie at one point where they were just like, because it's based off a novel. I forgot what the novel is called.
it's called Nothing Lasts Forever.
There you go. Yeah. So and then it just like turned into, and then like they went through every action star. Like Stallone passed on it, Schwarzenegger passed on it, Clint Eastwood passed on it. You know, all these people passed on it, and then it's just, but it worked out for the best because it was like, okay, yeah, you know, Stallone and Schwarzenegger were like the action stars, and you know, Dolph Lundgren was in there too. There were some other people. Jean-Claude Van Damme was in there too.
Yeah.
You have all these like big, you know, these muscular dudes, and then now it's like, hey, you got little fucking Bruce Willis over here, John
Shape, but
McClane,
it's like, it's
who is like not ripped, but he's in shape, and it's
Right.
just like
He's more of an everyman type.
he's an everyman, and it's just like worked, and everybody was like, yeah, what are we doing? Yeah, this is, but it was the way that he said the lines and shit like that. I mean, like,
yeah. Oh no, one that I think doesn't get quoted enough is when he's got the first bad guy. It's like, you won't hurt me. There are rules for policemen. Yeah, that's what my captain keeps telling me. Elbow.
Right. Yeah.
exactly, just shit like that. You know, it's just, I mean, and it was like that throughout the whole, you know, at least the first three. You know, when we get to the fourth one, that's where it gets a little
Don't
wonky.
even
Yeah,
get
the
started on a
fourth
good day to
one-
Die Hard.
The fourth one I could appreciate if I don't think of it as a Die Hard movie. Fifth
Yeah,
one
that-
can go fuck itself. I hate the fucking fifth one. Fuck that
Yeah.
one. That one is
No,
so
the fifth
stupid.
one I barely remember. I remember it
Yeah.
just being
It's
boring.
best left that
And
way.
Hi, Courtney.
Yeah, a good
Yeah.
day to Die Hard or whatever. I just
Yeah.
remember them jumping out of a window like
Yeah.
15 stories.
And then they crash
You're like-
through like it was so
Highlight.
ridiculous.
And into a swimming pool. And
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I mean
it
the
was
fourth
rough.
one I could be like, okay, but I don't look at it as a Die Hard movie. I'm like, okay, it's a movie about it's Bruce Willis and there's a hacker and thing and Justin Long is there. Cool, it's fine. There's some ridiculous shit in there, but I could appreciate it. But when it comes to the Die Hard of the Vengeance, I mean that's my second favorite. too diehard.
Yeah.
The second one is
one and
fine.
three.
The second one is fine, but it's more or less kind of like a similar concept. But it's a different. I like the second one, and it still takes place there. But when they turn Vengeance into like a buddy cop movie, and you have Sam Jackson in the mix, it just so worked. It just worked so well, and the shit that they did in that movie and the fucking chemistry that they had. Yeah. I mean, I still love that when he's like, "Your name's Zeus, right?" Or like, "Your name's Jesus, right?" It's like, "What?" He's like, "What? What did you say in that?" Like, you said, "Hey, Zeus." He said, "No, hey, Zeus." As in Zeus, like, I'll shove a fucking thunderbolt up your ass, Zeus, and just, like he just starts yelling at him and shit like that.
By the way,
and the whole racial component when they go back and forth about just like race shit and stuff like that.
Oh,
it is just so great. It's just so fucking great.
We were talking about it on our show the other night, and I actually asked William because I've never seen Die Hard with a Vengeance on cable. I've always wondered how they would edit around the part where he has to go to Harlem with the sandwich board on.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Oh yeah,
probably just cut out.
I watched that on TV. I did say I hate
and they show it.
Yeah,
they didn't show. They actually showed the word.
Did you watch it on HBO or did you watch it?
No, I think it was
TFDS, man.
I don't know if they probably blurred it. They probably did.
I remember seeing the word.
I don't.
That word. You're black. You don't miss that word.
I don't think they would actually show.
I had heard in the past because I had that same thought when I saw the movie for the first time and I saw it on DVD. But like I think, and this could have been when it was shown in the 90s or the early 2000s. It may have changed in the time that William saw it. I don't know, but like they had something like silly. It was like I don't like people or something like that. It was just something like
no way
the
that
most.
they would show that word on actual.
I don't know. That's what I'd heard.
See,
I don't think they would. I don't think they would.
Because I get it when you're on cable. I mean, there's stuff you can't.
William got that one cut that they just forgot.
Yeah.
I mean,
if I remember, I think I remember watching TV, and I think they blurred out.
It came out in 1995. Now, granted, cable might have changed by the time, like if William saw it at like a later time, maybe like if it was later at night, maybe they would have shown it. Like
it was back when wrestling was still on there. Wrestling was on that, and the word was clearly there. I mean, you don't forget seeing that word where you see it.
No. So I remember distinctly, and this isn't related to just Die Hard 3, but like I remember with certain cable, if it was late enough at night, you could get away with like showing, obscenities or things like that, as opposed to showing it, let's say, like in the middle of the day or something like that. So maybe if you saw like a late night showing of it, maybe it was like uncensored in that because to get the point across of why the gang is coming towards Bruce Willis to come and kill him, like it can make that point very clear.
That term has been used. I mean, late at night, because every time Chappelle is on SNL, he drops that word, and they don't censor him.
Yeah,
they don't censor him in the delay. They don't censor him in the live. So there are contexts where that.
Because I told I had mentioned like if I had been like a TV editor like on cable, the way I would have done it, because I hate it when they like blur stuff or they especially when they replace it, when they dub over words that people don't actually use as swear words, when they say like what the fudge or something like that.
You freaking
it made no sense to blur it out because that was part of the movie. That was part of the reaction in the scene. It made no sense.
The way I would have done it for cable is, again, if I'm thinking from the mind of like a TV cable editors, I wouldn't have shown the front of the sign. I would have just kind of shown people reacting to it, and that just kind of like gets the idea across. If I'm thinking like how would you show this on cable and not have it be like what
have it be what it was supposed to be?
Well, yeah, but again, I get from the perspective of people running a cable channel, it's like there's some parameters we have to work within here.
But that word in the text that it was used was an important part of that scene. That's why
I get that, but my memory remembers that they blurred it, like they did like a fucking blur, and like in like it maybe they had NI and they blurred the rest or something like that.
When did you see it on TV?
This was like a while back. Obviously like back in the 90s, if like when it was on TV. I don't. That's what's ringing my brain. I could be wrong, but there's no way that they actually showed.
Okay, well, when I was sitting, they may have switched it up. Maybe they slipped up that day, but I saw it and I'm like, didn't really, because I saw it in the movie and I'm like, okay,
I just don't see them. Oh man,
You know, they
It was-
barely
it-
censored
it-
out
because
most of the
I've
cuss
seen-
words that Samuel L. Jackson was saying in there.
Yeah. Well, again, that's
Yeah.
because I'm looking at that for the perspective because I have never seen it on cable, and so that's the kind of thing where
That'd
like,
be
my mind,
horrible to watch on cable, man.
exactly
Jesus
because it's
Christ.
it,
So
that's
many
why
cuss words.
yeah, or
Yeah,
cuss words.
well, Samuel L. Jackson, yeah, then that was 1995 when he started blowing up even bigger than he was at that
Both
point.
after Pulp Fiction, of course.
Yeah, but I remember them silencing out some of the stuff, some of the cuss words. But as far as that sign, no, that I remember that sign being there just like I did when I saw it in the theater. I had no expectations that they would
Like
they
the
would have
closest,
blurred
thing
out.
the closest thing I remember that when I was a kid was when they had the first cable showing of Saving Private Ryan.
Oh,
They
God.
they did edit language in that, but they didn't edit violence in that because they kind of said,
Right.
well, hey, it's like if you edit
So-
violence,
oh, yeah. They gave it
Well-
a disclaimer. And
yeah,
big
well, hey, if you edit the violence in that, it's like the movie's gonna be 10 minutes long. But
Well, once again, that if you have scenes that are a central part of the scene in the story you're telling, you generally don't. You know,
Well,
what are you doing? You know,
It's one of those things where, like I remember, like, you know, remember when you took driver's ed, they would show you, like, you know,
blood on the
bad
asphalt?
accidents. Yeah, blood, your red asphalt. Remember that shit?
Yeah, always blood on the asphalt in our school. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah. It was called,
Yeah.
it was red asphalt where I came from, you know, or over here. It was just like, yeah, I mean, but you didn't see like bad, but you saw like, oh shit. Yeah.
You got the
'Cause we
point.
wanted to, yeah, you had to get the point of like, hey, you know, if you don't drive correctly, this is what's gonna happen, you know, stuff like that.
Well,
so.
and here's the thing, though. It's all within the context of what, like when you watch Roots, when I would watch Roots on TV, they held nothing back. They dropped the N-bomb. I mean, they dropped all.
Oh, yeah,
they
of course
dropped
they're
worse
gonna drop the
terms.
M-bomb on that.
They dropped worse terms than that in Roots. That's why it's
Yeah.
hard to watch. I mean, and they show that on TV.
You started talking about Roots, and Brad and Allison are like, we're out of here.
Well,
you know what?
I'm still
It's not supposed to be comfortable sometimes. It's supposed to
Oh,
be.
of course it's not. Yeah.
no. I've seen it. Roots it's wild.
That's a hard one. And 12 Years a Slave, but they don't show that on regular TV. But 12 Years a Slave.
Yeah, 12 Years a Slave.
That
Every time I watch
that is a rough
I
movie.
gotta watch Aliens. I gotta watch Prometheus. I gotta watch something with Fassbender in it that he's not that character.
He's not that fucking
Kill
piece
that
of
guy.
shit. Yeah.
I want to kill that
Yeah.
guy. I want to choke the shit out of that guy. That's how good he is in that role.
Paul Dano too is really wild in that
Terrible
movie.
in that.
And Paul
Yeah.
Giamatti in there, the guy who's selling the slaves. I want to kick his ass too. I'm like,
Yeah.
what is it? Everybody in that movie did their role so well. I just wanted them all. I'm like, fuck, dude.
Yeah, but you're like,
Except-
I gotta watch something where I like them in this.
Where's
yeah.
Magneto
Yeah.
at? All right,
Yeah.
I gotta watch
Benedict-
Planet of the Apes or something for Paul.
Benedict Cumberbatch was not great in that movie because his southern accent was really terrible. I remember that. His American accent's fine, but he did a Boston accent also in Black Mass because he
I thought
played
it was
Whitey
fine, yeah.
Bulger's.
Brother.
Yeah, but like his accent was really rough in that. His Boston accent was terrible, and the southern accent also. That was the only thing that took me out of the entire movie. Like it was a great movie other than that, but
There's a lot of shit that was.
I'm not gonna lie, Brad Pitt.
No, I meant in terms of being
Oh,
immersed in the movie.
quality, yeah.
Like obviously, I was taken out by like
Ugh.
all the horrible things that are in that film.
I
Like
get mad
but-
just thinking about that fucking movie.
yeah. It was a great movie though. But yeah, it was terrifying and how awful things were. But yeah.
You gotta go.
Yeah. I gotta leave maybe like in 10 minutes or so.
Okay.
it's
Just let you
just,
know. Yeah.
No, I'm
Say
just,
whatever.
No, I was gonna say, who directed 12 Years? Was that Steve McQueen?
Steve McQueen.
Right.
Steve
Yeah.
McQueen.
Yes.
Not the bullet.
Not
Steve
not
McQueen.
that guy, but the
Yeah,
yes,
Steve
the
McQueen.
the new guy. Yeah. He did a bunch of other great movies. I think Hunger with Michael Fassbender
He
as
did
well.
Hunger. He
I don't
did
think I saw
Shame.
that.
Shame
I
was
know.
very good.
Shame was good.
Mhm.
Widows. I loved Widows.
Widows was interesting. Yeah.
Was that with Viola Davis and a bank
Yeah.
robbery?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I didn't
and-
see that, but I heard that was great.
Cynthia Erivo, a phenomenal cast. Colin Farrell, Liam Neeson. I mean, yeah,
Pretty
it was-
pretty fly for a white guy. Schindler's List. Schindler's List. They show everything.
Really on
Yeah.
on
You
TV.
watch it on
No,
NBC,
you're talking about. Oh yeah, they
Yeah.
showed.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
they show-
some of the historical.
Oh yeah.
Some of the historical ones, yeah, they do.
Okay, yeah, the historical ones they gave a disclaimer and said, "Hey, we're showing all of this because there's no way to." Yeah, that's right. They used to do that. Yeah, pretty fun. Yeah.
Whenever you see Schindler's List, and I think Steven Spielberg makes sure that he doesn't
Yeah.
want it aired unless you're going to air it.
Exactly. That was Schindler's List had a very special presentation where it's like we're showing the entire thing. It's not
uncensored,
uncensored.
unedited.
Yeah. That was a big one. Yeah, and
that's right. I forgot about that.
And what's that one guy? I think it was Ralph the guy when he's sitting on the balcony and he's just shooting.
Yeah, he's just shooting people.
I'm like,
because he's bored. Yeah,
see, I got to see him die. I didn't get Michael Fassbender's character. He got the, they came down and took Northern back and everything. He's all saying, I'm gonna get you back. I'm gonna skin you. I didn't get to see him die. That's where my therapy needed. I needed to ran over by a horse or something.
Are you talking about
the guy in the Schindler's List? You see him getting hung.
Are you talking about him in 12 Years a Slave? Yeah, we talked about it in the show where it's like, because that scene is really, really hard to watch.
Yeah,
and just the way he talks and just the way, and that's historically what was going on. And like I said, I'd be hanging from the tree. I'd be like, "What the fuck did you say?"
No, but I forgot about Widows. I forgot about that movie. Pretty good movie.
Yeah, I liked Widows a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did that come out closer towards the pandemic? Because I feel like it came out and then
it was like right as the pandemic was about to begin. I think.
Yeah. So I think it got wrapped up in the pandemic time, and then everyone just had other things to worry about. But yeah, I remember when it was supposed to be coming out and stuff. But yeah, I haven't seen that, but I've heard it's good. And Shame is another one. Shame I saw I think I saw the first 10 or 20 minutes of it. It was good, but another really messed up movie because Steve McQueen loves making messed up movies, but he's good at it. So yeah. Schindler's. I haven't seen Schindler's List since I was probably in high school. I should sit down and try to go through it again. But I think the most haunting thing in that movie is that the only thing that's ever in color is the little girl in the red dress.
Yeah.
And then you later see the red dress and the giant pile of it's
that's Jojo Rabbit in the shoes.
Yeah, that's one of the most
good.
Rabbit, yeah. Jeez.
That's one of the most probably haunting images in cinema is that little girl in the red dress in black and white.
Yeah.
And it's just,
God damn.
Yeah. Did you guys
with all that horror?
Did you guys know that Steven Spielberg, he never officially got a degree until much, much later? I think it was in the mid '90s, and he officially got a college degree. And for his thesis or whatever, because he was,
I think I heard about this. Yeah.
Yeah, he submitted Schindler's List. He's like, "Oh, I made this," and it's like, you pass. Here you go.
I love how he went right back to back from making that one of the most intense, stories to Jurassic Park.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to remember because I think he did. Yeah, I think he had almost wrapped on Jurassic Park, and then he started on Schindler's List.
Yeah, came out the same year. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, he literally did Hook, Jurassic Park, and Schindler's List.
So good. I don't care what anybody says. I love Hook.
It's phenomenal. Hook is phenomenal. It's one of my
always say.
I made this
my
avatar finally.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes, it's so fucking good. I love that goddamn movie. Everybody does. It seems like every time when I posted about when I watched it not too long ago, everybody was like, "Fuck yeah, man!"
First thing I put on when the lockdown started that night was Hook.
Dude, Hook is just such a feel-good movie. But I mean, that just shows you how Steven Spielberg is, and I'm so looking forward to his new movie. He's going back to a whole UFO kind of thing. And then I made the joke on Twitter. I'm like, oh, that's what's happening with all these UFO and fucking drone sightings that's happening recently. Steven Spielberg is just testing out some practical fucking shit. Is that what's going on? And I was like, it's a joke, and people were getting a kick out of it, but it is kind of weird that there is some weird shit that's happening in our skies right now. But
I would welcome aliens at this point. So
hey, who knows what's going on? I mean, literally, I've seen videos where literally 25 miles that way, drones are floating around, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. It's all weird. I like my TikTok because I just watch that shit now. So then when I scroll through TikTok, it's like, what are these drones? More drones. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. I don't know what's happening. It's weird. But hey, we'll see what happens.
That's basically been the mantra of everyday life post 2020. I don't know what's happening. It's weird, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
We're
going with it.
Nice.
That's pretty much how it goes. Real quick, have you guys, because we're talking about Spielberg, any of you guys seen The Fabelmans?
Yeah. So great.
Yeah.
So good.
I haven't.
So yeah, so it's essentially his semi
Biography.
autobiography of him as a
Yeah.
kid.
Oh wait, no, I did see that. I did see that.
Yeah, and dealing with experience. You actually look at Hook a little bit differently because his dad definitely influenced Peter Banning for sure to a
Mhm.
degree. And
Yep.
what's interesting too is that he made up with his dad like later on, like in
Right.
like the later 90s. His mom, like from what I know, like they divorced and his dad basically kept his distance, but he found out later it was because his mom basically was like, give us our space, and he was being respectful of the mother, and Spielberg never knew. So Spielberg basically thought that he had like basically like abandoned them,
Right.
or something like that. And then like later, I found out two things. One was that that happened when he was almost in college. So it wasn't like when he was like a small child, which I thought was really weird. I don't know how it was back in the 60s and 70s, but then yeah, and then that was like something that that like he came to terms with. He came to terms with his dad like much late. But that's why like all of like the father abandonment type movies, he doesn't make
Yeah.
those anymore because he had
He
made peace
reconciled
with
with
it
his
in
father.
yeah,
Oh,
in
wow.
real life. But also, he had said to a reporter, because both his parents had passed by the time Fablemans came out, and they were like, "Oh, did you wait for them to die?" Basically, and he was like, "It's not really like a flattering movie." He's like, "Oh no, that they would have loved the movie." And I'm watching the movie, and I'm like, "I don't think they would have, Steven." I'm like, "I'm pretty sure you waited till they died so you could play this." But yeah,
No,
watching Hook and
Fablemans is a
watching
good movie. Yeah.
yeah,
Really good movie.
I got
and
a
I
very
like that
memorable,
actor.
very memorable final scene. With the lines at the bottom, it's interesting. What's at the top, it's interesting. It's
Yeah.
in the middle, it's boring as shit. Now get the fuck out of my office.
Yeah,
John Ford,
we have
David
what,
Lynch.
David Lynch, right?
Yeah.
Like talking
Yeah.
about that.
Yep.
And it was just like one of those, holy shit. That's actually a really good advice.
Yeah. No,
Nice.
John Ford knew what he was talking about. That's for sure.
Yeah, yeah.
So.
No, I mean that's the thing. It's like, and that's what, and that's, with filmmaking and everything. And then when going, with the movie that I watched last night, you just kind of go like, fuck. Like, hey, this shot's cool, but then, but the visual effects.
I'm pretty sure if John Ford saw the current
Yeah.
state of filmmaking, I think to a degree he'd be very put aside. To
So
himself.
are we all ready to apologize to Paul Giamatti? Then
Oh yeah, we actually did talk about that.
I was gonna say I will say this. I am down with more of the idea of it being the Rhino being a mech suit or a support / mech suit, kind of like how like in the video
am too.
games. I still do not condone Paul Giamatti's performance in that movie by any stretch of the imagination. So that's where my official stance would be.
No,
I am the Rhino or whatever.
Yeah.
That look, I love Andrew Garfield, and I think his performance in No Way Home was really, really good. But I have a hard time with him in his own Amazing Spider-Man movies, and I don't think it's really his fault. I think it's kind of a mix between Sony and all that stuff, and like what they were doing and everything. But that final scene in Amazing Spider-Man 2 is one of the worst things I've ever seen in my
Yeah, it's
life.
really
Like,
Kid.
if
pretty
that was a
I'll-
Spider-Man, sorry.
I'll still take that over the Rhino in Kraven.
No, that's fair. I'm just saying that, like, if that if that scene happened in a Spider-Man comic, that kid would have been murdered, and everyone would have hated Spider-Man, and it would have just been another thing that he has to like bounce back. Like, oh, this poor kid, he got inspired by me, and then he got murdered by Rhino.
And he goes into depression for another 6 months.
Exactly, because that's what the Spider-Man comics are, for the most part.
I know. Yeah, it was one of those things where like, oh yeah, we're gonna get an actual Rhino that is this guy, and it's just like, nope, it just didn't. The way that it all
The second-
ends, the way, oh my god,
The trailer
the final
teased-
act, the final act of Kraven is just like it's
well,
so
what a waste of these characters: Rhino, Chameleon,
Calypso, because they say her
Calypso
name
was
like
nothing.
3,000 times.
Calypso was nothing.
Oh.
All it was like she was like I'm a lawyer, but as a kid I helped you fucking get your powers.
Yes, but are
from
you a
my
really good
voodoo
lawyer?
family?
Help bring them back to life in the comics.
But then it was like
Yeah,
they kept on hinting like, oh, she's more, and then she just ended up putting a fucking arrow in the foreigner dude's eye. because she knows how to shoot a bow and arrow. It's like it was so obvious. I'm like, oh, because when she's like in, the fucking Kraven cave, the Kraven dome that he has like just made. I don't know how he made it, but he just like in the fucking middle of the fucking wilderness, like in this dome that he just has.
The Crave Cave.
Yeah, the Crave Cave.
Crave
There you go. I like that. But it's like he finds like the magical button and then sees all the fucking weapons. And then all of a sudden she's like, oh yeah, I know how to work a bow and arrow. And immediately I went, well, that's gonna come into play not too long from now. And sure enough, she ended up killing that one dude, which I was glad, but I wanted Kraven to kill that guy in like a really bad way because I hated that guy so much.
I will say it has some good parkour in it, Kraver.
It does. That's what some of the action sequences really work, but there's some sloppy fucking editing.
Yeah.
So sloppy. Like I was like going, whoa, he was what? It's like there were some things where, and then of course when they do the visual effects of like him running, it's very jittery. It's like,
yeah. I posted my reaction on social media last night, which is that I don't know without giving like my full opinion. It's like at this point I don't think it's a controversial take to say that Man of Steel is by far the best comic book movie that Russell Crowe has been in.
Oh
it
yeah,
totally is.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Again, I mean the competition is exactly stiff with Kraven and Thor: Love and Thunder, but
those castings, I think Crowe as Jor-El and Costner as Pa Kent, those are phenomenal castings.
Yeah. And then they made him Zeus.
Yeah. On Man of Steel, I believe this is true. Zach was messing with him on like their opening shoot. He was like, hey, so we're gonna have, I forget the name of the character exactly, but he's like, we're gonna have Bebo, the Kryptonian chimp, be in this scene or something like that. And
I heard that.
And Crow was like, what? And he's like, nah, I'm just fucking with you and stuff like that. But now that probably will be a thing. Who knows? So we'll see.
Crow talks very fondly of his time on Man of Steel and working with Zach.
So that's the thing. It's like, that whole opening sequence was just so phenomenal.
He gave Zach. That's one thing I love about the movie. Zach gave Jor-El just such a great part.
So much.
Yeah.
Much. Which is like, I was so happy because it's like, you have Russell Crowe, freaking use him. you know?
Let him go full Maximus on Zod.
And the fact that like when you get to the Kryptonian ship and he's like part of it and he's just like opening things, he's like doing like
he's like a hologram.
And then he's just like, he's all move your head to the left. Why? Okay, cool. Yeah, there's just so much, and then of course, when he's talking to his son and stuff like that, and give him a lowdown. I mean, it's just it's so fucking perfect. It's so good. It's so freaking good. So yeah, we can easily say that
Zeus and Kraven's father.
Yeah,
I know that scene was making the rounds on Twitter. I saw recently that you can save them. You can save them. Where he takes it. Yeah, it's a beautiful scene.
Yeah,
totally beautiful. Beautiful. But I know some of you guys gotta like bolt unless you got something else to say, Paul.
No, I mean I'm pretty much wrapped up. I just wanted to say thanks for having me on the stream. I always appreciate it, and it's always good talking to you guys. I feel bad at the beginning of the stream. I'm not like Austin. I wasn't able to take a nap before, so I was kind of going in and out a little bit. So I'll never top Andy when he fell asleep on the stream.
He did do that one time.
That was fantastic. I still have great memories about that. That was hilarious. But yeah, if any of you guys want to follow me, I'm at pmickey1988 on Instagram and at paulpanhook on Vero. And thanks again, man.
Always great to have you,
man.
See ya.
Yeah. Oh, all right. Yeah. I was gonna wait for William too, but all right, I'll go.
Oh, yeah. You can find me at the Sci-Fi Center. I'm on my route. We're about to.
So probably Brad, are you leaving too?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and prep with William.
You can keep him. We're about a little bit less than an hour. We're going to be doing Friday the 13th Part 3, not in 3D because I couldn't provide our listeners.
Oh yeah, don't do that.
But we'll be doing the 2D version of it. So the greatest Friday the 13th movie ever done. There's only 6 good ones, so there you go. So we'll be doing that if you want to follow us on that one. And other than that, thanks for having me. I don't know why you brought Brad on, but that's all right too. I guess I'll have to deal with that. in about an
This
hour.
is what I get. This is what I get.
And you guys are gonna do a show after this?
Yeah.
All
All right.
love each other so much.
See
Yeah.
you guys in about an hour. For those of you
All right.
who are going to come on. All right.
Bye, guys.
See you later. All right, just us, Austin.
What's up, man?
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Everybody booking out. But
I know.
yeah, man. I don't know. What how should we wrap up this show right here? What should we talk about? I know. What are you working on? Are you working on anything right now?
Well, right now I'm going to be releasing the official cut here in about an hour and a half, so that'll be up on YouTube and stuff. And spent the day working on that, but just writing right now, kind of getting ready for next year and stuff, and trying to develop and get projects just ready to go. You know,
That's good. No, it's good. Keep
That's
going. Keep going
yeah.
at it, man.
it's fun.
I know. Fuck, I know. That's why I am. If I was out there in Vegas, man, I'd be with you out there, just like, hey, what can I do? What can I
Hey,
do?
man, anytime you come out here, you know, we'll figure something out.
No, I'm still trying to figure that shit out. But yeah, I know. No, I'd love to do that shit. No, I mean, because before I used to do I have eventually I'll release them, but I have a little library of short films that I did, just random ideas of weird shit.
Yeah,
I have some things that didn't quite turn into a short film, but I was like, all right, I filmed enough things to turn into a trailer.
yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
So I have
kinda wanna
some
do
of
something
those.
like that.
Yeah, it was like there was time I remember in the 2000s, basically, when I was writing shit, and I was like, oh, maybe I could film this, and then we tried to do some things, and then it just didn't turn into. It's like, we couldn't do the full thing, but I was like, there's enough things here where I can make a trailer out of it.
Right. And that's good to have too. Just kind of pitch later or whatever. Kind of,
Yeah.
if you ever do want to develop more things. So
Yeah. I know. There was just it was always fun to do it, but I remember being in film. I had a film class in high school, and I was always just spitballing ideas and trying to utilize. That's where I learned how to do editing.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
everything, and that's where I did the parody kung fu thing,
Mhm.
and I made 2 of those kind of movies. And it was basically just I don't know if you saw Kung Pao Enter the Fist. It was a parody. Remember that movie?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. It was I was like, oh shit, that's cool. Let's do something like that. I looked at my friends. Let's do something like that. And we did do 2 movies like that, and I just did all the voices, and we did all the sound effects and shit like that. And it was it turned out people got a kick out of it. I still remember, because this was before all the, this is back in 2001, 2000,
Right.
where I remember we filmed the whole thing. I edited together at the in school, and then I was like, all right, now I got to figure out how to do the voiceovers and sound effects. And I went to my buddy's house, who was a super technical dude.
Mhm.
And this was when computer technology was becoming a thing, and we figured out how to and this is the beauty of back then, and it's so funny because it makes me feel old. Because it's nowadays you could it's so easy to do now, and that's what I love. And I love that the technology is
Very accessible.
but back
Yeah.
then I remember we hooked up my camera with the full edit on his computer, and then it was all right, how do we figure out how to do the sound effects? And he goes, oh, well, we could try to do it with this program that I have, but we got to figure out where the sound effects are going to be. So essentially, I had a microphone, and we're watching the footage, and I would tap the microphone anytime there needed to be a sound effect.
Yep.
And then we replaced it with that, and then we went through it, and then I recorded all the voiceover stuff to, sound ridiculous. And when we played it for the first time, we were on the floor laughing our asses off because we couldn't believe how we pulled it off. It was so much fun. It was great. But then we couldn't then we spent the rest of the night, probably about another 3 hours, trying to figure out, how do we put this on the tape?
Right.
Couldn't figure out how to do it. We were trying our best, couldn't figure out how to do it. And then I finally just like went home and I was like, you know what? I'm going to go in early to school tomorrow, use the fucking, the editing bay and
room,
everything that they have. And I know we could do it with that. So I show up, teacher shows up, he gets everything synced up. Okay, we do it. And then he sat there and watched this and he started laughing his ass off. Like he was like laughing his ass off on how funny all the stuff was. And then it was funny too, because we played it to the class loved it. And then I remember like I kept in touch with him like years after. He goes, dude, I'd show your film, your little short film.
What?
To all my classes. I've showed it. I've showed it and showed it.
So
and showed
freaking cool.
Yeah. So it was like one of those things like, and yeah, I remember like talking, I remember connecting with him like 5 or 6 years after I graduated. And he goes, dude, I still show your film to my students. I was like, Jesus Christ. I'm like, that's cool. So it's
That's
just like
really
one of those little things where it's just like, but now it's so easy now. But back then it was like, but
dude, I can't even imagine. Like, I know one day I would love to make a film like on actual film,
Yeah.
and try that process, but that's a lot.
I can't even imagine doing that now, man. Like, especially because I'm editing like every day. I can't even imagine like doing.
Do you? So do you like editing? Would you say that's something you really enjoy?
That's one of the. I've always said like ever since I learned how to edit, it's always been like my favorite part of anything.
Okay.
Filming it is always a pain in the ass. It can always be a pain in the ass, but it can be fun, of course. Always be fun. But it could be like, and then of course, and then especially with what I do and just like talking and all blah blah blah. But what I always love, like especially when I'm editing my clips, I'm like, all right, I have a topic and I'll like cut, from the beginning to the end when I'm talking to the topic. And I look at it, I'm like, oh shit, this thing is 2 minutes and 47 seconds. I got to condense it down to a minute.
Right.
That's the challenge.
Yes.
And so I love doing that. And then I have to add some other things too. And, like add like a visual or something like that. So it's just, I always just, anytime that I take like if I've talked about something or if we've talked about something on here and I'm like, I got to edit it down to like a minute, at least like around a minute or something like that. I just love that.
That kind of challenge.
Yeah. And I just like love that edit. I'm like, all right, cut. And I just like do that and I'll run through it. It doesn't take a lot of time, but at the same time, I'm just like, I know, like I trim just trimming that fat. It's like anytime there's a break or anytime, like any milliseconds that I can find. But I've always liked the editing process of things, I don't know. There's just something about editing. Like if I can go back in time and try to like be a professional editor, I would do that. It's just there's just something about it. Like, because especially when you're like, you're editing a scene or something. And when you have all the footage and you're like piecing it together and you're piecing like the coverage and the wide shot and the audio and everything. And when you start piecing it all together and you go, oh shit, it's actually working. And sometimes you go, fuck, this shit's not working. That's not working. But then all of a sudden you start going, well, what about this and this and this? And then all of a sudden you see it and you go,
and it worked.
There it is.
Yeah.
There's something about it. Even saying it right now gave me goosebumps.
I think that too, or like for me, like especially with this experience, right? Because there was no time for reshoots, none of these steps. It was also the challenge of making some shots that were maybe didn't work, in a way. And so like whether it's distorting them or doing something, finding a way to fit them in there and stuff. Like I as the director, like I enjoy sitting next to the editor and watching it and kind of, making sure it's all going well. And I know how to edit, but it's just, again, it's one of those things where it's like, I already see it play in my head. So it's really hard to sit there and piece it together.
And I totally get that. And I think that's why, like, when you get these good filmmakers that, they're not the ones that, they're not the editors, but they're sitting in there, they're in the edit bay and going like, hey, let's try it like this and try it like that. And the editor's the one that's like, they're doing like the fucking, hey, they're doing this ins and outs and blah blah blah. Let's try like, and
Or
yeah,
there's a lot. This definitely taught me too. There's got to be a lot of trust between you and the
Totally.
editor and stuff. I mean, like me and my editor on this one, we work together great. I absolutely love her. But I think of films like you were just saying, like great movies like Scorsese and his editor and what she's able to do, and kind of like what she did with The Wolf of Wall Street. How she edited that movie is just like insane. Mad Max, Fury Road.
How do you fucking do, dude? When I watch some of that stuff, I'm like, God damn! I like, and that's the thing. It's like it's so funny too because, and I'm sure you've ran into this too, where it's like when you're watching movies. I mean, you see it all. You see how like the edits and stuff like that. There'll be times where I'm like, I just start like going, that was like a different take. That was a different take because I'm looking at hair. I'm looking at all kinds of different things.
Yep.
And I've actually like ex-girlfriends, friends. I'm like, check this out right here. And I'll point out like the fucking stupidest things that I'm like, look at that. They messed up right there. Or look at the hair is different or something like that. Because I just noticed shit like that. I'm like,
yeah.
But it's like I can't keep it in. I'm like, I gotta share it. Like, look at right here. There's a little bit of it's like, but at the same time, it's like, so it's almost like I always say, it's like a little bit of a learning how to edit and learning how things like get pieced together. It's kind of like a curse because you see certain things where you go, fuck. I see, certain things, but at the same time, I like it because I'm like, yeah, I know how the sausage is made. There's nothing wrong with that. It's like, it's just a part of the thing, but yeah, there's some times where, and I've, actively, ruined certain scenes for friends and someone, it's just the way it is.
Right. I'm the same way. I'll point out stuff or catch certain things, or, people like, that was great. And I'm like, was it? Did it? I mean,
and then you start going, well, let me break it down for you.
Yeah. I mean, a big one kind of talking about even like you and Brad were talking, fight choreography nowadays is something I really, really pay a lot of attention to, because it's like, you notice some of these movies, like what I like about John Wick and some of the other ones is like, there's like a raw brutalness kind of to it. These guys are falling down the stairs, hitting themselves, doing all these crazy things. And other things, other films, the choreography is more like a dance, and it's very kind of predictable. And so I kind of felt that way with like Monkey Man. I liked Monkey Man a lot, but it was very choreographed, very felt like a dance almost.
It did.
So that's another thing. Yeah, especially now with all these movies wanting to capitalize on the fight.
And I see what you're saying too. Is like when it's like a dance, it's like, okay, this is cool. I enjoy it, but I want something more Jackie Chan where it looks like he's getting fucking punched. Like Jackie Chan, and especially when you see the outtakes, you go, fuck, dude. Like,
he is getting
like him and his stuntman are fucking going like through the ringer. Like you go, holy shit. Like you're seeing that. You're seeing people, like you're seeing the dust like hit their face, like, oh, fuck, we're getting hit in the face. But yeah, I mean, but at the same time, there's something that's really cool about like, okay, if the fight choreography is like, like a dance, it works and everything like that. But yeah, I'm more of like, I want the more raw shit like Jackie Chan and The Raid and stuff like that, where that these guys, I mean, even the original Matrix movies. I mean, I remember seeing like Keanu Reeves goes, he said every day I would fucking do an ice bath to fucking just because the bruises that he would get. And it's like, I mean, like, a lot of that was wire work and all this stuff, but I mean, it was brutal. Like,
they were like throwing their bodies around, just like.
Dude. I mean, my God.
You even think about too, like, there's not a lot of actors that do that nowadays, that actually do their own stunts like that, like they used to, and all that. So it's interesting to see where that's all gone, especially with, like I said, I feel like fighting in film has become so watched or just much more of a big deal, I think, since those John Wick movies, and now everybody's trying to do like, what's the next cool thing in the fight choreography, you know?
Yeah, I mean it's hard. I mean, for the most part, you just got to make it. I mean, if it feels like authentic and real, I don't know, and that's why like when I brought up when they were trying to do an Americanized version of the Raid, I'm like, I remember when that was announced, I'm going, I don't know how you guys are gonna do this, and then when Frank Grillo recently goes, yeah, we just couldn't figure out, you know, the script. I'm like, I don't think it was the script. You guys are trying to figure out how you can even top what was already made, and there's no way that you're
never
going
gonna
to do
happen.
that. Like the action sequences could, if there was no existing Raid, sure, you could probably do something pretty cool, but there is no way that you can capitalize on that fight choreography that are in those movies.
Yeah.
There is no way. I mean, I'll put them on randomly and just be in awe and be like, how the fuck did they not? Somebody got killed during like it is insane, like how crazy the fight sequences is. And then again, that's how what I like about the Jackie Chan movies, and what I always liked about at the end of his movies, he would show like the mess ups and shit like that to show that, yeah, he broke bones. He put his body through a lot of that shit. And, you know, he's just like and I would say like even Tom Cruise tries to like match
Tom
that.
Cruise, yeah, he's a big one.
Match that stuff too, like when with the especially with the Mission Impossible.
I would love to see Tom Cruise and Jackie Chan do a movie,
dude.
That would be cool.
I've said that so many times. I'm like, how has there not been? I mean, now that they're like getting up in age, just put them in a movie before they can't do what they can't do. Exactly. I mean, I know they can't do what they did, you know, prior. Maybe, but I'm like, get them.
It's gonna be good. Yeah,
they could do something.
I mean, Jackie Chan's he's still kicking. So, speaking of scripts that didn't work, did you guys talk about the Captain America script that never worked?
Oh, you're talking which one?
I guess they announced today that.
Oh yeah.
Cap coming back. I guess.
So, yeah, we didn't really touch too much on the whole Chris Evans and Haley Atwell coming back. That's been reported, and it's like one of those things where it's like, okay, yeah, cool, but then they did talk about how they were.
There's going to be a movie.
There's going to be a movie where they were going to do a Captain America movie where they actually come back, and I'm just kind of going like, well, that wasn't necessary. I don't think.
No.
This, I mean, my whole idea was like, well, not my whole idea, but the theories out there is like the fact that it's like, all right. If we have Robert Downey Jr. coming as Dr. Doom, Chris Evans has got to be like a villain too, right? I mean, I think like this could be a cool little, you know, when it comes to Doomsday, it's like, yeah, just have the villains look like the Avengers. I mean,
that's cool. What I was. I was thinking. Okay, so are we going to get the OG Avengers coming back in villain roles?
Yeah, I mean, that could be something interesting. And there is a rumor out there that Captain America is going to be the Nomad version, even though that he was rumored as that for Avengers Infinity War because
he basically was. Yeah,
he basically was because he wasn't Captain America and stuff like that. But I mean, like, but then I was like, what is he going to be, Captain? You know, like Hydra or something like that. I don't know. It's like they could just kind of essentially just that could be. Hey, what if these new Avengers that are coming out? That are which we don't even know who the new Avengers essentially are. I mean, I guess it's Spider-Man, it's Captain Marvel, it's Doctor Strange. Who else? Who else really is it?
The Hulk is still there, kind of.
Smart Hulk, yes, but it's just like one of those things where it's like, but if like
Shang-Chi.
Shang-Chi, he could be in there, and then of course, what's her name from Black Panther?
Shuri.
Shuri, there you go. I mean, I guess, but essentially, we don't exactly know who the team is. But at the same time, it's like, what if you were to, if you're going to still do the multiverse thing, which they are obviously going to do, and you're already going to bring back Robert Downey Jr. as Doom, why not just bring back everybody else and just like have them play certain characters, and everybody's like, what the fuck is happening?
Right.
They look like the Avengers, but they're not the Avengers, and they're evil. And what the, they could be playing into something like that. And I don't know where Haley Atwell. Maybe she'll be part of the Avengers as Captain Britain or Captain whatever the fuck she is.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I thought she was Captain America. I could be wrong. I thought.
Well, she's like Captain America, but like because she's British, she's like
right.
Yeah, I mean, obviously in What If, and then of course Multiverse of Madness, it was kind of like, I don't know. All I'm saying is like I made the joke on Twitter. I was like, I'm more excited for her to come back, and I posted a very boobalish picture of her. So I was like, I don't know why I'm more excited for her to come back. Jokes, but apparently people, you got to do that because why not be a perv? Because she's very, she's a beautiful lady.
She's an attractive lady. She's
a very attractive lady. So, but I mean, okay. Isn't it kind of weird though that they're just kind of just reporting this? Like, hey, Chris Evans is coming back. Oh yeah, and Haley Atwell's coming back. I'm like,
right.
Wouldn't that be cool if we just saw in the movie, or like we didn't know much about the movie?
Yeah, it was all. I think it was always going to come back, and I'm sure there's going to be more announcements. Like whatever cons and stuff going into next year.
But it almost seems like the trades are now. What are they acting like? Scoopers? I mean,
I
guess they've always kind of been a little bit, but
also too, I'm weary of some of these things too because I think I didn't see. Was it like THR that reported this? I thought it was like the MCU Direct or something that it was that I saw.
Oh, they always source it from like another big source.
Okay. Okay.
But I mean, all these were like, it was either like, I think it was THR, Variety, and everything. So I mean, like these are like the actual big trades that are actually reporting this,
right?
As opposed to just like some kind of. I think the Chris Evans one was scooped by The Wrap, and then it was actually reported in like an actual trade. I'm trying to, Deadline actually.
Okay.
And then Deadline even reported, about the about Haley Atwell too. And it's just like, okay. I mean, it just would have been kind of cool to just be like, but nowadays you just can't. There's nothing that's going to be secretive, Yeah. There's just nothing.
No, we'll get. I'm sure we'll know pretty much everybody that's in that movie before it comes out. It's gonna be. I mean, I'm just like you said. I'm interested to see. Okay, now we're bringing Chris and Robert back. Who's next? Are we gonna get Scarlett back in some?
That's probably gonna be the next one. Is like or they'll keep it as secret as possible, and she's gonna play. I don't know. Who could she play in the Marvel Universe? That's an evil person. I don't know. I'm not too versed in Marvel villains as much as DC villains, but she could be. It could be an interesting concept that they're trying to go for with like something like that. I don't know, but at the same time, we don't know exactly. Even though we know, like, oh yeah, Chris Evans is coming back, and I think we all kind of assumed that he was going to come back in some form, no matter what.
Yeah,
I mean, he came back for Deadpool and Wolverine to do Johnny Storm, which was great. And, let's face it, Chris Evans, not exactly the leading man material that he probably was hoping that he could be in movies. His the movies that he's tried to do outside of the MCU, not done so well. The only movie that's done that I could say that's done well was Knives Out, but he was not the leading man. He was the supporting character, but he did very well as that role. And I think sometimes actors got to like be realized like, hey, and I think Aaron Taylor Johnson is probably going to realize this too after Kraven.
Well, Aaron's weird because he has done some shit movies.
Yes, he does.
He's also done some real like Academy Award nominated. Like he's in Nosferatu,
dude.
Weeks.
He's all over the place.
So his career is. I think he's safe no matter what.
He's safe because I think he's good in a supporting role. Leading man, I don't see him as a leading man. I just and Kraven was going to be my litmus test of that. I was like, okay, he is leading this. He's supposed to be like the big brooding anti-hero, blah blah blah. And when I watched it, I was like, nope, you're not the guy. You're not the guy. You have the look. You have the look, dude. You're fucking you're big. You got ripped and everything. You have the look, but
I mean, I liked him in Kick-Ass.
yeah, but but again, what I say, he wasn't exactly the leading because
True.
Chloe in Hit Girl, she stole every scene that she was in. She stole every scene that she was in. And he played just like the goofy, like squeaky voiced, blah, blah, blah. Again, squeaky voice, because he does not have a deep, strong voice. So when there were certain things, when it came to Kraven, I was like,
that he had to assert.
That he had to be like, it was like, that's not working. It didn't work.
Yeah, that was right. I mean, I like him. I definitely like him.
I like him too.
Movies, but
no hate on him. It's just sometimes
I can't believe the guy that did Triple Frontier made this. That's what hurt. I was like, damn, man.
Sony just fucked his shit up. That's the thing. It's the studio. It's the studio. But again, like I said, like Aaron Taylor Johnson, loved him in Bullet Train. Bullet Train is great, fantastic.
Was it Tangerine and
yeah, Tangerine and I forgot what the other one. Yeah,
they were good.
He was so fucking great in that. I mean, he plays good like supporting roles. Like he just like when he shows up, you're like, oh yeah, there's Aaron Taylor. But yeah, I'm just like going. That's why, like when it comes to like Godzilla 2014, he's like not the leading guy, but he is in a sense because like half the movie it's like Bryan Cranston, who's his dad in the movie, and then he dies, and then all of a sudden now it's Aaron Taylor Johnson, and you go, all right, the narrative. That's the thing that I think frustrates a lot of people about that movie because it's so like it's such a good Godzilla movie, and I love that movie, but the fact that they killed off the dad so early on, it just kind of fucks up the narrative so much. Like where you go, okay, now Aaron Taylor Johnson,
and then you're going back and forth between Aaron and the wife. And Elizabeth.
And there's that, and it's just kind of that's the only part that doesn't work. Other than that, like everything visual and the story pacing is so good in that movie. And God, that fucking skydiving sequence is just like
I remember that being the trailer and being like, oh.
And then when you see it in the movie and it's so much longer, you're like, oh my God. You're like, how? Like what? I mean, Gareth Edwards, right? He directed that.
Yeah. Gareth. So
he really captured like, okay, I'm gonna shoot this like I'm on the ground and a person. I'm not gonna shoot it so much like that. I'm gonna shoot it from really a person's point of view.
How you feeling about his Jurassic Park?
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping that this movie is gonna be.
Yeah.
So the fact that when he got hired on, I was like, all right, now we're talking.
Yeah.
Because you're talking about a dude, and I watched his first movie, that monster movie that he did. Remember, it's called Monster, which he like edited himself and shit like that. It's a good fucking movie. It's a great fucking movie.
Yeah.
And he knows how to shoot from the perspective of just like the human being. And I think like, okay, yeah, that's what needs to be like when it comes to a Jurassic Park world, whatever you want to call it, movie.
Yeah, whatever it's going to
be. You need that perspective because that's what the audience is looking at. And I think like, when it came to the Jurassic World movies, I don't hate them. And the last one I didn't. It was very forgettable. The last one was very forgettable. The last one felt like that was just a total like, hey, we're bringing the group back together, and it was like you fucked it up.
People were laughing in our theater. I remember me and Bradley went inside and was like, "Oh, this is."
Dude, I remember like my ex was like we were like sipping wine and stuff like that, and she was just It was funny because she really didn't know about the Jurassic Park movies. And I had to like reintroduce her to those movies. So we did like a whole run through. And then when we watched that movie, we were both like, what the fuck? Like, it was like, we were both just like kind of went, this didn't work. It just didn't work. I thought Fallen, what was it? What was the one prior to that? Fallen Kingdom. There you go. I thought that was what's his name? The French, I think he's French director, whatever the hell his name is.
J.A. whatever his
You know
last
who I'm
name
talking about?
is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought he did a good job, but I was like,
Yeah.
okay, it's just something cool. And he like took it down a dark path and it was very horror like. And he did a good job, I thought. And then they were just like, well, now we're going to go back to just generic, weird, stupid shit and try to put everything that Jurassic Park was all about into one. And I was like, no, you guys fucked it up. You guys fucked it up. Like they did. It was essentially Rise of Skywalker.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's basically, yeah. It was for it being the third film, it was really disappointed for that to be like, that's how y'all are going to end it. And then, like you said, bring all the main characters back and stuff. Yeah. It was really not thought through. I mean, what was the big thing? It was the mosquitoes or something. What was
the locusts? The locusts.
Oh yeah.
Which I was like, it's a cool idea, but I'm like, but you guys have all this other shit going on, and you're trying to do so much connective tissue to the original movies, and then it just didn't work. It just didn't work. And it was just like, hey, guess what? We have the new gang and the old gang. They're together. Look at this in a shot. And it was like, nope. Like, yeah, that's cool, but you have all this fucking crazy story that you're trying to cram into 2 hours and 20 minutes, and it's not working. It's just not going to work. And that's what they were trying to do with the Rise of Skywalker. Like, hey, we're trying to wrap up, the old story and the new story together. That's the problem with some of these, with both of those stories. Is like they were like, hey, we have the old story, we have the new story, and we're trying to wrap it all up in one movie. You can't do that, And I think like both that movie. What was that even called? Jurassic World,
Dominion.
Dominion. That's right.
Yeah.
And Rise of Skywalker was like they were trying to just wrap everything up in like one movie. It's like you can't do that. You can't do that.
Rise of Skywalker was especially disappointing because it was just like about 30 or 40 minutes in, I was like, oh wow, this is not. I don't know how you're gonna make this better.
There's some cool things in there, but for the most part, it was like, what the fuck? This is like a big, huge mess of I don't know what the hell you're trying to do here.
Yeah,
But I mean, that's a bad part about some of these franchises and stuff like that. But I don't know, like, I don't know if you saw like the Fandango they ran in like a 9,000 survey, and then of course people are like, Superman's number 9. And I'm like, well, it's still in the top 10 at least.
It's still in the top 10, and look, it's the first DCU movie. Of course, Marvel is going to be ahead. Of course, a lot of these.
I still can't believe that Captain America: Brave New World number 1. That's where I was like, I can't take this survey seriously because I'm like, really? This is the most hyped movie of next year?
Yeah, that's a surprise. I mean,
dude,
we don't. I don't know where that, but I mean, we'll see. That one's got to be good. Otherwise, like, I think you're gonna lose some more faith.
It's not gonna be good.
Marvel. I don't think it is.
I don't think it's gonna be good. I mean, I think like they've cut the trailers well. They've done some good things, but man, I'm just like hearing about the reshoots and the reshoots and the reshoots, and I'm just
and more reshoots.
Yeah, I'm just kind of going like, I don't know what's gonna happen with this. And so like that's why like when I saw people, with the discourse and like, oh yeah, nobody's hyped for Superman, I was like, well, it's still in the top 10, I get it, but at the same time, I'm like, I can't take this seriously because I would say when it comes to a Marvel movie that I'm excited for next year, Fantastic Four.
Yeah, Fantastic Four is definitely.
My God, that should be number 1. That should be number 1.
I would think so, and that's kind of the one thing that I think Superman has to worry about, is that Marvel decided to do that IP of all of them. They say, but I mean, I think we'll see if there's a lot of love for Superman and like for the shows that are going to come out and stuff. Well, we'll see where Superman or Supergirl ends up on that
the trailer comes out for Superman. I'm wondering. That's where I'm kind of going to gauge
next week, apparently.
But see, that's the thing. It's like, but then you got to gauge it in a certain way. I'm gonna like, all right, so we're gonna have the extreme. Like, there's already gonna be people that already have their tweets written out to shit on it. They already have it ready to go. And then there's also people that have their tweets ready to go to praise it like it's the best trailer ever.
Yep.
So you're gonna have the extremes for both. I'm just looking at that, in the middle. I'm like going, okay, people that I know and like people that I follow and associate with who have channels, who look at, this stuff and really have an opinion that I'm looking forward to. I'm not looking, I already know. There's certain people that I follow or that I know if I go to the For You side, I already know they're going to say it's the worst thing that they have ever seen. And then I know there's going to be people that say it's the best thing that's ever seen. But I'm just like,
Yep.
I'm like, where is that? I'm like right in that middle ground of the Oreo cookie, the cream of the Oreo cookie.
I mean, it's got to be impressive.
Yeah.
It's got to be impressive. It's definitely got to stand out, and there's got to be things in it that it's weird. You don't want to give too much away, but there's got to be things in it that we know.
Oh,
Oh, I've never seen that in a Superman movie before.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Crypto will make a. I mean, there's been rumors of like, oh yeah, Crypto is going to be like he's a star and I totally get that. If like Crypto is total, and I even knew that too. I'm like, if Crypto's in this movie, he's going to be part of the first trailer.
Yeah,
he should be. He should be. Crypto to have a dog, that's going to win a lot of people over who don't even know about any of this shit.
exactly.
They're like, oh wait a minute, Superman and a dog. Holy shit. Smart on James Gunn for being like, yeah, we got to have Crypto in there and we're going to make it like this shaggy looking dog. Fuck yeah, we're going to do that. And he's going to be totally part of the trailer.
Yeah.
And which is smart because that's how you win the general audience. Yeah, there's going to be the diehards out there like, fucking dogs. Yeah, cringe. Yeah, okay. It's not for you. He's trying to win over the general audience for sure. For sure.
Yeah.
And thank you, Robin, for the $2 super chat. Donuts, if I do out the okay, well, hey, give me some donuts too on Sunday too. I haven't had a donut in a while. That sounds really delicious right now, actually. Anyways.
Yeah, no, that trailer's gonna be. I mean, I know Nicholas Hoult talked a little bit about how his look is imposing, and stuff. So I'm hoping we see some of that.
Yeah, it's God. I mean, there is a lot of pressure on this trailer. There definitely is, and like I said, I'm just looking for that middle ground of like, all right, I know who I'm going to be paying attention to, and I'm going to be looking at trailer reactions from the certain people that I know. Like when a big trailer comes out, I'm going to be watching them, seeing what they have to say. And it's going to be, that's what's going to be interesting. And, there's going to be bias out there like a motherfucker, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just, I don't know. Like my whole thing when it comes to Gun and everything, with Creature Commandos, I'm enjoying Creature Commandos. Do I think it's a weird way to start off the DCU? Yeah, for sure. But at the same time, hey, he's not a conventional dude. And when I kept on seeing when he was hired on, oh, he's going to Marvelize this. He's going to Marvelize this. And I saw that stuff. And then I'm going like, where's the Marvelization happening, guys? He's the first series is a hard R graphic fucking animated series. And he's posting behind the scenes video of the actors simulating sex because they talked about it during junkets. That's not Marvel, guys. Like, what are we doing here? And then all of a sudden I'm seeing stuff like, okay, so Superman, yeah, that's going to be, de facto of like, but then he's even going, yeah, it's family friendly, but it's, it's serious. Okay, cool. And then I'm thinking of stuff like, okay, so we got Lanterns. That's going to be a pretty adult show. It won't be like, I don't think it's going to be like hard R, but I think it's going to be an adult oriented show. I think Supergirl is going to be a hard PG-13 for sure. And then you got Clayface that just got announced. And I'm going, fuck yeah, dude. If
that's a big thing with like things like Clayface and Sergeant Rock. You're getting people like Mike Flanagan and freaking Luca. These are, I mean,
award-winning fucking creative people
that
want to like bring their spice into the comic book. And I'm like going, fuck yeah. Like if you're going to do that and they're going to work on a low budget,
right?
Dude, This is exactly this is not the Marvel way at all. This is a very good way of doing things. And I'm like, holy shit. Because the general audience is not going to know. They're going to walk in and like, oh, wow, that movie looks interesting. Who's this? This is about a monster that can mimic himself. What the fuck? And they're not going to know it's a fucking DC film until they sit down in the movie theater and see the DC logo flash in front of it. Exactly. Sergeant Rock, same thing. They're like, oh yeah, that looks like an interesting war movie. Let me go watch it. And then they go like, wait, DC, is that a comic book? You know, they're not going to know until they actually see the logo in front of the fucking movie.
Well, or now these little things where it's like, I mean, that's the thing about the DCU is it doesn't have to be as, you know, attached as Marvel is, where everything's setting up the next thing. In this, exactly. they're creating separate stories with threads. What I like about it, so right now between Creature Commandos, Peacemaker, and Superman, our thread is Frank Grillo. It's you know, you have these other little threads that I think are being created. Where if they do a Sergeant Rock, Luca can do whatever the hell he wants as long as there's a Tin Man.
Yep,
that's your one. You got
which
one
was
director.
Established in episode 3 of Creature Commandos. It was like,
exactly.
Okay, we saw Sergeant Rock in that episode, and it's like, that's it. Okay, cool. Now you can go off that and make a cool little, you know, $30-40 million fucking war movie that is a DC property, and if it's a good story and you have a good director attached to it, people are going to go flock to it. And you know, and it was funny too because when the whole Clayface thing was fully announced, and they said like their the reported budget, they're shooting for a $40 million budget. I was like, fuck yeah. And then I saw somebody, are people going to actually show up to these like, you know, crazy characters? I'm like, they'll show up if they think the movie looks good and it's unique. And all this movie needs to make a profit is $120 million.
Not only that, look at Joker. What says that this can't be something like Joker? You know, what made Joker 2 fail was because a lot of other things. But there was interest in Joker because people didn't know exactly what it was. They knew there was a connection,
and that's what I was like screaming about, like too, like especially when it came to when people were like pushing back Sergeant Rock. I was like, guys, just imagine like they are trying to make profits right now, and this is why I think Gunn is like the right man for the job, because he knows these obscure characters that can just have like, you know, that doesn't have to have like, it doesn't have to be setting up something for the next one. He could just like, let's do this character and just make that movie, make that story. And there could be a little bit of, there's a little bit of connective tissue, slightly, but nobody has to like fucking watch this to watch that. They just want to watch it because, oh, this is a good story. This sounds like something good. You make it for a cheap budget and you fucking make your money back in like either the opening weekend or the next weekend, and you're fucking golden. And I think that's what Gunn is like, his like in Safran, probably, hopefully. And I'm sure that's what Peter Safran's thinking is like, hey, we're going to make the big movies. We're going to make the big projects, but if we can make some small projects
that
with some really good stories, really good stories, and we can make a profit like this Clayface movie, I think it could make a profit in its fucking opening weekend. It has potential to do that.
Absolutely.
And then when people and I had somebody like when all this was rumored, it would be interesting. Like, why would you put a Batman villain before you introduce Batman? I'm like, that's the brilliant part of it. It's like, create it, you know, do a Batman villain. Batman can be in it. He probably will show up in it.
Right.
But if it's not centralized on him, that's a good way to introduce him. And then I'm like, hey, guys, remember, Zach wasn't conventional when he introduced his Batman. He essentially introduced Batman as the villain of a Man of Steel sequel.
Yep.
That is not conventional at all. And that was awesome. The fact that he was like, in the pitch of doing Man of Steel 2, he's like, what if Batman's the villain? Boom. That's how you take the most popular character that you have. Hey, instead of just like, hey, let's just, we have the Brave and the Bold movie that we want to do, and we're going to have his own movie. But what if we decide to do something different? Hey, what about we have this Mike Flanagan guy who apparently anything he writes turns into gold.
Right.
When it comes to horror stuff, everybody just seems to like this guy. He has a pitch for Clayface, which is a Batman villain. how about we,
Let's hear him out.
let's hear him out. And apparently they heard him out and they're like, yep, we're doing that. And I just love it when I see people go like, what the fuck? I'm like, hey, guys.
I also saw somebody say too that they were like, oh, I thought he wasn't going to greenlight it until the script was done. And but it says they're shooting early next year. That means a draft is done.
The draft is done. Dude, we heard about this a year ago. We heard about Mike Flanagan pitching this story a year ago.
A draft is done. Gunn liked what he saw.
So he already pitched versions, and then he finally got to script, and where everybody at DC Studios was like, all right, we have it.
Yep.
You know, it's like, this has been around, and it's like, yeah, they don't greenlight. Yeah, there you go. They have a good script. And again, this is not the Marvel way.
No,
it's not the Marvel way.
That's definitely not the Marvel way for sure. I mean, I think we're going to see some, I think like you said, we'll either get Batman's introduction probably in Clayface, or soon thereafter, we're going to start at least knowing some casting soon. They announced the...
we'll already know who Batman is before Clayface comes out, for sure.
Yeah, we know the Robins movie too got dated, the Dynamic Duo movie, so we'll know.
That's its own thing. But again, and that's what's kind of cool too, is like, you have Creature Commandos, full on adult. That's an adult animation. Superman is going to be for everybody, obviously. And like I said, Lanterns, probably more adult. Supergirl is going to be for everybody, but it's going to be a hard PG-13. Yeah. And then you have something, you have a horror movie that's going to be like Clayface. And God knows what else is going to be greenlight, since we got Teen Titans that might be something too. But at the same time, it's like he's trying to be like, hey, and then we got this dynamic duo thing that we're going to use this technology. It's probably not even going to be attached to anything. It's just going to be its own thing.
Oh, you did? I thought it was going to be attached to the DCU.
Well, who knows?
Okay.
It could be.
Yeah.
I hope it is. I think
that would be cool, because that's one of the things like Gunn was talking about too. Is like, we're going to do animated movies in theatrical movies that are a part of.
I think it's just like one of those things where like nobody really knows kind of thing, and everybody's just like, oh, maybe it's just going to be its own thing. I think maybe it's going to be, I think, why not have it attached to something? But it doesn't have to be. Again, I think what Gunn wants to do is like, you don't have to do homework. If you want to just watch this movie, you can watch this movie. Yeah, there might be some references, but it's not going to be like you're going to be lost because you didn't watch the previous thing. Exactly. And I think that's what he's trying to really do, is like, you don't have to watch the previous thing. Like when we watch Superman, nobody's going to have to watch Creature Commandos to know who Rick Flag Sr. is.
Exactly.
Or what happened there. Even if like there's a chance that Cersei ends up showing up in there, because people are making the assumption that she might, because when we saw that first shot, we see what's happening in the background. It almost looks like maybe that's Cersei back there now, because we've seen what she is in Creature Commandos. But nobody's gonna have to go watch Creature Commandos to wonder, like, to know who this. It's just like, oh, okay, yeah, maybe something happens with Creature Commandos. She gets away. Who knows what happens at the end?
Well, I think there's going to be something that happens where I think, like you said, Grillo finds out about something where he's his son or something, or he's obviously moved to a different department, to where now there's a situation where we saw the set photo with he's involved with Superman, and so there's that. Yeah, I'm interested to see, because like I said, I like that it's not super connected, but there's a character like him that's kind of like a thread that's throughout, kind of all of it.
Yeah, and what Indiana Jake is saying right there, he said, I love that Gunn is elevating all these lesser characters that normies haven't even heard of. And that's the thing. It's like, I think one of the things that Gunn is doing a good job, and like I said, he has a unique knowledge on, is like, if you want to elevate the big characters, and make them like stand out differently, it's like, okay, well, elevate these lesser known characters. And he's very good at that. Obviously, he made Guardians of the Galaxy like a big fucking thing. And a lot of people didn't know who Guardians of the Galaxy were, before 2014. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
You know, it's like and he did that with the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and it's like, okay. So I mean, that's where I trust Gunn the most. Is like, okay, he knows that, but there's just a lot that there's a lot that he has at his disposal, and you know, maybe not everything's gonna fucking hit. You know, who knows? But I just hope that Superman's gonna be successful. You know, it's not going to make $1 billion, I don't think, at all. But you know, but I think it's going to be successful enough to. I really just the fact that he's just going, all right, yeah, this is not going to be MCU. This is not going to be prior DCEU stuff. Whatever the fuck, we're gonna like, hey, let's do this kind of things, and you know, to the people that don't see that, I just go, all right, that's fine. You hate them, fine. Why do you talk about him more than people who like him?
Exactly. Yeah, it's getting like to a point where you're giving him more attention at this point than what.
I mean, they are. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, when that video, that behind the scenes video came out, it went more viral. I mean, it was already probably going to go viral just for people going, "Oh my god, what the fuck? This is crazy." It went more viral because there was like people that were just like clutching their pearls, like, "Oh my god, I can't believe the CEO of DC Studios posted this," and I'm like, "Good God, guys, what the fuck? Why all of a sudden are we clutching our pearls now?" I mean, Jesus Christ, he talked about this. He said he was going to post it. He kept his promise. It was all cordial. It was all fun. It's just a weird, you know. It's just what it's part of the gig. And I'm like, why are you guys getting like all fucking crazy about this? You know, it's like, again, I mean, and I hate the fact that we have to compare it to Zach because I know it's like Zach doesn't give a shit.
Right.
But at the same time, it's like, yeah, Zach, you know, he was all about sex and fucking superheroes, you know?
People want to make it and turn it into something that it's not, and then, you know, try and have this double standard. That's very weird.
Weird. I mean, it's just two different styles, man. It's just and I totally get that. Like I mean,
I think I saw someone say in the chat earlier, like they're both raunchy, just in different ways. You know, Gunn is more the kind of, you know, jokey, comedic, raunchy, those types of things. Zach is just a serious raunchy. You know,
serious raunchy. You're true. I mean, like, yeah. And that's what I like about both of them. I mean, like, when I watched the director's cuts of Rebel Moon, I mean, Jesus Christ, the fucking first sex scene in that movie, and I'm sitting there in a theater with a bunch of people. I'm going, Jesus Christ, Zach, this is lasting way too long.
Yeah.
I'm like, God damn, like, how long is this sex scene? This does not need to be this long. It's because I was like uncomfortable, you know. There's
it goes from a sex scene to is this
need to be this long?
Some Skinamax stuff?
Yeah,
or,
like this is full on. I mean, I don't mind seeing Sophia Boutella naked,
right?
But it's going way too long. Like, it's
for this long in a theater full of people.
It just got to a point where I was like, this is a little too much, you know.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I get what he was doing because he was trying to establish some things, showing her scars on her back and stuff like that. Okay, but you still could have cut this down. You know, it's like,
I agree.
Down. You know, there's just sometimes
I'm not gonna lie. I did tweet it because that was one of my big complaints. I was like, Zach, just don't do a sex scene again.
Sex scenes. The sex scenes in Rebel Moon were like, it didn't need to be as long as they. The second one, you know, that was more like, oh my god, they found each other. They're, you know, they love each other. Cool, but even that was like, all right, cut it off a little bit. It doesn't need to be.
We definitely got the extended cuts. That's for sure.
I don't know. It's like, you know. Look at like in BVS when Clark jumps into the bathtub with Lois.
Right.
Perfect amount of time. It was like he takes his shirt off, he starts kissing her, and then you see the glasses fall down, you see the water. Good. That was perfect. It was like, okay, they're having sex in the bathtub, fine. But we're not seeing full on, you know, everything. And I'm like, it just like sometimes I'm like, I don't know, sex scenes, unless it's like if you're looking at a movie that's coming out like Baby Girl I'm wondering, like, I'm
Yeah.
sure that's gonna be full of sex scenes.
I mean, I think
that's because it's a sexual thriller kind of thing.
it's a very weird thing, kind of where the culture is acting with like sex
Yeah.
and sex scenes and all, because it's like, I think a good comparison was like, one thing I really enjoyed about, or that was good about The Substance, right? It wasn't afraid to be sexy.
Yeah, I still haven't watched it yet, but I know what you're talking about because
I'm not giving anything away, but it's
I know, I get it. That's fine.
It's not afraid to be sexy, and like the girls flaunting what they got and saying and all that. And that's,
I mean, I will say I've seen some clips and stuff like that, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, but that's part of it. That's
right
when it's the central part of the plot.
Yes,
100%. But there's sometimes where it's just like, it's not essential to the plot. Like if I'm talking about like Rebel Moon, like especially that first sex scene, it's like, it's just they're in a village and everybody's like, hey, getting together, and
going home for the night.
And the main dude of the village is like, hey, everybody should go fuck, and it's like, okay, you could show a little bit of that, show the scars on her back because you're trying to establish that she's a fucking soldier. That's all you need. Cut it after that, But when it's going on for like 2.5 minutes, I'm going, fuck, like this is, we don't need this, just because you want to have like show a sex scene. Cool, I get it, and I get that's what these characters are gonna do, but it's not moving the plot for me. If the sex scene is moving the plot, by all means, and I'll enjoy it and everything like that. But I'm not fucking, I'm not 12 years old where I'm trying to like sneak into like, and watch some HBO After Dark and fucking Skinamax.
right.
I don't need, it's like sometimes I think like, yeah, the sex scene is like, just start it off and then just cut to the next scene. If like you establish that, hey, these two are hooking up, and you can have a hot and heavy like first like 18 seconds, and then just cut it. But man, if you could just drag it on,
like a solid 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, that's where it gets. But if the plot needs it, by all means, have have it that, and I think that's, but when it comes to nerdy shit, it's like, yeah, I totally would love to see, but that's why I said, like, you compare, like when it comes to Zach, you compare the Rebel Moon sex scene, way too long. But then you have the BVS, like, Clark just getting into the bathtub, taking off his shirt, and you're showing like, him, and, Lois is already naked in the fucking bathtub, and you're doing a very good job of not showing any. I don't know how you didn't see any nipple on her. That was that was Craftsman. Like, I was like, every time I watch, I'm like, how are we not seeing any nipple? She like, you see like almost full boob, no nipple. I'm like, yeah,
everything else, but
yeah, I'm like, good job. And then, of course, it was just like, it was a greatly crafted scene because of what they were talking about. And then he gets into the bathtub and does that. And then it just zeroes in on the glasses on the ground, water splashing. And it was like, that's all you needed. And it was like, perfect. That's a perfect way to show that Superman and Lois are having sex.
yeah, exactly. That was fine, and
yeah,
there's, especially in comic or superheroes, there's gratuitous ways to to show it and stuff. I mean, you could also pull an animated Killing Joke and just have Barbara Gordon, throw Batman on the floor, and
I did not like that at all.
On a rooftop.
Oh, God!
Can you imagine just like being in Gotham, looking out your window and going, "Is that Batman and Batgirl?
Batgirl fucking right now?" God damn, dude. I could not. Oh man, I remember watching that. I remember going, oh
yeah, no. I was doing the same thing. I was going, no.
Like, no. He looks up to Gordon like he's his father figure. What are you doing? What are we doing here? Like, oh,
hey sis.
and then I know that it's not the first time that it's happened in the books, but at the same time, it happened in the books, but nobody wanted to acknowledge it. That's the thing.
Doesn't mean it's right. Yeah, it doesn't mean we want it to happen.
Doesn't make it right, even though it's been in the source material. Doesn't make it right. And the fact of the matter is, I think even when they did it in the source material and people read it, they were like, no, They don't want to accept that. I mean, yeah, I could not. I remember when that. I was like, I remember when that came out, and people were like going, "Oh boy!" And then before I watched it, and people were like, "Oh boy, I don't know about this. Oh, there's going to be some things." And I was like, "Oh shit!" And then when I watched it, I remember just going, sitting on my couch, and going, "No." No, I was like, oh, what do you, oh no.
And it's sad because it's a good adaptation. Besides that,
It
and a
is.
few other things,
But they had to like build up like the first 20 minutes with like this backstory of Barbara
right.
so much because they wanted to like, hey, we have to build up what happens to her, because obviously we know what happens to her. So they had to build up all this stuff. But I'm like, but you're gonna build it up. You were doing a good job, but then you had to build it up by her fucking Batman on a rooftop. Like, what the fuck? Really? Oh man. I mean, kudos to like shooting for the stars, but it did not work. And even Mark Hamill was like,
Yeah.
He's very vocal when things don't work. Even when it came to Star Wars stuff, he's like,
Oh yeah.
Nah. Even he, yeah, that was total misfire. I know. Yeah. When it comes to sex scenes, you really got to figure out a place for them and how long you're gonna show certain aspects of them too. When it comes to Preach Commandos and their little freaking thing, it was comedic.
Right.
They show it. I mean, they built it up already because, in that first episode or second episode when she was already hitting on him, and then all of a sudden, like when it comes to after he fought, what's his name, and got all bruised up, and then it was just like, all right, now it's on, and then of course, like, it was built up to a fucking comedic kind of thing where it was just like, they're all outside the bathroom, like going, "Where's Flag?"
Right.
That one guy's like, "Where's Flag?" He's like, "Well, he's a little busy right now." And you're hearing like the it's like, okay, so that worked for the group and worked for the fucking story. It was like fine because at first he wasn't trying, so, but it wasn't like they were showing the entire thing too.
It's weird. I mean, Watchmen works. They've got
dude, the Watchmen sex scenes totally worked.
Yeah,
totally.
I remember the funny one was that Eternals had supposedly the first Marvel sex scene.
Right, and it was not good. It was not good. It was not good. I remember that. I was like, you could have skipped them. I think the Eternals was totally, I like it, but there's certain, I don't know. There's some things it could have been chopped down with certain things, but for the most part, I enjoyed the Internals. But yeah, I remember. That's right. That's like, it just was like, why is this even here? Like,
yeah. They had like they were naked in like the Grand Canyon or somewhere. Like, and you're like, all right, all right, cool.
There's just sometimes, just put it where it's needed, guys. That's all. But anyways, let's go ahead and wrap this up. Going on 4.5 hours and stuff like that. Thank you, Austin, for being the remaining panel guy here and everything.
Thanks for having me, as always.
Yeah, always. Thank you to Chris. Thank you to William. Thank you to Brad. Thank you to Phil. Thank you to, I think that's everybody. Yeah, I think that's everybody. Maybe if I missed somebody, I apologize. Paul. There you go. I knew I was missing somebody. Paul. So it's been fun, and go ahead and promote anything you got, going on right now, Austin.
So the film will be up in 5 minutes or so you can head on over to Borderland Studios, check that out. After that, next week we kind of got some more stuff, so a couple reviews, and then like our year in review. I'll have my top 10 out hopefully soon. And stuff, and then some more announcements is kind of.
I gotta do that too.
Yeah. And then hopefully some more announcements of what we're doing film-wise next year. So that'll all be next week and in the coming weeks before the holidays. So
nice. All right, cool.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we appreciate you, and hit that like, thumbs up, subscribe, do all that stuff, and we will talk to you later.
Peace.